Ooh, welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Chessmaster. I was looking at Chess Academy. I should be doing that, me. Chessmaster episode 4. We're just gonna continue on with what we were doing. I actually don't even have things like paused or anything. What am I doing, me? Alright, okay. Good enough. Get back D Live, get back my chat. We're ready. We're just gonna continue on with Rockin' Pawn? That'd be alright. Rook and Pawn. And 3 more games. We're going to learn about how to move rook and pawn. I'm assuming that Waitskin had a rook, right? And not had a pawn and one, because that'd be a little too impressive. So we'll see, but I'm not too sure. Here it goes. Oh, it's loading.
Now we're ready for the most difficult endgames of all, rook and pawn. We'll start from this position. I reached this endgame against a strong master named Vader in the Donner Memorial Tournament in Amsterdam in
Vader
1996.
is his name.
I had the black pieces. As you can see, I'm up a pawn. His rook is on the open line, mine isn't. In rook and pawn in games, it's very important to have control of the open lines. I have a potential passed a pawn. His king is slightly more centralized than mine, but he has weaknesses on the king's side. I'm sure you can see after the last few examples of a bishop opposite color endgames that he has the potential for 2 weaknesses. One is the g3 pawn, and one is the defense of my passed a pawn. This will be his problem. Black to play. What's your instinct say? What would you play first?
What does my instinct say? Get your king. Active now. Active king.
One of the most important rules in rook and pawn endgames is that the rook belongs behind the passed pawn. A lot of players think that you should put a rook ahead and then move a pawn towards your rook. No. The optimal placement of the rook is behind the passed pawn. For that reason, I began with the very strong rook a7.
Okay, so I didn't know that.
My next 2 moves, which can't really be stopped, are going to be b4 and a3, pushing the passed pawn.
Not being
Remember
able to be
this.
stopped, okay.
Rooks belong behind the passed pawn.
Learned.
After rook a7, he played king d4, active with the king. I played b4, began to push it.
Okay, well, he's just going to push the pieces first. Now, how come he's not going to attack right now? He should be able to start attacking now.
He played rook g2. There's nothing to do but waste time. I played
Nothing
a3.
to do but waste time?
The other rule of passed pawns is passed pawns must be pushed. These are 2 things that Bruce and I used to work on together. The first one, to put your rook behind the passed pawn. The second one, passed pawns must be pushed. a3, b takes a3. How do you take back?
Yep.
Of course, b takes a3 for 2 reasons. One, it's supported by the rook, and second of all, you want your pawn to be as far away from his king as possible. b takes a3 keeps his rook tied down to the defense. After b takes a3, he has to blockade. Rook a2. Now compare my rook to his.
Okay.
First of all, you see, I have all the scope. My rook can move up and down, maintaining the defense of the pawn,
Yep.
playing moves like rook a4 check, while his rook can't really go anywhere. If he moves away, then I just push my pawn and make a queen.
You can move
If he moves
down one.
back, I'll immediately push my
Oh,
pawn
right.
again, making his position even more claustrophobic.
Yeah, okay. So,
His rook can't
his
move.
rook can't move.
My rook can move with tempo. I can check him and move back.
Wow. How do you get to this point where it's just like on his turn he had nothing to do. He didn't think to push to push his H pawn up and close him off a little bit more. Like I guess, or do you not want to break that line that you have? Do you not want to push that lone pawn up and then have another open one? Who knows? But either way, he had nothing to do on the last turn. Vader had nothing to do.
So what we see is that he's been successful in defending the queen side. My passed pawn has been blockaded, but his rook can't move. Now what remains is for me to activate my king and take advantage of his other weaknesses. Of course, the optimal square is for me to bring my king to g6, h5, and g4. If I get there, then I'm really going after his pawn on g3.
Yeah, okay, I see that.
So let's make a plan here. First of all, what's the best thing that can happen for me? His rook isn't going to move. Fine. If I try to bring my king to the queen side, he can stop it with his king. Bring my king, for example, to c6, he can play king c4. If I bring my king to b6, he can play king b4. This way I'm allowing his king to stay helping the defense of his rook. This would be one way to try, but not the best. Optimally, I want to bring my king to the king side, force his defense to be spread out. It's also important to notice that if he decides to immediately run his king over to the queen side and win the pawn, bring his king to b3, and rook takes a3, then that rook trade will be decisive for me, because inevitably my king will already be, for instance, on g6, and then I would have moves like rook takes a3, king takes a3, king h5 to g4, king takes g3, and all of his pawns fall, and I win
All
easily.
of his pawns will fall.
So what remains is that my plan is going to be to play king g6 to h5, and hopefully to g4. That's what I want to do. If my king gets to g4, he has to defend the g3 pawn. He'll place his king, for instance, on f2. Then I want to break through on the king's side. I want to play the moves h6 and g5. Force all the trades. King takes g5. Then I want to hopefully get my king back to g4. He can maintain that defense, but then I could play f4, force another trade. And after we trade that last pair of pawns, we see that he can't defend his pawn on e5. I'll take that. Then I'll have a 2-0 advantage, and I'll be able to win, because my king can come to his rook. King d5 to c4. His king can't help because it has to stay defending the e-pawn. My king will come to b3, and I'll win.
Okay.
That's my long-term plan.
That's a long-term plan?
Now let's go back and try to put it into action.
Okay.
It's very useful in endgames to make a plan, to envision what the optimal setup is, and then make it happen. I played king g6, king e3, king h5, king f3.
You blocked. Okay, so now you're going to just move your rook one. Because now you want to just start pushing your pieces down. Or you can start trading. No, you don't want to trade yet. You could drop your h-pawn down to h6. And then drive your g-pawn down to g5. And then now you got two blocks. And two attackers. So you can totally do the trade then, because now it's even. If you want to do that. You can, I guess. Or you can... You really can't do anything else other than keep on pushing. Or you can just do a waiting move with your rook. But he could also do a waiting move, but he doesn't want to move. But you can do a waiting move.
Now, I want to bring my king to g4. We know that. But I can't play king g4, because king on f3 is guarding the square. How can I get it there? How do you force the black king into the g4 square? Remember the device we used before? Zugzwang. White has no moves. His king is on the only square that covers g4.
Why can't
if his
white
rook moves over? I push the pawn.
No,
and
white
win the
can
rook.
move his pawn to
If the rook moves back, I push the pawn.
g4.
And he has no more rook moves. And he has the
He
same
best
problem
move his
before.
pawn to g4.
The move g4 hangs both the g4 and the
That's
h4
fine.
pawn. He has to give up the g4 square, if it's his move. So I played rook a4. Waited a moment. He's in Zugzwang. He has to go back. King f2. King g4.
He should have stayed.
Okay, so I've achieved the first
He
two
should have
phases
stayed.
of my plan. The first was to get behind the passed
And
pawn,
lose that
push it down to
pawn.
a3, force his rook into passive defense. Did it. The second was to occupy g4 with the king. Did that. He played king g2.
Right, to block you.
Do you remember what our next step was?
Yeah, bring your pawn down.
Start breaking through the kingside pawns. h6.
Yeah.
King f2. g5. Now obviously I have threats to win pawns both ways. He has to make the trades.
He has to.
Takes. F takes g5. King takes g5.
Yes, now he moves up,
Now,
I'm assuming.
He played king f3. Once again, I want to occupy the g4 square. How do you do it?
You just wait a turn. Wait, move your rook one spot.
Here I triangulated. I played king h5. I could have lost the tempo by moving my rook back, but I played king h5. If he moves his king, of course I'll play king g4 and I've achieved what I wanted. He played rook h2 check.
Ah,
I played king to g6.
he went for a check.
He has to bring his rook back. Rook a2, and now king g5. I've lost the move. White to move. He has to go back. My opponent now saw that my plan was inevitable and he resigned. Why? Let's go over the winning plan again. He's got to move his king, say king e3. I play king g4. He has to defend the pawn, king f2. I play f4. He has to take it. G takes f4, king takes f4.
Now it's his move.
Now he can't defend his e-pawn with rook e2 because I would play a2. He has to play king e2, I play king takes e5.
He moves over.
And now I have two pawns. Let's try to defend with white.
Move to
King
the left.
E3,
No.
King
No,
d5.
move to the left.
King d3, e5. Now he has a question. If he plays king c3, I can just push my pawn. e4.
Yeah, don't let it
Slowly
go.
but
Let
surely
it
I'll
go.
push him back.
Let the king go left.
Say he plays king b3
Yes.
attacking the rook. I play rook a8. White could try a last-ditch attempt to trade places of rook and king. He can play rook d2 check, king e5, and then do the blockade with king a2.
Yeah, okay.
Notice that I was threatening to play a2, immediately trade off rooks, and then win the king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, okay. And
If he plays king a2, it's okay. This isn't any better. Now I play e3, rook e2, king e4. The rook can't stop the pawn. My king easily wins the game.
if he moves down...
Once again, we see that two weaknesses are too
Oh,
hard
he's going to move his
defend.
king around, right?
So I
The
wanted
king
the
can
first
move.
exposure to these rook and pawn games to be a somewhat simple one. I was up a pawn, I used the basic principles, I got behind the passed pawn, I pushed
Get behind
I
passed
tied
pawns.
his rook down to the defense, then I focused on the other side of the board. I put my king to g4, I put him in zugzwang to force my way in, I traded down, simplified, and he resigned because he was going to lose the second pawn, and his weaknesses were too much to hold on to. This is a very good example of how to win a technical rook and pawn endgame. Now we're going to take a look at more double-edged ones, where it's more of a fight.
Where it's more of a fight, okay. Back or Bach?
So far, the rook and pawn endgames that we've looked at have begun in a defined pawn structure. This game is different. We just made the transition into the endgame. I'm up a pawn. My opponent was a young French grandmaster named Etienne Bacrot, a very talented player. I have the black pieces, he's white. We played this game in Bermuda, 1999. As this endgame develops, I want you to notice the pawn structures. I want you to notice the structural decisions.
You have
and I want
4
you to feel
islands.
the competitive moment. Watch how I repeat the moves, how I pressure him, how I slowly increase my advantage and try to convert into the win. He began with rook c1, trading the b pawn for my c pawn. A good decision because he has to activate his rook. I played rook takes b2, rook takes c5.
Okay. You went for it because you're still up one. It's interesting that you're because you're up material that you don't mind losing or trading material and still staying up. What an interesting way to think.
Usually a rook on the 7th rank is very, very dangerous. Bruce Pandolfini used to call a rook on the 7th a pig because it has a way of gobbling up pawns, and it also limits the mobility of the other guy's king. A very good weapon. But now he's threatening to play rook c7. His rook wants to go to the 7th, and I have to leave my active position to prevent his. If, for example, he would be allowed to play rook c8 check, king f7, rook c7 check,
And you could
I'd
just
lose
start-
my a pawn,
yeah.
and all my advantage would go away.
Yes,
I have to stop
I did
that.
see that.
I played rook b7. He played rook a5, king f7. Now his rook is very active. He has some compensation for the pawn. King f2, king f6, centralizing. King f3.
Yeah.
Now I want to fix his kingside pawn structure. Create weaknesses. I played the strong move, h5.
Okay.
Now this is only possible because of his last move. The king being on f3, if he plays rook takes h5, then I'll immediately play rook b3 check, the king moves, and after rook takes a3, I have 2 passed pawns. Once again, we feel the principle of 2 weaknesses. 2 passed pawns for him to deal with is very hard. So my h5 pawn was indirectly protected by my tactic on his a3 pawn.
Your tactic.
My next move is going to be h4. I want to tie down the weakness on g2. The one element which makes it very difficult for me to succeed in this endgame is that the 2 weaknesses that he really has to deal with are my e pawn and his g2 pawn. The problem is that they're too close together. It's very difficult to convert this endgame advantage because I can't draw him away from one weakness with another one.
Okay.
After h5 he played king e4, and I played h4. Now this was move 30. The time control in this game was 40 moves in 2 hours, and then we get another hour for the next 20 moves. We were both in time pressure,
Okay.
and rushing a little bit.
Rushing.
So you'll notice that we started repeating moves a little bit. The rule of threefold repetition states that if any exact position arises on the chessboard 3 times, then the game is officially a draw. A lot of the time in converting an advantage, in trying to reach time control, and also trying to falsely establish a sense of security in your opponent, you'll allow the position to repeat a few times, but not 3. He played king f4, rook c7, king g4. I played rook c4 check, king f3, rook c3 check. Now he has to make a choice. If he plays king up to g4, he has to be careful of a move like g5. Very strong. He can't play rook takes g5 because of rook g3 check. winning the rook. And after rook takes a7, rook g3 check, king h5, rook takes g2. He's in big trouble. My e-pawn is passed, nothing can get in its way, and his king is paralyzed on the side of the board. Of course, he's not going to make that mistake.
Okay,
After rook c3, he went back king f2. I went back rook c7, defending my pawn. And after king f3, I played g5. So from those checks, I was able to establish my pawn structure. Exactly what I wanted.
After all of those checks, you got what you wanted. Okay. You gotta have a plan, though. See, I've never planned so hard at the end of a chess game.
King e3, rook c3 check, king f2, rook c7. This repetition of moves was only with the aim of reaching time control. Also, you should remember that there's no danger of threefold repetition once you've made a pawn move. Any pawn move starts that repetition afresh. King e3, rook b7. King f3, now I played rook b3 check. King f2, rook b7. Now we've made move 40. He played king e3, rook c7, king f3, rook b7, king e3 again, rook b3 check, king f2. Now stop. Put yourself in my position. You've been pressuring your opponent for a very, very long time. These moves took a lot of time. All of his defense has been very, very accurate. He's defending very well. I've been trying to push him back, His defense is very solid. I've seen that with my rook on the 7th rank, it's almost impossible for me to break through. Now I've played rook b3 check, king goes to f2. In order to continue, I'm going to have to sacrifice a pawn. Evaluate the move e5.
I don't mind that. Because the moment he moves... yeah, if he moves, then you got his pawn.
What did you think? This is one of the hardest kinds of moves to make in chess. When a player has an advantage, it's very easy to fall into a state of comfort, to believe that the position is slightly better for you, and so the debate is almost whether or not you'll win or draw. This is a very dangerous psychological situation, because often you have to take calculated risks in order to convert the advantage into a win. Careful defense entices risks. My opponent's been defending very well. e5 was a hard decision to make, but it was a good one. I sacrificed my pawn. Suddenly I'm no longer up material. He has an outside pass pawn, but now my king can get into the game. Notice a big problem with the endgame before was that my king was cut off from the struggle. If I could get my king to f5 and f4, it would be very good for me. But there was no way to do this. With his king on f3, if I play e5, he can always play the move king e4. I don't have the move rook b4 check because the a-pawn covers that square, and his next move can always be rook a6 check, forcing me back. So here I took the risk, e5. Now things get very tense. We're in the 6th hour of competition.
6 hours sitting down at a board.
A better game, and now I've sacrificed a pawn, taken a risk. This is when things get really tight. Rook takes a7, king f5. Now I'm sure you see my plan. My idea is to first drive his king back to the 1st rank, then push my king maybe up to e3 or g3, and start moving with my e-pawn. I can even mate him. Think, for example, if my king is on f4, if I play rook b2 check, if he goes back to g1 after king g3, he's in big trouble. But be careful. If his rook was on the f-file, rook f3 would be mate. I gotta look out for his traps as well.
Okay.
But that's my idea. To put my king, for example, to e4, to play rook b2 to f1, then I could even play king e3, threatening mate.
He should check you
He's
before you
to
do
go
that.
To g1. Then I can play rook b1 check, forces king to h2, then start pushing my e-pawn. This is very strong for me.
I would hope we would check you too, because you're safe. He's safe on the 4 file. He should drop his rook down as well.
He played rook f7 check, king e4.
Okay, well, he went that way.
And rook g7.
He went the wrong way.
Rook b2 check, king g1.
Is he not going to take your...
Black to move. What do you do?
He should have... Okay. He should have attacked his base thingy. Either way, we'll see. Black to move. Move your king over? But then he's going to check you, and then you'll want to be caught into that trap. So be careful with the king, I guess.
It was in this position that I threw away the win. I had played the endgame very, very well, forcing him to defend. I made him think that he might have had the draw in hand. And then I sacrificed a pawn, so he had a sense of security finally, and then he had to begin the battle anew. This is a very, very important
You
psychological
lost the
trick.
game.
By repeating the moves, you can make your opponent lose presence a little bit. Now we've reached this position. He attacked my pawn on g5. Here I lost time. I played king f4. My idea was that I'm threatening king g3, he has to check me, and then I can play the king to e3, preparing e4. This was a critical mistake because I allowed his rook to force its way behind his own passed pawn. But first, let's look at what I should have done. After rook g7, the key to winning will be to sacrifice yet another pawn. The move king d3 was terribly strong.
Terribly strong.
After rook takes g5, I would play e4. Now, of course, I have the threat immediately of e3, rook b1 check, and then after king h2, e2, and e1. He has to do something about that.
By putting you
He
in
would play
constant
rook
check.
b5 check.
Exactly.
Then I have king e2, again threatening rook b1 check. The pawn is coming. This position is completely winning. Say he plays rook h5, goes after my other pawn. I play rook b1 check, king h2, e3. Now if he takes my pawn,
Exactly, he should.
I can just move my king out of the way. He has to sacrifice his rook by playing rook h8, e2, rook e8. But then after e1, rook takes, the position is easily winning. He does have 3 pawns, but my king can easily blockade one while the rook goes after the other. For example, if he plays h4, I play king e4. And then after king h3, I can just play king f5, followed by king g6. I take his pawn with my rook, and then in this kind of position, it's very easy to win. I just pin him, for example, drive him back slowly, and then take the pawn. Should be a very easy win.
Okay, wow, okay.
So the way to win this rook and pawn game involved the sacrifice of 2 pawns. I had to move from being up material to down material. That's a very difficult thing to do psychologically when you're trying to convert an endgame, because you want to convert the advantage while maintaining control of the position. Sometimes this is impossible. Rook and pawn games sometimes require inspired decisions. Take a look at what I did instead. I played king f4. I thought this would also be winning, threatening king g3. My impression was that he would be forced to check me, and I would just gain a tempo.
Okay.
My king would be 1 square further up the board, and he'd have to go back to g7. I missed something very important. He had the move rook f3 check. And after my king moves to d4, he played the very strong rook f2, offering a trade of rooks and forcing his way behind his passed pawn. And now all the themes we've been looking at come into one. First of all, psychologically, in the moment when I was closest to the win, I made my big mistake. I relaxed a little bit. When you start to think about the result, often in competition, you lose presence. Also, we see the theme of rooks going behind the passed pawn. The point is that he wants to ideally maneuver his rook to a2. If I play rook b3, he immediately plays rook a2, defends my pawn's advance from the second rank, and begins to play a4, a5, a6. If I play rook b1 check, he plays rook f1, blocks it that way. I can't trade rooks, obviously, because he has the outside passed pawn, and he can blockade my pawn with his king, move his pawn, take my pawn, and eventually win the endgame.
Okay, because where
So
he's
I
at.
have to avoid that. I would have to now go rook b3. But then he would play rook a1, and we'd have a big problem. e4, a4, e3. The king can now come king f1. He blockades with his king and pushes his pawn. It's a draw. When he played rook f2, he offered me a draw. And I thought for some time, tried to figure out a way out of it, and I had to agree. I missed my chance. The key moment was the sacrifice of the second
He
pawn.
offered a draw.
I let his rook get back into the defense, and there was no way to win. If you feel like it, analyze this endgame out. Make sure you understand why it's a draw.
Well, I'll just trust you, because by the time I'm done analyzing, the episode would be over.
It was in this position that I threw away the
Whoops. That was really quick, actually. These seem to be moving by really quickly. Yeah, like 2 in less than a half an hour? Okay.
Now we're going to take a look at a different kind of rook and pawn game. The last one was technical. I was winning, and I
He
controlled
actually
the game.
got a draw
This
there.
one is a
He
race,
called it a loss,
fight,
too.
a struggle. It's a double-edged battle where both players have chances. It was played in Bermuda in 1998.
Bermuda.
My opponent was a strong, young British international master named Danny Gormali. I was white. Let's take a look at the position. First of all, I have a passed pawn, and he doesn't. An important difference. His rooks are basically defensive. Their job is to blockade my c-pawn, stop it from going. He has to also watch the a-pawn. If he loses the a5 pawn, for instance, if he were to play here rook takes f4, after rook takes a5, I'll have 2 very dangerous passed pawns. He can't allow that.
Okay.
we're going to enter the struggle in a key psychological moment. He played the move rook fc5 and offered a draw. Now I had been pressing for a win the whole game. I had a very small advantage. He had been defending well. This position should be objectively drawn. The draw offer is a very interesting psychological moment in competition. What often happens to a player is that when he's prepared to offer a draw, in that moment that he believes that the game has actually become drawish, or even if he's just hoping that the opponent will accept the draw, there's a tendency to relax because of the offer of draw, to subconsciously give up the struggle a little bit. And this, I believe, is what happened to my opponent. He had been defending very, very well. And on the move that he offered to draw, he made an imprecise move. Playing rook fc5 tied him down to the defense too much. The correct maneuver would have been king d6 to c6, the move king d6 immediately. This way, the rook on f5 could tie me down a little bit to the defense of the f4 pawn. His king could blockade the c pawn, and he should be able to generate a little bit of activity. After king d6, I probably would have accepted the draw. But he played rook fc5. An error.
An error?
Keep this in mind when you're playing games. If you offer a draw, the game isn't over. Your opponent has to accept it.
Okay.
Keep the fight until the fight is over.
Does the AI ever accept a draw? And how do you offer a draw on a chess game? With a digital chess game, I'm wondering. If we make it to an end game and I was black and I moved my piece, would the computer be like, oh, I accept, and it's a draw? I don't know. I don't think they would.
After rook fc5, I continued with rook b8. The position is far from winning. I have a very, very small advantage due to my passed c-pawn and active rook.
So
we'll see how it continues.
What did he do then? After he made...
Rook d7 check. Now I brought my king over. King c3. My plan is, if he attacks my pawn again, to play king b3. Then I want to play the move rook b5. If he trades rooks, then I'll have two connected passed pawns. He can't do that.
You can't do that.
Both his rooks now are tied down by my one rook. This could create an awkward tension for him. And in fact, he did play rook dc7. I played king b3.
He didn't check you?
And now he played king f6.
No, because he can't.
I played rook b5. And he played king f5. Now the game has gotten very exciting. For many, many moves, we've been playing a very similar kind of endgame. I've had a very small advantage, pressing, controlling the game. He's been defending very well. Then he offered me a draw. He made an imperfect move.
And you...
I declined the draw offer and decided to play aggressively for the win. Now the complexion of the game has changed. Suddenly he's no longer trying to build up an impenetrable wall. He's counterattacking. I'm attacking on the queen side. He's counterattacking on the king side. Suddenly the game looks like a race. I'm going to be going with the queen side pawns. He's going to be going with the king side pawns.
Okay. The mentality has changed.
Now I move back. King c3. I took advantage of the placement of his king. Of course, if his king had been on f6, then he'd have rook takes c4 check. Now his rook on c5 is pinned to the king. But this is also a pawn sacrifice. I'm playing for the win, but I've sacrificed a pawn in doing it. He played the move king takes f4. And now the race is on. I played rook takes c5, rook takes c5, and king d4. He has to go back. Rook c7. Rook c8 is the more natural looking option. It's logical to be further away from my king, but the downside is it doesn't defend the f7 pawn, and I can play rook f2 check, takes f7.
Okay.
He has to watch that pawn.
Oh, he's watching that too while moving?
c5. He played f5.
Nice, solid.
Now why don't you take some time now? Stop and calculate this position out a little bit. See who you think is going faster. Every single move is precise. Take some time. What do you think?
Every single move is precise? You said you're going to king's side, right? Because you want to keep pushing your pass pawn, and he wants to push his down. Your king is able to move, well, he has to move out of his pawn's way. Okay, well, looks like Wade is going to win based upon that.
I played c6. He began with g5.
Oh, he went with that one.
It's hard for him to support the advance of his f-pawn. For instance, after king g4,
yeah,
f4,
that's
f3,
exactly.
there's no way to support f2 because the king can't get there. He has to use another pawn.
So he's even another square behind.
King c5. My king comes into the race. h5. So now we see his plan is to play g4, h4, and g3. I played king b6, rook c8. Now I had to make a key
Push
decision.
your pawn?
Do I want to play king b7, followed by c7 and c8?
That's
Or do I
1,
want to
2,
play
3.
king takes a5, followed by king b6 to b7? A very important decision. Stop now. Calculate. What do you think is better?
Whatever's the least amount of moves. So, 1, 2, 3. Or 1, 2. I still say go right.
I played king takes a5.
You went the wrong. Not that
king
way.
b7 was also sufficient to win, but it wasn't quite as precise.
Not as precise.
Rook f8, c7, g4. Now, first thing you have to notice is that if white tries to not allow the black rook to sacrifice itself for the pawn and play rook d2, it doesn't work, because after rook d8, black can always play rook f7, pinning the pawn and sacrificing next move.
Okay.
White has to play c8.
To which you lose your.
Rook takes c8. Now in the game, I played king takes c8, but this would be a big blunder now, because I'm behind in the race. After h4, king b7, g3, king b6, king g4, king takes a5, f4, king b4, f3, a5, f2. Black's gonna queen first. After rook c1, g2, I'm in big trouble. I can't take back with the king. So I would have to take back with the rook. Rook takes c8. Now h4. King b6. There's another variation which is interesting. And since we're analyzing, we might as well analyze
You
deeper.
go with the other.
I could play rook h8, which is logical. Because the rule, rooks belong behind passed pawns, applies both to attack and defense. The best place to defend a passed pawn is also from behind. So rook h8 looks nice, but it doesn't quite work here, because after the variation h3,
Yeah.
king b6, king f3, king takes a5, king g2, king b4, king takes pawn, a5, g3,
Yeah, you're still losing.
a6, g2, and yes, rook and pawn in games can be this complicated. a7, g1, queen. We both make queens, but it looks very, very unlikely that I'll be able to get out of perpetual check. My rook and queen being in the corner cause me big problems. His queen can immediately start checking me, for instance, boom, and my king has to find a place to hide. I can't even interpose with my queen, is a very important detail, because if I do, if we trade queens, imagine them coming off the board, then black can just move over his king and then push his pawn and win my rook. The only way I could hope to win this position would be to somehow get out of the checks and then attack him with my rook and queen, but that's not going to happen. This should be a draw. So rook h8 doesn't work for that reason.
Rook, okay.
King b6, g3, h takes g3, h takes g3, king takes a5, g2. Now stop. What do you think of this position? Think of all the knowledge you've accumulated in this endgame course. I want you to stop now, calculate it out. What's the evaluation of this position?
You could still move your rook down or even move your rook behind.
I obviously have to stop him from queening. Rook g8,
You went behind.
king f3, king b4. Black plays king f2. White to move. What do you do?
You take the pawn. You sacrifice your rook. I'm thinking you do, because then you could just go 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4. I say sacrifice it because the king is in the way for his last pass pawn. No, it's not, because he attacks 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I don't know. You can either take it and go for whoever gets it there first, or not.
Okay, the most natural idea is to push your pawn, right?
No, attack with your
You
rook.
sure that's the right decision?
No, I said attack with the rook.
Let's take a look at it. After a5, he makes a queen. You take it. King takes. Looks like white is way ahead in the race, right?
Yeah.
a6, f4, a7, f3. We make a queen. f2. Now think back to the theory you learned in the game against Laputian. Do you remember about queen against king and pawn? the bishop pawn is drawn because of the important stalemating idea. Queen g8 check, the king moves. You slowly bring your queen into the game. You bring your queen in. And now in the critical moment, when you want to chase the king to defend the pawn in front of the pawn, and then you could bring your king, he moves to the corner, threatening the queen, and if I take his pawn,
It's checkmate.
stalemate.
Yeah, it's stalemate.
So this long, complicated variation would end in a draw. I queen first, but because it's a bishop pawn, and he gets it to the 7th rank, it's a forced draw. That would be a very depressing end. Think about the last question I asked you, though.
Move the rook, I said.
In this position, I asked you what your best move
That was my guess.
I'm sure most of you thought a5.
No.
Yes. But we see that just barely, we're not in time, he gets the pawn to the 7th and it's a draw. The only way to win would be king c4, f4,
Oh.
king d4. Now if he makes a queen, I just take it, and after king e4, I win his pawn, and then make a queen with my own.
Okay. I would have not thought to
Plays
move my king
F3.
out of the way.
I attack the pawn from behind, king e4. Once again, he can't queen because I take it, and then take his f-pawn. His only move is king e2. Otherwise, of course, he loses defense of
Now
the
you
pawn.
start pushing your pawn.
But now he's paralyzed. I play a5, and there's no way for black to make progress. If he pushes the f-pawn, I just play rook takes g2. Pinning the pawn, my next move will be rook takes, and then I make a queen and win the game. This is how hard rook and pawning games are. Don't be afraid to calculate.
Don't be afraid to calculate. But I said move the rook, so I was wrong.
Now, I played king takes a5.
I was wrong with that. He moved his king over 1 and he was able to get the win. Oh. So there was more than 2 choices there. Well, that was it. Unless we go here now. Psychology of competition. Cat and mouse introduction. A few games. And then the downward spiral. And then transitional moments. The illusion of certainty. Boys under fire. A psychological connection. And then a note from Josh. Conclusion. This will be the end? Because endgame course. Rook and pawn. Oh, I know what I did. I didn't hit continue.
Now we're going to a6, 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 f.
Did I forget to do... No, I watched Scormale. But it doesn't finish.
Now we're going to take a look at a different kind of rook. a6, f3, a7, f2. We both make queens, but I get the
We've
extra
already
tempo.
heard this.
a8, f1. Now, I hope you looked at this position a long time ago and found the right move. Now, I played king takes a5. I played king takes a5. King b7 was also sufficient to win, but it wasn't quite as precise. Rook f8. Now, I played king takes
We
a5.
already watched
Prepared the
this.
second pass pawn. g4, king b6. h4, king b7. Rook f8, c7. And he played g3. I made a queen. He sacrificed his rook. How do you take back? Obviously with the king, my rook is important for defense. He played king g4, preparing the f-pawn. a5, f4. If you haven't already, calculate it out for here. a6, f3, a7, f2. We both make queens, but I get the extra tempo. a8, f1. Now, I hope you looked at this position a long time ago
Did I?
and found the right move.
Because we're all mixed up
What
now.
did I play? Queen e4 check is decisive. He resigned now. Because after queen f4, blocking, what's the best move? I can win the queen by force. h3 check. If he plays king takes h3, I play queen takes queen. If he plays king g5, after rook check, now it's all over. He can't defend the queen. If instead he plays king h3, what did I have in mind? Queen e6 check. The only way to stop mate is to block. Queen takes f5 is checkmate. His only last attempt is to bring his king into the open board. But now it'll end very quickly.
You just step.
After rook c5 check, the king has to run. The queen can check. The
You're
king
lucky
has to
your
run.
king was there and
It's
not.
force mate now. I'm sure you can do it from
Yeah,
here.
it's just another two
For example.
steps.
Rook g5 check.
Oh, you went that way.
The king goes to
I
the
would have
corner.
just stepped up.
Now mate in 2. Queen
You would have
g8
stepped.
check.
You would have checked
h6.
one turn quicker.
And now queen g7 or queen g6 will be checked.
How did I miss this?
So the rook and pawn endgame moved into a race, which moved into both of us queening. Me queening a tempo ahead. I had the rook, and so I immediately was able to check and force mate. A lot of the time, when you move into a queen endgame, there's a chance for the defender to try perpetual check. But in this case, I queened first. a6.
Okay, maybe I hit R instead of. No, because it's not done. Like, I don't know how to check that off. This game is not 100% clearly. Because this will never get checked off. Because you can't hit end like all the other ones. So weird. First games, losing the nationals and then winning. Annoyed at games. These are all of his games that he played. I think I want to get here, right? And learn cat and mouse? This is the end? Or is this not worded? If this is not worded, then I don't want. This is just an introduction. Okay. That's a lot of words. No thank you. Do you talk or no?
Most of us watch big games on television. Our favorite basketball, baseball, or football teams go head-to-head in the playoffs, and we're riveted to the screen when everything is on the line. But how does it feel to play the big game? What is it like to be the one on the free throw line with no time on the clock? What are the Olympic athletes thinking about right before they confront their moments of truth? On television, it can all seem somewhat removed, and this is especially true with chess, because typically chess books don't discuss feeling nearly as much as moves, variations, transpositions.
Okay.
From afar, it all seems like a sterile environment. 2 chess players sitting across from a board, thinking, making
Yes,
moves.
thinking,
But
staring.
in reality, the tension of chess competition
for hours.
is wild. In championship play, there are always people watching, whispering, pointing. There is always noise because the silence of 300 rustling people is the loudest silence in the world. Television cameras follow the top players while they penetrate impossible complexities, and a fan shatters the thought process by asking for an autograph just when you are on the verge of the solution. And something unexpected
A
always
fan
happens.
could just walk up in
Once
the middle of a
World Championship in
competition?
India, there was an earthquake during the time pressure, and all the lights went out. We kept right on playing because leaving the board would have cost the game. There wasn't any time.
Leaving the board would have cost the game.
When the impossible concentration of deeply immersed thinkers is snapped, it's like being dumped in freezing water. Can you regain composure in time? And you can always count on the biggest distractions when everything is on the line. And much of what we're going to focus on in this course is how to deal with the unexpected, how to keep on flowing when everything is falling apart, how to win the big game. I was actually inspired to write this course by a Chessmaster programming whiz named John Merlino while we sat watching a critical game in the Super Nationals in 2001. John had worked on Chessmaster for years, but had never seen high-stakes chess in person. He was awed by the tension and potential distractions that the competitors had to deal with.
Yeah,
I've been
that's
wrestling with
odd
these things
too.
my whole life, so I was fascinated by how it all looked to someone seeing it for the first time.
Not
And
AW.
John actually suggested that I discuss how to deal with these elements of competition
ODD.
in the program, and I think it was a wonderful idea, as the psychology of competition and the potential learning process that can result has for years been a focus of mine. So if you enjoy this course, send a thanks to John, as he gave me a solid kick in the right direction.
Thanks, John.
Our first game in this course was played in the 7th round of the 1995 U.S. Championship, and was a battle of teacher and pupil.
Okay, first of all, I don't want to move on from this. Chess is so intense that if you're in a competition and the building will catch on fire, you're not allowed to leave the board because you will lose the game. Or an earthquake where you would lose power and you can't leave the board because you would lose the game. What? Why can't you just be like, okay, there's an earthquake, we'll pause the game, we know where your pieces are, we'll come back another day, and we'll just continue on. It's a board game. It's not, I can't see it being like, yeah, the building's on fire, you guys gotta hurry up and finish, or this building's gonna be burnt up in like 20 minutes. Or you can choose to lose the game. It's your call, because we can't change the rules. It's either you stay and you play the chess game until it's over, or if you get up, you lose. That's just the only 2 rules and only 2 options you have. And the building's on fire, so good luck with everything. We're gonna leave. Because it just sounds a bit intense, isn't it? Please tell me they changed the rules now. And now that it's, way later than 2002 and 4, whatever this game came out. It's around those times, though. Either way, like, I hope the rules changed and it got a little more, easygoing. And also, if you're in a competition, that no one's allowed to go up and ask for an autograph in the middle of a competition. That should not be allowed. You can't do that on any other sport game. You can't just walk up to a golf player and be like, "Oh, hey, you're putting for the win. Well, can I have your autograph first?" That would never happen. So, or on the basketball on a breakaway, and you just run up and be like, "Autograph, please," and he's gonna have to like stop and try to like you can't like it's just not possible. So why can they do that on a chess game? Unless he just meant like you're just playing a game and people just randomly walk up and say hi. That's fine, but not a competition, not a championship where everything's on the line. I would be shocked, odd. It'd be odd to see that happen. Not AW again. ODD. But anyway, what is with the eye? The eyes up and move 10 for Waitskin. Either way, let's just continue on because that just caught me off guard when he said that.
Kaidanov and I had done a lot of work on the theme of maintaining the tension, and then we went head to head on our very topic of discussion. White is temporarily up a pawn, but this doesn't really matter. Black's going to win it back. What's critical is how to improve one's position. A lot of players have the mistaken idea that when you're up material, or much better in a position, it means that you can just mow the other guy right over. To the contrary, what having a better game usually means is that your position can handle the mounting pressure more effectively than your opponent's. Patience and embracing the struggle are key to converting such minimal advantages, but emotionally it's very hard to resist grasping for the win instead of letting it come to you as the position organically unfolds. This type of game is the bread and butter of great technicians like Anatoly Karpov. Against masters of the positional squeeze, the smallest disadvantage can feel like the suffocating vice grip of a python. As we play through this game, I want you to try to feel the tension. So whenever I ask you what you think is the best move, pause and decide what you really would do. Then after a few minutes, continue with my discussion. If you really struggle with the game, you'll learn much more. White to play. What would you do?
See, I have no idea. This is somebody else's game, but okay. Uh the knight's got that blocked. The knight's got all of that blocked. Your bishop's got those lines blocked and the knight covered. The queen's got the other things. And you just want to improve upon your position? Rook to a4. That's one move I can see that no, yes I can. Yes I can. Rook to a4. Not that that's doing anything, but it's threatening. It's only making one threat. It's not worth it. The threat's not worth it. A rook for a knight's not worth it. Moving on. Where can you put your F rook at? Maybe, I mean, you're not putting any pressure, but you can move your rook away from your king and give it some breathing room to move. Or you can move a pawn up. But I don't know if you want to remove that defensive line right now with all that's on the board. So F, rook to E1. That's the safe move I would do.
So when I said that it didn't really matter the white was up a pawn, of course I wasn't talking about all chess positions. In a lot of games, the smallest material advantage can be decisive. But in this one, my extra pawn is doubled. My d4 and d5 pawns sort of repeat themselves, and my d5 pawn is so weak that in time it will inevitably fall. Black will be able to win it. The key to my transforming my material advantage into a stable positional advantage is going to be how I choose to give back the pawn. And that's much of my edge here, because I can make that decision. When I asked you what you would do with white, maybe your inclination was to figure out how to attack, how to go.
No, I defend it.
Maybe not. I'm not sure. A lot of players feel that when they're winning or when they're better, that they can just rush ahead.
No.
But in this position, we have to gradually improve.
I always go slow.
This game is one in which the tension, as I described before, will increasingly get larger and larger, more difficult to bear, and the person who can stay separate from that mounting tension internally, who can just continue to improve their game, will have the advantage. My first move was very simple. Rook AC1.
Okay, he moved one of the rooks away from there. Okay.
Now we know that Black's plan is going to be to win the d5 pawn, and since I left the a file and left all potential for pressure on the a5 pawn, Gregory played rook c8, improving his rook as well. He also is planning to play bishop back to b8. His rook is in the game, he can bring his bishop back out of the line of fire and open up the d-file's pressure on my d5 pawn. After rook c8, what would you do?
Another rook move, because I wouldn't want to go up into that line of fire. Hit subtitles.
I kept to the spirit of gradually mounting the pressure. Rook fe1. Just as
Good,
often.
that's where I wanted to move it
Now
the
he played
first
bishop d8.
time.
His plan. Now what would you do with white?
Okay, see, now I'm out of moves. I don't like my king being trapped behind there, but I don't think nothing can get through, so I'm guessing it's okay. You got no way to attack anything. You've both already castled. Would moving my knight right on up to b5, would that be a bad move right now? Because nothing's really attacking your bishop right now, but this is Grandmasters, so I'll just move my knight up to f5 because it's not really being attacked and I've got a lot of the other board covered. I'm still haven't protected. Yeah, I did. Actually, it's okay. That's my move.
It's very important when you study this position, and as I go through my discussion of how both players felt, that you really try to find the moves when I ask you to, because otherwise you won't feel the difficulty in the finding of the moves. In this position, I asked you how would you improve, and if you really tried to find it, I'm sure you had a hard time figuring out what to do. All of your pieces are placed in a very logical position, and it's simply very difficult to decide how to make things better. This is easier said than done.
I guess if you
Your
move
first
your
instinct
knight.
might be to try to find a way to run forward. We can't do that. My opponent was too
No
strong.
running
He
forward.
didn't allow for anything like that. Next, you might want to improve one of your pieces, which was obviously what I wanted to do. Knight a4 would be the logical way to do
Oh.
this. The idea of him playing knight c5, pressuring his queen side, hitting the b7 pawn. That would be a very good square. After knight a4, he can't take on d5, because after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. If he tries to play rook takes c1, just notice I have the in-between move bishop takes f7 check, followed by recapturing, and I've won a pawn. And after queen takes d5, knight b6, I have a fork and I win the exchange.
Okay, well I moved my knight in the wrong.
The problem with knight a4 isn't that it leaves the d5 point, but that it leaves the d6 point. It turns out actually that in the game, Gregory thought that I should have played knight a4. Let's look at why I didn't. After knight a4, queen d6, his next move wants to be bishop g4 or bishop e4, pressuring my f3 point, exposing my h2 weakness. He wants to take on f3, take on h2, and try to get a mating attack. After queen d6, I have two choices. I can either play g3 or knight c5. g3 tries to stop all of his attacks.
Yes.
He can't play bishop g4, bishop e4, or he can, but it doesn't make any difference now because he has no more exposure onto my h2 point. But then what he would do is simply say queen f6. He's caused me to weaken my game a little bit. My light squares are a little looser. And then he can play queen f6, go away, followed by rook fd8. He's made me compromise my position. In a positional game like this, all the little differences matter. If I play knight c5, b6, knight a4, my idea, of course, was to provoke the weakening move of b6. Now I'm pressuring that square. Bishop e4. Now my idea would be to play knight e5. Notice that I forced him to play b6, and now this point is a little weak. So after I give up the pawn, for example, after knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, after I deal with the problem on h2 by playing f4 with tempo, his queen will move, say to d6, and my next move will be knight takes b6. I win that pawn, and now black's in big trouble. So after knight e5, he can't take right away, but he can do something else. f6, attacking my knight with his pawn, forcing my knight to move away. If I play knight takes g6, what does black do? He plays queen takes h2 check, and I'm in big trouble. But of course this wasn't my idea. What I had in mind was f4, solidifying my knight's position there, a temporary piece sacrifice. Now notice if he doesn't take it, my knight can move. When he does take it, f takes e5, d takes e5, my central pawns are tremendously strong. If black tries to simply move his queen away somewhere, leaving them there, his game will fall apart quickly. Say queen d8, after knight takes b6, attacking his rook. Later what I can play is d6 check. My e and d pawns will steamroll. Black will lose this game very
If that worked out that way, but
So he would have to give back the piece quickly. After knight takes e5, f takes e5, queen takes e5, threatening mate on h2. And after g3, black to move. What is his best?
oh, you can't put the queen there. Queen to f6, threaten to start checking again. Because I'm not seeing anything else to go to attack at this point. Or just move something. Yeah, move your queen somewheres. Can he actually? No, you can't. Yeah, that piece is in the way. Either way, queen f 5.
You can see that in all the variations, his possibility of playing either bishop e4 or bishop g4 is very helpful for him. I'm stopping the bishop
What
g4.
happened?
It's very important when you study this position, and as I go through
I hit
my discussion
continue.
of how both
Oh,
players
I'm not
felt,
supposed to hit
that
right
you
this time.
really try
All
to
the other
find the
times you have to
moves
hit
when I ask you
continue
to,
with A.
because otherwise you won't feel the difficulty
and then
in
right.
finding of the moves. In this position, I asked you how would you improve, and if you really tried to find it, I'm sure you had a hard time
Don't tell me I
figuring out
gotta
what
go
to
through
do.
all of this again.
All of your pieces are
This
placed in a
this
very
menu has
logical
gotten
position,
different as
and it's
well.
simply very difficult to decide how to make things better.
It's asking you to
This is easier
continue
said than
now.
done. Your first instinct might be to try to find a way to run forward.
No,
We can't
I
do
wish I
that.
could fast
My
forward
opponent was
this.
too strong. He didn't allow for anything like that. Next, you might want to improve one of your pieces, which was obviously what I wanted to do. Knight a4 would be the logical way
I
to
would
do
have
this.
put my
Maybe
knight
even play knight
to.
c5,
I would have put my
pressuring his
knight to
queen side, winning the
b5,
b7
so he
pawn.
can't move his
That would be
queen
a very
there.
good square. After knight a4, he can't take on d5 because after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. If he tries to play rook takes c1, just notice I have the in-between move bishop takes f7 check, followed by recapturing, and I've won a pawn. And after queen takes d5, knight b6, I have a fork and I win the exchange. The problem with knight a4 isn't that it leaves the d5 point, but that it leaves the d6 point. It turns out actually that in the game, Gregory thought that I should have played knight a4. Let's look at why I didn't. After knight a4,
My bad for the
queen
repeat,
d6.
everybody.
His next move wants to be bishop g4 or bishop e4, pressuring my f3 point, exposing my h2 weakness. He wants to take on f3, take on h2, and try to get a mating attack. After queen d6, I have two choices. I can either play g3 or knight c5. g3 tries to stop all of his attack. He can't play bishop g4, bishop e4, or he can, but it doesn't make any difference now because he has no more exposure onto my h2 point. But then what he would do is simply say queen f6. He's caused me to weaken my game a little bit. My light squares are a little looser. And then he can play queen f6, go away, follow by rook f8.
A little looser?
He's made me compromise my position. In a positional game like this, all the little differences matter. If I play knight c5, b6, knight a4, my idea, of course, was to provoke the weakening move of b6. Now I'm pressuring that square. Bishop e4. Now my idea would be to play knight e5. Notice that I forced him to play b6, and now this point is a little weak. So after I give up the pawn, for example, after knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, after I deal with the problem on h2 by playing f4 with tempo, his queen will move, say to d6, and my next move will be knight takes b6. I win that pawn, and now black's in big trouble. So after knight e5, he can't take right away, but he can do something else. f6, attacking my knight with his pawn, forcing my knight to move away. If I play knight takes g6, what does black do? He plays queen takes h2 check, and I'm in big trouble. But of course this wasn't my idea. What I had in mind was f4, solidifying my knight's position there, a temporary piece sacrifice. Now notice if he doesn't take it, my knight can move. When he does take it, f takes e5, d takes e5, my central pawns are tremendously strong. If black tries to simply move his queen away somewhere, leaving them there, his game will fall apart quickly. Say queen d8, after knight takes b6, attacking his rook. Later what I can play is d6 check. My e and d pawns will steamroll him. Black will lose this game very quickly. So he would have to give back the piece quickly. After knight takes e5, f takes e5, queen takes e5, threatening mate on h2. And after g3, black to move. What is his bet?
Okay, so again, this is another different way to handle the same menus that we've done before, but now it's asking me to continue, and all the other times before this one, when you hit continue, he's done, and now you have to hit right. And I did, but that was wrong apparently.
In my analysis,
He's
the reason
talking
that I came to the
now.
conclusion that knight a4 wasn't, in fact, a good
Wasn't
move,
supposed to
because
hit
in this
right.
position, black has the move b5. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble. I'm going to win the b6 pawn. His bishop and queen are lined up with my
I don't
rook.
know
It's always
why
good
that
in the
did that,
abstract
but it
to have your
did.
rook lined up with the other guy's queen. His game is very loose. But after b5, things start to be different. He's undermining my game. And after bishop takes b5, otherwise it's a fork that'll lose a piece for me. Then my d5 pawn's going to hang. My center is going to get loose. I don't have that strong central bind anymore. And my king is going to start to get very, very airy. This position is not so good.
So
notice
did you
that was a very long,
move
complicated
my
variation.
knight?
It's very important to remember that when we're making slow moves, like rook ac1, rook fe1, gradually improving our position, it's not because there aren't complications that are possible. It's that the complications don't quite work out yet. So again, in this position, we just said that if knight a4, a move that I could play, but that forces things just a little bit, after that long, complicated variation, things are good for black. It's not right for me to allow things to happen that way. I can improve my game, though, make it happen in the best way possible. As I've discussed in many of my annotated games, In many positions, we don't just have to think, what do we want to do, but what is my opponent's plan? What does he want to do? And then we can make a move that at once improves our position and prevents what he wants to do. I played h3. Now again, this isn't the most exciting move. This isn't the most aggressive thing to do. But in chess, aggression only works when the position calls for it, and you have to get ready for that. You have to prepare your game for the explosion. After h3, now that
Prepare for
ball's
the
in black's court,
explosion.
what can he do?
Okay, so he didn't move the knight to where I said, to b5, to block his queen from dropping down and getting ready for that attack. And even if he moves his pawn down, he can't attack. Nothing can attack him where he's at, unless he moves his bishop back. But really, what was wrong with my move? Because I can't calculate all of that, but some hit continue, and nothing happened. Like all the other times except the last one. Unbelievable.
You can see that in all the variations, his possibility of playing either bishop e4 or bishop g4 is very helpful for him. I'm stopping the bishop g4 possibility. Right now my knight controls e4. I'm improving my game a little bit, but more than anything else, I'm asking him, what are you going to do? And now we see the title of the game, Cat and Mouse. In the introduction I gave you the image of a cat and a mouse. How when a cat stalks a mouse, it sits in complete stillness and waits for the mouse to move. And when that twitch comes, the cat just leaps on it, in the direction that the mouse has moved. And this is why they're such great hunters. You can feel a little of that in this little flurry. In this position, I had to figure out what to do. I wanted to move my knight, but instead I improved my position a little bit with h3, and it was black's turn to figure out what to do. Gregory played queen d6, improving his
You
game
could have
that
stopped
way.
that.
Now remembering that what we want to do is improve our knight's
You
position.
could have
This
stopped
c3 move
that
is very important.
with my
White
move.
to play. This one's
A
pretty
beginner
logical.
move.
Knight b5 with tempo.
With
We're improving our
okay,
position.
but now he did it.
Because of the
Okay,
tension, my
after
opponent allowed me
he
to
didn't
do it and gain some time
stop
to
the
move.
queen.
After knight b5, he chose to play queen d8. He could have also tried queen f6, which might be a slightly better position for the queen, but he would give up pressure on the d5 point. He wanted to win the pawn. So notice the last couple moves here. We were back in this position, trying to decide what to do.
So my move was right. Just
now what we have is this
one
position.
turn.
I gain 2 moves, and it's my move once more. This is what maintaining the tension does. If you can improve your position in the best way possible, your advantage will widen.
So I jumped the gun. It was a good move, but I could have moved my pawn first. The queen goes down, then you check him, and then the queen goes back, and now it's your move again. And now you just actually improved upon 2 pieces. Interesting. No subtitles, no continue, just hit right.
Now after queen d8 I have a new set of problems. My d5 pawn is hanging. My knight has come more active, but it's not defending the d5 point. Remember I said in this particular game, all my material advantage really meant was that I would get to choose how to give it back. If he plays knight takes d5 next, then he has a very strong blockade of my d4 point. His knight is onto my bishop on e3. Black's game is very good. If he wants to, he can bring his knight on g6 back to e7 to solidify his bind on the d5 square. I don't like this position. But now is a critical moment. I can force my opponent into a little more awkwardness. I played d6. I rammed the pawn down his throat. His bishop on b8 is very uncomfortable. He can't go to a7, of course. He has to take the pawn. But after bishop d6, I have a nice tension on his bishop, and I play d5, and my pieces come alive. Suddenly my dark square bishop is slicing both queenside and kingside. Now it's even material, but I have a dangerous passed pawn on d5, and I have tension on his bishop on d6. In other words, I can take it whenever I want, and he can't take my knight with his bishop at all. So that's a situation which is to my advantage. If you look, on the other hand, at a typical pin, where, for example, if my queen were back on d1, pawn on h2, if he had bishop g4, my knight is pinned to my queen, and now his bishop has tension on my knight. My knight can't move because he'll take my queen, but that doesn't really matter. The point is that he can make the decision, in all the tactics, whether or not to take my knight. Returning to the game, in all the variations he'll have to analyze, my opponent's going to have to take into account that I can simply take his bishop. That's very, very uncomfortable. And plus, in open games like this one, bishops tend to be a little better than knights. And of course, I can take his bishop, queen takes, and then quickly jump into the same score with my other knight, knight d4 to b5, attacking his queen, and then trying to play d6. He has to watch
He's
out.
gonna watch it for that, okay.
Because of all these things hanging in the
He's
air,
gonna think a lot.
my opponent played bishop e4.
Yep.
He tried to trade down some pieces. This is a very logical thing to do. When you have a positional disadvantage, when you're being spatially squeezed, when all of your pieces are tangled with one another, when you need more room to maneuver, a good way to relieve the tension on your position is to trade down. A couple trades and you'll have less pieces in this small amount of space.
Well, you're not...
So bishop e4 has 2 ideas. One is to simply be able to take bishop takes f3, which will mess up my pawn structure if g takes f3 and also alleviate some of the pressure on his spatial squeeze. But also he's threatening my d5 pawn. Do you see why? After a quick calculation, I'm sure you see that after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, I'm the one who's taken last. I have enough pieces defending. What's black's idea there?
Black's idea. Knight to e7.
He has the discovered attack, bishop h2 check. His queen opens up an attack on my queen, and after I take back, he takes on d5, and I've lost a queen, and I'm losing the game.
Oh, wow, okay, I didn't see that.
So bishop e4 at once threatens my knight on f3 and opens up a discovered attack on d5. I should note that his other option of relieving the tension on his bishop with bishop b8 wouldn't be so good. Why? Because here I continue to push forward, d6. And now you start to feel that black's game is in trouble. Both my bishops are slicing into his king side and queen side. My knight on b5 is ideally placed. My pawn on d6 stops all mobility of his dark square bishop and his queen. It's a dangerous pass pawn. Black's in trouble. This is why he chose to play bishop e4. Notice that his move is based on the idea of a discovery, of taking on d5 a lot of times and then having the discovered attack bishop h2 check. But also, after a move like bishop e4, your alarm bells as a chess player should go off. He's lined his bishop up with your rook. White to play. What do you do?
Move your rook to any square except b6. So now he's not going to talk? Okay, good. I'm waiting for me to hit continue and for him to talk this time before I hit continue on first.
Here white has two good options. One is much more complicated than the other. One principle in converting a positional advantage, although I've said that you don't want to trade down, is to make the material unbalanced. From that perspective, if I could trade my dark square for his light square bishop, it would be good for me. Now that might seem like a strange comment, but let's figure out why. Let's take them off. Now it looks like his bishop on d6 is very good, and my bishop on c4 is biting on my d5 pawn. But look a little further. If he plays bishop b8 in this type of game, then I can play d6, and suddenly his bishop is completely dead, and my bishop is completely alive. If he doesn't move that bishop, then I can take it whenever I want. And I can also make the maneuver knight d4 to b5 whenever I want. His queen would have to move, and then I can play d6. So when evaluating this position, you have to look at not only what the position is and what the structure is, but what it will inevitably become. In many chess positions, we can see that because of certain tactical or positional realities, certain events will definitely unfold. This is such a situation. So in this position, it might look like my bishop is bad and his bishop is good. Inevitably, this position will arise. And here I'm sure you can see that black's in big trouble. My knight cannot be dislodged. I have tremendous pressure on his e7 and c7 squares. I can even play knight c7 if I want to, if he ever challenges my e-file. If his rook moves off f8 to e8, his f7 pawn becomes very weak. Black's game is on the edge. So now that we see that after the trade of my dark square bishop for his light square bishop, I'll be able to take his bishop whenever I want with my knight, then repeat my other knight to b5 and play d6, and black will be in big trouble. We can see that I want to make that trade. How can I do that?
I do not see how you're going to make that trade.
Well, I'm sure you see that I have a discovered attack. I played bishop b6. Bishop g5 was also possible, but for very complicated reasons. Why is bishop g5 more complicated? Because after h takes g5, I can't play the immediate rook takes e4.
No.
What does black do now?
Check.
Here he has bishop f4. Skewer.
Oh.
My queen has to move and he takes on c1. I lose the exchange. I'm in trouble. And of course the reason that we would calculate bishop g5 is because after bishop b6, queen takes b6, his pawn structure remains the same and we make the trade. But after bishop g5, he's compromising his structure. H takes g5. The reason I can do it is because I can play here knight takes d6 first, the in-between move. Here he has lots of options. He can tactically try to make rook takes c4 work, he can play queen takes d6, simply take back, or he can play bishop takes f3. We have to look at them all quickly. If he tries to play rook takes c4, of course the idea being he wants to play bishop takes f3 next and he's getting out of the attack of my knight, then I can have a better game after b takes c4. Notice, of course, if he takes back my knight, then I simply take his bishop and I'm up the exchange and winning. Bishop takes f3. Knight takes b7, attacking his queen. He plays queen b6. And now I play the very strong queen e3. By doing this, I'm going to take back the bishop but not with the pawn. After g takes f3, my pawn structure is a wreck. So I play queen e3, and after queen takes b7, queen takes f3. So now he has two knights for a rook and a pawn, but truth be told, black's position is very bad, because my d5 and c4 pawns are tremendously strong. White is better here. If he tries to play bishop takes f3 right away, Then I play knight takes c8. Here he tries another in-between move, bishop to g2. Quick question. If here he plays queen takes c8, what would you do? Obviously, I want to take back the bishop on f3. But how would you do it?
Queen d3.
The immediate response might be g takes f3,
No.
but now I can run into trouble after queen takes h3, followed by knight f4, or knight h4, a big attack for black. But here I have the simple move bishop e2,
Okay.
opening up yet another undiscovered attack on his queen. My next move will be bishop takes f3,
Open up
and
another
off in exchange,
attack.
my pawn structure is fine. White is winning. So after knight takes c8, he has to try the in-between move bishop takes g2, and now I can play king takes g2 and my position will be very good, but he can throw a knight f4 check, which is a little dangerous. So my best move would be to play another in-between move, knight e7 check, and after knight takes e7, queen takes g5. Now I'm attacking two pieces, so I'm definitely going to get one of them back, and I haven't weakened my king. After bishop takes d5, queen takes e7, we can see that white's up in exchange for a pawn. Black's in trouble. So it's amazing how in calculating a position where we have the option of bishop g5 or bishop b6, and if we choose bishop g5, just to mess up his pawn structure a little bit, we have to analyze all these extra
Yeah, that's
variations.
too hard to
That's
do.
what chess is like. Gradual mounting tension, and then when things explode, they really explode. And what's very interesting is that for strong players, there's a constant awareness of all the complications which could
A
arise.
constant awareness
There's
of all
seeing
of
the
this?
position in its tranquility, and at the same time knowing that chaos is just around the corner, and that contributes to all the tension in the game. A weaker player can look at a position and think that it's completely calm. A stronger player can look at a position and see that at the moment things are quiet, but that they can explode into chaos any second. So in some ways, the more you see, the more tension you are aware of. And a counterforce to that is that the stronger you are, the more tension you are used to handling, the more you can
What
deal
if I don't have any tension?
Now, after bishop g5, we see that the other two tactics don't quite work, and if he plays simply queen takes d6, recapturing, then rook takes e4. Now his pawn on g5 is weak. He can still try this interesting idea of b5 to undermine my d5 point, but here I win a pawn. Bishop takes b5, rook takes c1, queen takes c1, queen takes d5. It looks like things have simplified, but here I have the very strong move queen c4, and strangely enough, I win the g5 pawn by force. If he plays queen d1 check, of course I can just play rook e1, go back with tempo and defend. And if he trades queen takes c4, bishop takes c4, his f7 pawn is pinned so it can't play up to f6. My next move will be knight takes g5. There's no way for black to defend the pawn, and I'll win it. So that was one possibility. I played the
too
other.
many possibilities.
Notice once again the theme of the cat and the mouse from the introduction. In the last position, his bishop was on f5. He himself played bishop e4, which opened up the possibility for me of trading off these two pieces. It was the pressure that made him twitch. It was the pressure that made him have to do something. Not because he was wrong psychologically so much, as his position was impossible to play without doing something. He had to make a move, and bishop e4 opened up a sea of possibilities for me. The same thing happened before with queen d6. So after bishop e4, I had two options again. One was to play bishop g5, like we just analyzed for a long time.
That.
The other was to play bishop b6. I played bishop b6. He took, and now I took back. Now there's a real plus side to this possibility as well. Remember the idea of tension. After bishop g5, after he took back, I was forced to immediately take his bishop. That's not necessary here. I can make the trade and maintain that tension, knowing that I can take the bishop when I want to if it stays there. Kaidanov is a very strong player, and of course he saw my idea, to play knight d4, to take his bishop, and when he takes back, to play knight b5, and when his queen moves, to play d6.
He saw that?
That's my plan.
Okay, he saw all of that.
He had a real sense of urgency here, and he played rook c5. That's a direct prophylactic move against my plan. Why?
Because he can probably attack any piece that he wants.
Well, his idea is, first of all, he's attacking my knight. If I play knight d4, then I'm giving up my queen's defense of the d5 point, and his knight can take it. If I play knight takes d6, then after queen takes d6, knight d4, his rook on c5 is now attacking the d5 point, and he can play knight takes d5. So he saw my plan and he simply stopped it. But think of the theme of, again, of cat and mouse, of using the opponent's energy against them. So he played rook c5, no problem, I simply go back, knight c3. I defend my pawn, so I respond to his idea, and I have an idea of my own, to play knight a4. His queen and rook are awkwardly placed, and my knight on c3 will force them to move. And now I have a new idea, to bring my other knight to b5, knight f3 to d4 to b5, and then I can make this trade.
What?
Knight takes d6, followed by knight to b5, and d6.
His knights seem to
So
be
I have a lot of pressure on his position,
set perfectly.
and being very flexible with the ideas.
Your knight seems to be in perfect places to do all of this. But when you ever see two pieces lined up together like that, especially a queen and something, definitely try to get your knight there to take on two of them and fork them. Again, I was trained this, and I was able to remember it now, but I never fork, pin, skewer in a chess game when I play.
After knight c3, my threat was the fork, so he went back to d8, once responding to my idea and maintaining an indirect attack on the d5 point. White's a move. What do you do now?
Are you not going to move your knight over to take on like you said you were going to do? He didn't do anything. Okay.
So remember, how we began this game was by improving our position with rook ac1 and then rook f to e1, gradual slow moves. As we've gone on in this discussion, I've shown you that all of the quiet moves were based on very long tactical justifications. Now we have this position. It's time for the quiet move. White to play. What do you do?
He literally just asked me this twice.
You can see that my rooks are much better than his. My rooks are both doing things. His rook on c5 is doing something, but his other rook on f8 is doing nothing. If he could have the chance, he would play rook e8. Remember, the idea, first of all, is that when you have a spatial disadvantage, when you're being cramped, you want to trade material. Also, my rook on e4 was very strong. His rook on f8 was doing nothing. All those considerations combined for me to play simply rook c to e1, preventing rook e8, doubling up on the e-file, preparing the assault. Here he played queen d7. He needs to bring his last piece into the game. After queen d7, he can play either rook d8 or rook c8 next, doing something with that rook. Now, what was our idea? Bring the other knight into the game. Knight d4. Now, if his plan had been to play rook f to c8, then my last move sort of discouraged it, because his rook on c5 is going to be very dangerous. If I play, for example, knight d to b5, at one point, when I hold that b5 point again after knight a4, his rook on c5 will be trapped. He was wary of that. His rook on c5 can never really help to take this d5 point now, because since I've shown that my f3 knight is what's coming to b5, my knight on c3 isn't moving, d5 is solid as a rock. He played rook c to c8, got it out of the way. Now his plan is to play rook f to e8 again. He wants to trade off the rooks in the e-file. He's trying to relieve the pressure on his game. So if his idea is to play rook f to e8, and you know what our plan with white is, maintain the tension, improve your game with white, and stop his idea. What do you do?
Knight to... Actually, any of your knights can go there. And your knight can't go there. Anyway, just put your knight where you said you were going to go. And now he's not talking anymore after you continue. After that one.
Knight d to b5,
Yeah.
as planned. Do you see why he can't play rook e8?
But see why he can't. Because after he goes and you actually and you take it, and then he takes the rook and then you take the rook, and then his queen goes, then you move your knight to his bishop, and then his queen's got to move again, and then you can do something else. That's my guess. Since
Now his queen is overloaded. If rook f to e8, I simply take everything. Rook takes e8,
Yep.
rook takes e8,
Okay.
rook takes
Everything
e8,
I said
queen
so
takes
far,
e8,
then
and now the bishop is no longer
take
defended.
him.
Knight takes
Exactly.
d6,
I actually said
so I
that.
improved my game
Wow.
and stopped all of his ideas.
Honor bear.
And now we reached a position where black simply had nothing to do. He didn't know what to do. If he moves his rook on f8, say to d8, then I can just play knight takes d6, and after everything happens, queen takes d6, knight b5,
I was right.
and the queen moves again, and I play d6, his rook on d8 wishes now that it was back on f8 because my bishop is pressuring that f7 point. He'll have to go back to f8, so that doesn't help his position at all. I stopped his idea of rook to e8, so now I try to go back to his last plan, rook to c5. You can see how noticing every little subtlety of your opponent's play and stopping them from doing what they want to do can allow you to improve your position and force him to just go back and forth,
Crazy.
back and forth. Really take a moment and think. White to
Okay.
move. What do
I'm
you
going to
do?
be able to start talking again. Honor Bear, welcome to the live stream, by the way. I try not to talk over things when people are either A, telling you something, or B, it's a cutscene. And the cutscene is probably helping you figure out the world of the game or whatever it's doing. But yeah, I'm actually trying to learn how to play chess. So me talking over him is also a bad idea because then I won't learn a thing. But welcome. If you're curious, this is the Chessmaster game on the original Xbox. where the dude is talking to me and teaching me how to play chess instead of just reading a whole bunch of stuff or reading a book, which I would never learn by reading a book. Uh, Having Josh Waitzkin actually talk me through this. You're here to learn? Okay, well, we're on episode 4 right now. So you missed episode 1, 2, and 3. And if you're totally here to learn from the beginning, then episode 1 is the beginning, episode 2 is the intermediate course, and episode 3 is the end game stuff. And now I'm finishing off more of the end game stuff. And Josh is walking you through all of his ideas on what he did and how he did it, and showing you the game, walking you through, showing you possibilities, and like just everything. He's teaching you everything, and we'll see. Because I've played a chess game pretty much at the end of each episode, or at least on starting at the second episode. And don't watch the second episode. At the ending, I mean, don't watch the ending of second episode. So when you see me start to play chess, just skip it, please, and move on to episode 3 for no reason whatsoever. Just skip and then go on to episode 3, please. You'll do me a huge favor. and then just go back here. But yeah, like I've gone through all of the tutorials from beginning to end, and we're at this point where it's really complicated. I'm pretty sure if you don't know what anything about chess, like me, then it'd be really complicated. But at least I got a foothold on what he's talking about, because we're talking about cat and mouse right now in this chess game. Is he gonna talk? Because the menu in this game changes all the time, so I kind of already messed up the menu like 3 times.
What did you come up
Oh,
with?
I didn't do anything.
What is the theme of this game? Maintaining the tension. Forcing your opponent to twitch. Only firing when the shot is clear. Here you may have had the instinct. Okay, fine. Now we finally reached the moment to do what we
Don't
want to
even
do,
worry
which is
about it,
true.
Honor.
You could play knight takes d6, queen takes d6, and knight b5.
Don't do it.
Force the queen to move, play d6. It's very good for white. But you have better. Black has shown that he can't do anything, that he's just going back and forth. Take a moment, see how you can improve your position just a little bit more.
Move your F pawn all the ways up. No, you don't. Don't do that. G pawn to G3.
Here I maintained all the tension in the position. I left all of my tactics hanging in the air, and I expanded on the king side a little bit. H4.
Okay, or that.
A very strong move.
But
All my plans have been
now
focused
his
on the
knight can
queen
take
side,
it,
but now the
and you
point
can't
is
do
his knight on
anything.
G6 is going to get kicked back. If I play H5 and he goes back to
Why
E7,
wouldn't he take your
then I'll win a
piece?
Because knight takes D6, queen takes D6, removing the defender, followed by rook takes E7, and I win. If he doesn't move anything and I play H5 next, his knight's going to have to go back to
But he
H8,
should take your
which is
piece
just
right
a
away.
horrific square. It's like he's down a piece. So H4 increases the pressure and forces him to deal with another issue. Throw one more ball into the juggler's chaos. He played rook D8. Remember, this is sort of what we want. The F7 square will be very weak later. Now white to play. What do you do?
You might just keep undermining him, because that's what he taught me. Undermine those weak pieces. Nothing happened? Okay, so now I get preview next now.
Now this is a very interesting psychological moment for a different reason. I've been describing the idea of maintain the tension, maintain the tension, maintain the tension. But there's an inherent danger in getting caught up in the psychology of maintaining the tension, which is that when the moment comes to make the decisive thrust, we might be so caught up in gradual improvement that we miss the blow. And here, that's just what happened. We were edging time control. My opponent was in a little more time pressure than I was. And I knew that psychologically it's very, very, very hard to hold all the balls in the air when you're being pressured in the way that Gregory was being pressured. So I missed the opportunity to win material by force here. You see what it is?
No, not at all.
Here I could have played knight takes d6, queen takes d6. Whenever you see a queen and a rook lined up like this, diagonally apart right next to each other, always know that there's a fork in the air. If my knight were where his rook is, I'd win the exchange. So now I could force that. Rook e8 check, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, king h7. And now after knight e4, I threaten queen and rook.
Okay.
True, he can attack my rook, but after knight takes c5, queen takes e8, here I can play knight takes b7. And white is completely winning. So not only do I win the one pawn, but I win the other pawn on a5.
Oh, wow.
Next I'll play d6. Black's in big
Okay,
trouble.
but you missed that. He missed this.
So inherent in the idea of maintaining the tension is the idea of presence. Be present in the moment. If you have a chance to make a decisive thrust, you have to catch that moment. Here I was very caught up in the idea of gradually mounting the pressure, and I missed this decisive idea. But my position is still tremendous, and I can increase the pressure like I did. h5.
That's what I said.
He goes back to f8. We know that knight e7 is bad because I take on d6 and then take on e7. And after knight f8, I continued with queen e2, taking complete control of the e-file, being prepared to take on d6 whenever I want. If his bishop moves now, then rook e7 will be completely
Yeah,
disrupted.
that's what
And
he's
now I'm
going
preparing
through.
a king-side assault.
He's going through all
He
of
played
it.
queen f5, inherent in the idea of the cat and the mouse using the opponent's twitch against him, is noticing all the little changes in the position as they occur. Now here I used his queen being up on the square like f5 against him. What would you do with white?
Pawn g4. Okay, so Honor Bear, are you here to learn more? Because you said you're horrible at chess, but so am I, actually. But you do know how, and you can play and win games against AI, or what? Because a few people showed up at like episode 1, was like, "What's your rating?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like your chess rating. And I'm like, I have no rating. I'm learning how to play chess right now, so my rating is 0 until I start playing. And then they're like, oh, okay. And then they started like using crazy terms, and I'm like, what are you talking about? What are these? What are all these words you're using? And and eventually they're like, yeah, okay, you really are a new player. Like, yeah, my title says that. Episode 1, I was like, I'm learning and I'm new. But yeah, you're horrible, but you have the general idea. Okay, so you were just like me, episode 1. I knew where to put pieces on the board if I had to put them myself, and I knew how they moved and how they attacked and whatnot. And I even played a few chess games and other video games like Harry Potter and stuff. And I was able to win the games because usually AIs are pretty easy on other video games when there's chess involved. But I'm like, I wanted to get better, so hence this little chess series I'm doing right now. And I feel like I have gotten better because of this last episode after I watched the end game, and then I started moving, and then I started winning, and I'm like, what's going on? How come I'm winning all of a sudden against the guy who defeated me last episode? So yeah, like it's kind of working, but we'll see. We'll actually see what's going on with after I'm done all of this.
Now the moment has come. I played knight takes d6, rook takes d6, and here I utilized the fact that he's left the back rank completely behind, and I played rook e8. Notice that here again I had a similar idea to the one that I described
Rook
before
e8.
with the
That's
fork.
mean.
I could have played rook e5, forcing his queen to move, and after queen c2, knight e4, forking the two rooks. Then he can play queen takes e2, rook takes e2, rook c takes d5. Then after knight takes d6, rook takes d6, rook e7. I'm up in exchange and pressuring his f7 point. Obviously my game is winning. This would have been very
all
strong,
of that
but what I did was very
could have
effective as well.
happened if he would have moved it
After
there.
rook e8, he has big back rank problems. Of course, my threat is queen e7, attacking f8, winning the game.
Winning the game.
He had to play rook c8, and now I went after the queen. Rook e5. He played queen f4. Notice that his queen is running out of squares. g3. His queen only has one square now, f6.
Okay.
His queen is in the center, but for all sorts of tactical reasons, he has nothing else. For example, if queen d4, then knight b5 wins the exchange,
Okay.
so it runs into a fork.
A fork.
After queen f6, I went back to the old plan, knight b5, rook d7,
The old plan.
d6.
The old plan that he
Black
had.
is in huge trouble. Position is getting squashed. Now he tried to dislodge my rook. Knight
The
c6.
old plan
Play
that he
slowly.
had.
No problem. Rook e4. Now my plan is to play rook f4. Go after the f7.
Are you mad?
Here he played rook
The
c8,
old-
adding a little pressure to the d6 point, hoping to sacrifice that exchange somehow and alleviate some of the pressure. Rook f4. Attack.
Please, please.
F7. Queen g5. Now what do you do?
Please no. I mean, I've been cracking up laughing since episode 2, dude. Like the things he says is absolutely like I'm not expecting on a chess game. But my chess history includes playing my chess club brother-in-law 5 times. Lost the first 4 games, but won the 5th, and he didn't want to play anymore. Oh wow. Okay, wow. Well, shame on him for winning 4 and lost 1 and then never wanted to play anymore. That's just crazy. Either way, don't worry about him. But this game, the undermining, you see that weakness, you annihilate that weakness. There is so much good content in this. Just what he says all the time. Go back to the old plan of his and just undermine everything. Anyway, I love this. It's just I'm having more. This is more funny than other funny games. So you're still going after. Just teach me.
We have to flow with every little change of the position.
You flow.
My pawn on d6 is very strong. My knight on b5 holds it. You might think of my knight on b5 as something which should not and cannot move, but black has other problems. His queen on g5 is almost trapped. I played knight c3. Black's position is right on the edge of falling apart. If he plays rook takes d6, I play knight e4, win the exchange.
Okay, so you
Notice
see
the
that.
force, but if he doesn't
You
play
see
rook
that.
takes d6, then knight e4 is going to be very strong. His queen will only have the e5 square. Here he tried to figure out a way to give his queen a little more breathing room. Queen c5. Now I played knight e4. Notice my knight was once defending the pawn from b5, now from e4, which is very strong centrally and also eyeing the king side. He played queen b4. White to move, what do you do?
Panic, because now the queen is there, really well defended. Or drive, the chase begins, the cat and mouse. This is totally cat and mouse, but like I'm just like, dude, I have no idea what your plan is. I barely am keeping up with what you've already shown me, because your moves are just so complicated. You would move your knight there on like d3, because if he, oh, not d3, wherever it was, e3, because if he attacks, then he can. No, is where his knight is e4. Because if he attacks your pawn, you can split his, you can fork his queen and rook. Like, what? And that's only if he takes. What madness is this? Just improve upon yourself by teaching me, sensei.
Now I wanted to attack. I was ready to aim for the king
You're
side.
attacking.
Once again, I want you to feel the theme of letting your opponent's reaction to the tension be decisive in your decision as to how to convert your advantage. His queen was on the king side. Now it's on the queen side. Our knight was on the queen side. Now it's on the king side. Still we have the pawn on d6. Still all of his pieces are locked down. Now it's time to attack. But how do you attack?
Bishop right
Remember,
in.
we know we don't just run
Right
forward.
on up. Bishop.
You might think that you want to win black's queen with knight f6 check.
No.
G takes f6, bishop takes f7 check. 2 discoveries to win the queen. It's true you can win the queen, but at too big an expense.
Yeah, no.
After he
This
takes
bishop
back the bishop, after rook takes queen,
right away.
and then black takes back with the knight, say, you've given up 2 pieces and a rook for a queen. That means that black will be up material. Definitely not what we want to do. Just take a moment for white.
Oh, that
again.
rook is
What would you
too far and away. Move a pawn right on up. Start smothering him.
I prepared the attack with a quiet move. Queen e3.
Oh, the queen.
So if it were white's move again, do you see what my idea was?
No. The queen's gonna either try to move behind the pawn and then get underneath there and then go underneath your bishop and you're in trouble. Or underneath your pawn, actually. No, who knows? Who knows what he's about to do?
My threat is knight f6 check.
Okay.
Not to win the queen, but to mate him. Of course, if his king moves, I simply take the rook. And after g takes f6, my plan is rook g4 check.
Okay.
If his king moves to h8, queen takes h6
Checkmate.
check.
Wow, okay.
And after knight
Did
h7,
you see
queen
that?
d7 will be mate. If his king goes to h7,
You can see a checkmate there?
then I play bishop d3 check. Now, of course, if king back to h8, I take the queen. Notice if I opened up my rook's attack on his queen.
Dude.
His only move is knight g6, after which I can take
Calm
back.
down.
Then I can take back again, then I can take his queen.
Calm.
I can mate him, everything falls apart.
Calm down.
And if after rook g4 check, he plays knight g6, what do you do with white?
Yeah. Listen, I have, dude. You showed me 8 different things all in one shot, and they were already mind blowing. So how am I supposed to keep up with what you just said? Queen to h6, attack the knight.
Mate in 2. I don't take back with the pawn, but I utilize the pin. Take back with the rook.
Another check.
The f7 pawn can't take my rook because of the pin to the king.
Oh, okay, he can't move.
And if after either king f8, king h8, or king h7, queen takes h6.
It's already checkmate is again.
So after queen e3, I'm prepared for knight f6 check. He stopped it. King h8.
He saw that.
Here we feel once more the power of
The
potential.
dude saw all of
My
that.
attack never actually happened. It was on the edge of happening, and he had to stop it. And I used his concessions to pick off pawns to win the game.
I mean, if I ever played against Josh, I'm gonna get annihilated because he would have just moved the piece, and I went, "Oh, that's interesting," and I just would have left it go, and he would have checkmated me in 3 moves. Are you kidding me? And that dude just saw it and moved out of the way.
After king h8 is defended against the mating attack, but he's given up defense of the f7 pawn. I simply take it. Bishop takes f7.
You just take it.
Now I've opened up my knight to a discovery against his queen.
You just take it.
What is he going to do?
He's gonna defend himself, but
He got out of the way. Queen b5. Now here I brought my bishop back. Bishop c4. I also had the very unusual idea of knight c3, attacking his queen, and when his queen moves to g5, white to move. Try to find my
okay.
idea.
Your idea, if he were to move there, the queen can go. Queen can't go there. The queen could only go there. So move your queen up to e4, and then he's completely blocked off. Yes, queen to e4, and he can't move. No, yes he can. He can take your pawn. Never, that didn't. No, he can't. Queen to e4.
Here I would have the painfully unusual bishop to e8, at once attacking his rook on
What?
d7 and blocking his other rook's defense of the f8
Oh.
square. So after rook takes d6, rook takes f8, we'll win a piece.
I was assuming
After
you'd
I played bishop
block up his
c4,
queen.
He played queen e5. Now white to move. What do you do?
Okay, my move was absolutely wrong because I'm an amateur, so I'm also stopped trying to do this.
Now it's time for me to win the exchange. Knight c5. Again utilizing the ideas of forks. I'm attacking his rook on d7 and opening up our queens to one another. If he plays queen takes e3, then after f takes e3, rook takes d6, I simply play knight takes b7, forking his two rooks. I'll take one. I'll be up not only the exchange, but an exchange and a pawn, completely winning. Black can resign. After knight c5, he played queen takes d6. I took the exchange, knight takes d7, queen takes d7. Now we all know what to do when
Wow,
ahead.
yeah.
We trade material, or prepare to trade
Yeah.
material, and keep the bind. Rook e4, preparing rook e8. He'll have no way to defend the f8 knight. His position is completely bound down, he's down in exchange. And now the game ends on an appropriate note. Black has too much pressure on his position one last time. He has to play knight d4, desperately trying to do something. And now I played a tactic which took advantage of his last move. What did I do?
Some evil, underhanded, or backhanded move to the dude's face. Because clearly, I have no idea. This guy is clearly a very good player.
The cat jumping on the mouse one last time. Rook takes d4. Queen takes d4. Queen takes d4. Rook takes d4. And now after rook e8, he can't defend the knight. I win a piece, and he resigned.
He can't go down and,
So when you think
and
about this
check
game,
you.
Remember the tension on the board and in the players' minds. Every time
Check,
that Gregory
move
did
out of the
something,
way.
I found the flaw in that last move and took a little advantage of it. And step by step, very, very
Oh, you
gradually,
can't move out of
my
the way.
position got better and better and better. And the stakes got higher and higher. So in the beginning, I was simply improving a little bit, gaining a little time, playing a move like knight b5, playing a move like giving up my pawn and playing d5, slowly increasing my space. But after a while, at the very end, the way I took advantage of his mistakes was by winning material. And this is how chess works. This is technique at the high level. Notice every little twitch of your opponent. and take
Every
advantage.
little twitch? Dude, no one can think that way. No human can think that way. Alright, it's over. No human can possibly calculate all that. Okay, so there's like way more cat and mouse. And then there's like down, like all of this stuff is what he done in games, and he's gonna talk us through it. But we've already gone through all of this, and I'm not too sure if I want to go through anymore because that is just he's asking me questions on where I would move, and clearly I have no idea where to move pieces because I need to learn how to play the game first. So I'm gonna say we're finished Josh's academy. Josh Waitskin, you're just way too good for me to even try to pretend to guess what one piece you want to move. There's no way I can know that. So we still got Larry's games? Or man versus machine? Did he go against the thing? Or is the Chessmaster also another one? Because yeah, Honor Bear, if you do have an Xbox and you could get this Chessmaster game, it's like almost completely worth it if you want to start from the beginning again and work your way back up. Because you can just go to setup position, set up the chess game exactly how you want by hitting X, puts the game for you, hit play. Go to your game, I'm thinking. No, settings. Go to your settings. And then just game setup, player list, change your AI. And then take on the monkey. There's no way you should be able to lose against a monkey, unless you run out of time, but we won't go there. And just keep moving, working your way up. After you've gone through all the tutorials, and every single AI, this is all AI, based upon real people, I think. they all have their own strengths and weaknesses, but some of these are actual real people, because we know for a fact. Is he that far down? Is he that when Josh Waitskin was 6 years old, he was a rating of 1,200. So you can challenge. Well, eventually, once you get good enough, you may be able to challenge Josh at Monkey in Law, same thing. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, like you could, like get to the point where you just like challenge real people too, because this is what kind of how he would have played when he was 6 years old. He moves, brings out his queen early and stuff, and the AI will do a pretty decent job. I'm gonna think. Age 7. Yeah, yeah, he was he was pretty good. Apparently, he's the one teaching me now, and he's clearly older. But yeah, that's Josh who was in this game, and all the other Grandmasters are here as well. I was told, and so I checked out. But all the there's you if you're really big into chess, you'll probably know these people. But Josh Waitskin is the real Josh Waitskin is down here. There you are, Waitskin, right there. Like that's him. He is a Grandmaster at this point. But you can also challenge, the Chessmaster himself, which you should not do. But yeah. Oh, did I when I changed my players? Okay, I'm still on Manny because Manny's the one who defeated me with that smug face of his, and I beat him last episode, so maybe I can move up a little bit. But you can totally like change all the things, change your board. Last episode I played with the fantasy board and a magical board, so like all the characters were moving and attacking. It was quite funny, quite nice. But yeah, this game's got a lot going for it for an old game that you can probably pick up for literally nothing. It's an old chess game, so it's probably go to any old fashioned store who sells games, and you can probably pick it up for nothing. Like maybe who knows what you could really pick it up for. I'm thinking not a whole lot. But this game's got a whole lot, and you can also play it properly. But this gives you a chance to turn on the blunder effect and take back moves if you just want to learn. You don't like Manny? Well, he defeated me once because I had no idea what I was doing. Then the second time when I learned a little bit, I was actually able to beat him. But yeah, like this has a lot of things to teach you how to play, and I really like it a lot. So, but enough of that. This doesn't count as a loss, thank goodness. You can just do the board thing whenever you want, and it doesn't mess with your stats. Because I actually won my first game against a really strong opponent somehow. I just played against her. It was just a random thing, and I won. And I'm like, cool. But that was just a random chance. Because when I tried it again, and I challenged somebody weaker. I completely lost. So who knows about that? But yeah. Either way, let's go back to the Chess Academy and continue on. I might as well go until the end of the episode, and then I can. So I'm gonna try Larry first to see what he's got. If he talks me through stuff, then great. And if he doesn't, then I'll go to the chess things. I saw in your bio that you like RPGs. Do you have a favorite? I really don't have a favorite. But a quick look on my YouTube channel will make you go, "Oh, you definitely like Final Fantasy because you have RPGs, but your Final Fantasy goes a different playlist than all the others." But really, I liked Final Fantasy only because that's the only RPG I knew before I became a live streamer, and like a few other ones. But I mean, like I'm talking about my knowledge of video games was so small and so I don't know shallow. And then when I became a live streamer and people were telling me about all these games and then I started playing them, I just realized that there was more out there than Final Fantasy. So yes, Final Fantasy is a huge part in my life, and I really love those games, and I still do. There was just so many more great games out there, and I've played so many at this point that there's no way to pick down a favorite. I absolutely love video games, and I love when people show up and tell me that they love video games. I have a hard time with turn-based RPGs, so like Final Fantasy Tactics, you mean? Because I played that one and I kind of went through it. I don't think I'm an amazing gamer, but I went through Final Fantasy Tactics and it wasn't so bad. But if you mean like real-time strategy, then I probably would lose as well because because I'll go chase a butterfly in the middle of a war because I'd rather just go find out where that goes and open up a treasure chest, and then I look around and my entire army's taken out because I was supposed to not do that. But yeah, like I mean, I've played a little bit of everything at this point. There's still a few things I haven't. I haven't quite done, and I was trying to get like a an awesome multiple choice kind of game that with multiple endings. And I tried to play Detroit Become Human, but that game is just absolutely too high age rated for me and my channel, so I had to stop on episode one. Too bad, because the game had so much going for it, but I don't play really high age rated games, especially one with so many swear words into it. I checked out at the 2 hour mark. So yeah, like I don't know, just I'm trying to play a little bit of everything. My channel has it almost. I have idle games. I have a Yu-Gi-Oh board game. I have so much going for my channel, and now I'm playing chess of all things that I've done on my channel. But yeah, I love RPGs, dude. Just anything. It was a Bernie RPG, a Sailor Moon RPG, which I know there is because I mentioned that before. I know I like it. I like RPGs. I like leveling up and getting stronger and defeating things. But yeah, I cannot narrow it down. There's no way. I just like I even enjoy Pharmacy One. I can play that right now. I could quit this game and play Pharmacy One, and I will enjoy it just as much as if I were to play Pharmacy 15 or any other RPG game that you love. So my question to you is, what games or RPG games or anything that you like? Because hopefully I've played it, and most likely I'm going to like it. There's a few RPGs that just didn't quite. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I didn't like it as much as other ones, like Tales of. But I only played one Tales of game. That's kind of not fair to the rest of the series. And same thing with Persona. I played Persona 1 and 4 or 4. I think I played 4 then 1, which is like kind of backwards. I played like a nice new one and then another one. Now there's nothing wrong with the game, but the people that came with that game who showed up and were really toxic, that kind of ruined the game for me. And now when I think of Persona, I think of them when they showed up. So it's not the game's fault. It's just what brought it upon. So it's all different experiences for me. But for you, I'm curious. I'll continue to play this game and see what's happening. A word from Larry. And all right, let's see what Larry's got. Are you gonna talk? Or are you gonna
Every aspiring chess player should be acquainted with the following sample of classic chess
Dark Souls?
rules. The main theme in these brilliancies is the art of attack. All of the games feature liberal doses of sacrifices and combinations, the chess artist's main tools of his trade. As a youngster, I would play over these games
He's
and
very
others
quiet.
carefully, trying to understand the secrets and methods of the successful attackers. It soon became apparent that the loser had usually violated at least one basic principle to create the conditions for a successful attack. The attacker, when presented with his opportunity, had to be ruthless in executing his attack and spared neither material or made the least pause in his pressure to win the game.
When I turned up the volume, was that a little bit better? So Dark Souls. Now you're talking because that's action RPG. I already I'm working on Dark Souls 3. But you play Dark Souls 1 a lot. That's awesome because I played and finished Demon Souls, the one before Dark Souls 1, and I finished Dark Souls 1 and 2. And I played Bloodborne because I'm enjoying Bloodborne a little bit more than the Dark Souls series. A little bit too much, like 2 or 3 times actually. Because I think the first one was I had a few capturing problems, and then I was like, let's do it again. And then I kind of like finished it like really quickly, and I'm like, no, I could do better. And then I played it again, and I did everything, and I kind of enjoyed it. But Dark Souls, a very good choice, because that is definitely something challenging and hard. Because after Dark Souls, I played Neo, and if you haven't given Neo a chance, I say give Neo a chance as well. And I just finished that very recently. It's like very new on my list. But I got it all nice and pretty too, so we won't have to try to siphon through 1,000 episodes. Just click on PlayStation 4 and then Neo. You love how fast paced they made Bloodborne compared to the Souls series. Yes, so do I wasn't a fan of just. I was told that all you need to do is go heavy armor, put on a shield, hold up block, and then you'll win. And I'm like, really? So if you ever get a chance to watch my Dark Souls series, you'll realize I went a different route. I did not go warrior. I gave myself a little bit of a challenge, and then after a while, but the challenge comes less and less the later in the game you get. And I enjoyed that. But I kind of went that route with all of the Dark Souls and even Demon Souls. I went that route because I didn't want to become a warrior running around the shield. It didn't seem too fun for me, so I played differently than other people. hopefully you enjoy that if you want to ever watch an episode, or if you like dress up, Fashion Souls. Just watch my last episode. I usually always do a dress up on the end of all those games. Uh, just if you love that too. But yeah, I like Bloodborne. Bloodborne, there's no blocking, just go. And if you get hit, then try to get your health back by dodging and healing, or just going right in after them and attack. I just like Bloodborne more. It's just more towards my style. Sounds like you like. Sounds like you like iframes. Uh, is that the movement in between frames to something? Are you going like fancy over powerful? Cause I just play games. I didn't bring up my agility so I get the best roll slash whatchamacallit, if that's what you're talking about. I never worried about that. Uh, like ever. Either way, am I done?
My first choice in this anthology of
I'm
attacking
not.
games is the following brilliancy between the American genius Paul Morphy and the tenacious English player Henry Bird. Morphy's name became associated with dazzling sacrifices and fierce attacks as a result of wins like this one. I should mention that this game has sparked some controversy down through the years. Some have argued that Morphy jeopardized a winning position by playing to the gallery with his sacrifices. There is some truth to this argument. I was once in a nearly identical situation to Morphy's in a game played back in Buenos Aires, 1975. I was winning easily,
19.
had an extra pawn and a better position, much like Morphy stood versus Bird, but I could not resist that temptation to play a combination featuring a rook and queen sacrifice. The same quantity of material Morphy sacrificed against Bird. Basically, I could not resist being a show-off. There was another similarity to the Morphy game. My combination had a small flaw in it. With correct defense, my opponent could have drawn. I would have felt pretty stupid to have turned an easily winning game to a draw with an unnecessary combination. Luckily for me, my opponent defended like Mr. Bird, and I went on to win. Well, I guess the moral to this is don't play to the crowd. Well, maybe once in a while. I shouldn't be too hard on myself. It's almost irresistible to avoid a queen and rook sacrifice if you have the opportunity. Okay, let's get to the action.
He said 1975. And his voice is really low. I don't think I could turn up my TV any louder, but I turned up everything on my end, and hopefully it's nice and loud on your end. I can't hear it, but hopefully it's nice and loud on your end. By the way, Honor Bear, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Heaven's Army. I hope you enjoy this clean-minded and clean-worded, family-friendly channel. And I play games a whole lot differently than other people. So, if you haven't noticed, you're probably the only one here watching me. I don't think the rest of the world is very keen on somebody like me. That, or I just can't seem to be found. It's one of the two. Uh, but I guess all I could say is just, if you're hanging around, keep watching me to see if I really am all that I said that I am. I got 4 years of content to prove or disprove whatever I am, but I like to think that I'm clean, family friendly, and doing the things that I do, whatever that may be. Usually breaking video games, but not on purpose. All right, Larry. So is Larry just gonna be watching other people's games? Every gamer doesn't need to scream and sound like and yeah, indeed, indeed. Now, mind you, I could probably get loud in a game if the game requires it, but I will never be swearing, and I don't think I'll actually be screeching. I don't know if I've ever screeched into my mic. I don't think I did. I got jump scared and went but with a little bit more emphasis on that. But but really, like, I don't think I scream. I don't know. I'm pretty calm. I played some scary games and I'm pretty calm. Just because I know I get more jump scares in Minecraft because I'm not prepared for a jump scare. You know what I mean? So either way, I mean, I got so much content to watch. You can watch me, well, technically for over 4 years, but I got a lot of content if you like that. You said yes. Don't tell me you get jump scared by Minecraft too, but those creepy creepers. Anyway.
Paul Morphy, 1837
1830.
born into a prominent New Orleans family, is universally considered to be one of the greatest players
18
of all
what?
time. He was totally dominant during his very brief chess career, and he was a master of all phases.
This is
of the
hundreds
game.
of years ago.
Morphy is remembered mostly for his brilliant attacking
Skyrim?
games, but he was also a fine strategist and regularly outplayed his opponents with subtle positional
Skyrim.
play, not just with his phenomenal tactical mastery. He's one of the earliest chess prodigies and was defeating masters by the age of 10. After graduating from law school at age 17, Morphy dominated the field in the 1857 American Chess Congress held in New York City. Morphy then took Europe by storm, defeating all the top European players in match play during his extended visit to Europe during the years 1858 to 59.
Oh, good.
E4.
He's going.
E5.
Skyrim sets you
Knight
up for
F3.
those. You can walk into a
D6.
room with a treasure chest,
D4.
and then if you walk to the treasure
F5.
chest and open it, a spider
Paul Morphy
will
was not
drop in
above
behind
playing
you.
risky, if not downright bad openings at times, and this dubious advance should lead to trouble against correct play. The problem with F5 is that it neglects development and weakens the king side.
Neglects weakness. Is he okay? So he just started playing and then he started chatting again. This is way different. It's crazy how long chess has been around. I think chess is the oldest game around ever, and one of the first books ever written was chess. Is that a fact that I've read somewheres like hundreds and hundreds of years ago? Or no? Because I think chess is been around. Oh wait, no. I think the fact is that there's more books written about chess than any other thing. Chess is the only thing that's gotten the most books written about it. On how to play, on anything about chess. Chess has taken the thing. I think. I don't fact check me though. I'm just trying to remember what I heard, and it could have been any time ago. So yeah, I heard chess has something with something. There you go. That's what I'm truly saying. Chess is something with something. So yeah, but either way, like I said, Skyrim totally has it. Hopefully you find my nice Skyrim forever stuck glitch. That's fun to do. It's kind of easy to pull off. Anyone can do it, but just save before you do it, because you will be forever stuck. But yeah, Lydia was always the one causing me grief in that game. She always disappeared when I needed her, or go and kill things that I didn't need killed. It's always Lydia's fault. Alright, can we continue on with Paul Morphy? 18-something game? Nobody was alive when this just happened right now. Nobody born right now was alive when this game played.
Knight C3.
Another good way to meet this line is bishop c4, e captures d4, knight g5, attacking f7, knight h6, defending the threat, and then castles.
But he didn't do that. Paul Morphy.
Another way to do it would be d captures e5, f captures e4, knight g5, attacking that pawn on e4, d5, and then e6.
That's a good move too. So he's going to teach you how to attack. This guy's all about attacking. Okay.
Mr. Bird's continuation is perfectly good too, and should lead to a clear advantage for white.
Oh, and now we gotta hit continue. This is a different game again.
F captures e4. This move is also risky. Morphy should have played e captures d4, but I think white also gets an edge with queen captures d4, knight c6, and then bishop b5, pinning that
that's
knight
a bad move.
and maintaining the queen's centralized position.
Bad move. Don't do that. Okay, so what really happened? Because you keep showing me like things, and I have no idea if that's how it was played or if you're just giving me an idea.
Knight takes
He
E4.
did, that's what he did.
D5. Knight G3.
He moved his knight out of the way. Why would he?
Knight captures e5 looks tempting, but black looks okay after d captures e4, queen h5 check, g6, knight captures g6, h captures g6, and now white has two choices.
Dude,
let's say he
go
grabs
for the rook.
Queen captures
then go
h8.
for the
Black answers with bishop e6.
Oh, okay,
covering
yeah, I
his
would have
knight
went
on
over that.
g8 and developing. He should be okay. Let's say white tries queen captures g6 check instead. That looks more dangerous. Black then reacts with king
Why
d7.
would he move
White checks again, queen
that
f5
piece?
check, king back to e8, And now if white wants to
Oh,
win,
he has to.
he's got to play queen to e5 check. But then Black has the fine response, bishop e6, exclamation point. Good move. White now takes the rook in the corner, queen captures h8. Black then centralizes, queen d5, and I think he's got a good game.
That never happened. So why are you telling me all these crazy things? This guy is straight to the point. Yeah, he's exactly, and he's telling you all of the attacks. This is way different than Josh.
E4.
He went straight for the attack again.
Knight
And then he
E5.
defended his knight.
Knight F6. Bishop G5.
He still got the pin on the knight. After all that he said, but it's on the other side.
Mr. Bird should start to chip away at Black's strong center with 8f3. I think White has a small edge after the plausible continuation, bishop e6, f captures e4, d captures e4, and then the pinning move, bishop to g5.
Everything goes back, and then he just goes to there, and then he's got the pin now. But he can also drop his piece down to remove that bishop.
Bishop D6.
He didn't care.
Knight H5.
Now he's got two pieces there.
f3, attacking the center, was again the move of choice. Instead, Mr. Bird violates a basic principle by moving an already developed piece twice in the opening. Now Black starts to get the upper hand.
Well, why would you do that, Henry? Why would you do that to yourself? He did move the knight, and then he moved his knight way off to the edge of the board.
Castle kingside. Queen
He
D2.
even castled on that side, where it's all under attack.
White must be careful not to open up the a5, e1 diagonal with moves like c4, which will be hammered by bishop b4 check.
So he blocked it. Is he going to castle away from all the action? Because that sounds like a good move, right?
Queen E8.
He attacked. And then he
G4.
protect.
Bird had obviously overlooked Morphy's last move and apparently panics. Bishop captures f6 was better, with the main point being g captures f6, knight captures f6 check, rook captures f6, queen g5 check, rook g6, knight captures g6, h captures g6, queen captures d5, and the position looks roughly even.
That's what...
In the 1800s, players were much more free and loose with material.
1800s.
This was not such a problem. The art of technique was not nearly as advanced as it is today.
In the 1800s, people were just so carefree with losing pieces. They were okay with that. Back in the 1800s, I don't even think this guy could know about that. Anyway, he's like back in 1970-something he was playing, which means even if he was 70-something years old, he still wouldn't have been born in 1899. So, which means he couldn't possibly know how they feel or how they moved. Unless he was watching all their games and went, oh, okay, so it seems like back then, everyone just traded pieces for, and they didn't care. Maybe that's his evaluation, but still, this is a bit crazy. Paul Morpheus. Hey, there you go, I like it. That is probably his real name, but he just went with Morpheus to throw people off. What do you think?
Knight takes G4. Knight takes G4.
So, white...
Queen takes H5. Knight E5.
Okay, what is...
Knight
He
C6.
went for the attack on...
Bishop E2. Queen H3. Knight takes C6. B takes C6. Bishop E3. Rook B8. Castle queenside.
attacks.
Rook takes F2.
Morphy launches one of the most spectacular sacrificial attacks ever seen
Ever?
in chess. As beautiful as it is, one should not forget that Black is a solid pawn ahead and should win without too much difficulty here with normal
But
play.
Morphe...
The chance to sacrifice both a rook and a queen was probably
Morpheus
irresistible to Morphy,
over here.
who, for all his modesty, enjoyed playing to the crowd. But from a purely scientific viewpoint, Bishop G4 was a better move.
But he didn't. He went right down for a sacrifice. And what did Henry do? Because Henry already threw the game once.
Bishop takes F2. Queen A3.
Wow, a spectacular second punch. But unfortunately for Morphy, it doesn't end the game at once. Of course, the queen cannot be taken. If B captures A3, black delivers mate immediately with bishop captures
Oh,
A3.
that's a mate there. Okay. Wow. I didn't see that there was a mate there. But okay. I didn't know the bishops can do that.
C3. Queen takes A2. B4. Queen A1, check. King C2. Queen A4, check. King B2.
People have debated for years whether Morphy could have won after the correct defense King C1. Probably black should then play bishop F5, when the retreat bishop E1 seems to offer white his best hope. Black can then win some material back with queen A1 check, king C2, E3 check, king B3, E captures D2, rook captures A1, rook E8, but a win is far from certain. Gary Kasparov thinks black is slightly better after the further bishop A6, D captures E1 promoting to queen, rook H captures E1, rook takes E1, rook captures E1, bishop captures H2, bishop B7, bishop E4, bishop captures C6, king F7. Probably slight edge is a good assessment, but I doubt if black can actually win against correct play. Another try for black is bishop F5, bishop E1, E3, queen B2, only move, and then A5, trying to rip open the white king's protection. It looks like white would really have his hands full holding off the attack.
That was a lot of people attacking one pawn. Okay. I think I just realized something here. I don't know what all those O's are for, but now there's like 2 shocked faces on turn 17. It seems that people, because all of these chess games that happened back in the 1800s and even further back, everybody, that the people of now, of today, can go and watch these games and then use their calculated opinion upon what they think is better. And that's an interesting thing to say. As I'm only going to go to that point because it's not my place to say whether that's a cool idea or why are you judging somebody else's game who's not even alive to defend themselves, or just more options than that. But really, that's an interesting thing. Is all I'm going to say is that you can do that because what other things are recorded way back when that we can look upon and see an actual thing, because that's interesting. Because I know this game's older than the 1800s on this chess game, and I don't think too many other things are there. Even if we were to go another 100 years, another 200 years into the future, and all of our stuff is on the internet. I don't know if you'd be able to find that still. Would YouTube still be around? Would all of our data that we put be able to somebody else 200 years from now be able to go back and then watch me play and go, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. that was a terrible move. HEAVENSARMY had no idea what he was doing back then. Apparently the people back in those millennials back then were way too defensive when they played chess. So who knows really? But yeah, like just an interesting thought, really, that this guy's watching some old game that he could not have been alive to witness, and then giving his calculated opinion onto it. Interesting enough. That's all I wanted to say, and stop there. Let you think about it as well.
Bishop takes
Right, Otter Bear?
B4.
This can hardly be called a sacrifice because white is forced to soon give up his queen, while also finding his king harassed mercilessly by the remainder of black's forces.
His king is already trapped in the corner. I already see the trap and everything, and all of his pieces are poised to go over there.
C takes B4. Rook takes B4, check. Queen takes B4. Queen takes B4, check. King C2. E3.
This shot opens up quick access to the b1h7 diagonal and intensifies black's attack.
Okay, but he can still move his piece to there, and then move his piece there and defend that, so not really.
Bishop takes
Yeah, if he
e3.
moves his piece, put your
Bishop
put your,
f5.
put your,
Check.
your bishop can go there.
Rook
Why
d3.
why that? No,
Queen c4.
bad
Check.
move.
King d2. Queen a2. Check. King d1. Queen b1. Check.
Are you kidding me?
Bird resigned here. White must surrender heavy material, so further resistance was futile.
Wow, Henry. 1800s Henry. Not the 2000s Henry. Just the 1800s Henry. You did some crazy things. Paul Morpheus over here. Just making a whole bunch of weak moves and then all of a sudden start going strong. Crazy sacrifice, throw it a 1-2 punch, like a boxing match. Interesting.
Bishop takes
Okay,
e3.
that's the end of that. So, okay, already I'm seeing that he's giving his evaluated opinion on other games, and this is one of his games. All right, I want to watch one of his games. Okay, Boomer Henry. dude, that was perfect. I'm thinking he's beyond Boomer. that he's gone beyond Boomer. What's even older than Boomer? But that was brilliant. That one truly got me.
Finally, I would like to present one of my own attacking
Good.
games, which gave me a big boost in my quest to win the 2002 USA Championship.
2002.
My opponent, the experienced and solid international master Igor Foigl of Boston, fell victim to an inspired but controversial
Not
rook
my fellow
sacrifice.
Bostoners.
I would not bet the house that my sack was technically sound, but I knew it would present very difficult practical problems to solve. Also, this game came early in the tournament. If it failed, I still had enough games left in the schedule to catch up with my
Wow,
rivals.
okay. Way to be that good that you had a bunch of
E4.
games to lose and you could still win.
g6.
Honor Bear, thanks for cracking me up.
Bishop g7.
So,
Knight
Larry, the guy who's
C3.
talking to us, is white, by the way. If you
C6.
didn't catch that at this point.
Knight
He does the
f3.
openings that I do.
d5.
Okay, I don't like that. He
H3.
let it go.
Knight f6.
Bishop?
Foigl's choice of opening came as somewhat of a surprise to me. I decided to pull in my horns a little bit at this moment. I was aware that the books recommended e5 here, but I could not remember much beyond that move.
Remember?
Later I learned that white should gain an edge with e5, knight e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, knight g5, c5, e6, bishop takes e6, knight takes
What?
e6, f takes e6, d
What?
takes c5.
What? But then you got... Oh, okay. I see that wall there, but now you're going to lose your queen.
Instead, I played a common-sense developing move.
You played a common sense developing move instead of letting all that... Why did you say you open? He opened up all of that path, and then his queen could go down, you could trade queens. I'm not a fan of trading queens. But he did open up the thing, but I did see a stack of pawns there. That stack of pawns is an absolute weakness. And there's just no way for him to go down and trade your queen, and then you have the only way to attack is with your king, so now your king is stuck in the middle. Now that's a big thing right now, but now you gotta then move your rook out of your way and then try to get your king out of the way in another 2 more moves to get out of the early game having king stuck in the middle with no castling. After you open that up. That's all I saw was that huge open queen to queen trade. Your king has to take it, now you're stuck in the middle. I didn't like that, but the pawn setup was perfect for white, with 3 of them stacked upon each other, but still, I don't know, I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Bishop
That's
d3.
what I would do. That is exactly...
D takes e4.
Alright, knight for knight?
Knight takes e4. Knight
Because
takes
it seems
e4.
like an open game right now.
Bishop takes e4. Bishop
Are
f5.
you kidding me?
I was beginning to think that Mr. Foigl was going to neutralize my opening and steer the game to a draw, but I managed to find a way to keep some kind of initiative going.
Queen? To... Either queen over to e2 or queen up, because I don't want my pawn to be right there and my queen having no spot to go. So I say queen to e2. My guess.
Bishop takes
You went for the attack
F5.
instead.
Queen A5. Check.
Bishop over. Or that.
C3. Queen takes F5.
He just took out his bishop.
Castle kingside. Knight D7.
He just took out his bishop.
Black must be careful not to castle too quickly. If castles, white plays rook e1, e6, rook e5, exclamation point, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, which gives white excellent play for the sacrifice. There are also certain dangers for black by postponing castling, as we shall soon discover.
Yeah, okay. As we will soon find out.
Rook E1. E6.
This move must be played if black wants to get his king out of the center.
You done with endgames? Not at all, Jack. I went into Larry's thing just to see what he's doing, because I kind of finished off all of Josh's stuff pretty quickly this episode. But welcome back, Jack, by the way. What is this? This is Larry. This is Larry's game. I just wanted to see what he was doing. We're looking at the whole game from beginning to end, and Josh was doing that too last episode, near the end. So yeah, very interesting. But yeah, we're doing Larry, and then if Larry doesn't work out, I'll check them out, and then I might even switch over to the Chessmaster series. But glad to have you back. We have Honor Bear with us too on D Live. If you wish to say hi to each other. But yeah, all right, continue.
Queen
Thank
B3.
you. I did really good on my
White manages to keep the initiative.
on my chess games.
If now rook b8, then queen a3 is very annoying for
Yeah, because I
black,
have to...
as white prevents castling while also attacking the pawn on a7.
Oh, very nice. I like that idea too.
Also risky for black is 13 castles queenside, bishop g5, attacking the rook de8, bishop h4, and the bishop will take up a powerful post on g3 to black's discomfort.
Oh, that's discomforting. The witness. A lot of moves though. You got to move your bishop 1, 2, 3 times in order to set that up, while black can start positioning himself. So that's a lot of moves, and black can still move 3 times after you. So be careful with all those moves.
Queen B5.
So
Foigle offers a trade of queens that would pretty much extinguish all winning chances for both
all
sides.
winning chances.
I was not interested in a quick draw, so I now went into a long think, about 25 to 30 minutes.
25.
After judging that a queen trade would lead nowhere, I started examining the possible rook sack on e6. At first I was skeptical. Then I looked deeper and became intrigued. Then I looked a little longer and satisfied myself that I would probably have at least a draw in reserve if I went with the sacrifice.
At least went with a draw.
If I didn't do it, I have nothing. One of the key factors that helped me decide was the safety of my own king. Without that innocent little h3 move having been played, I would probably have passed on the rook sack.
I sat there for 25, maybe a half an hour, thinking about what I was going to do here. I will never do that. Are you kidding me? Nobody, no millennial, ever, no Generation Z will ever sit down for 25 plus minutes thinking about a move. Classical games, she had a lot of time. They had so much time that they're already dead at this point. So yeah, anyway. that just threw me off. That just threw me off. No, there's no way. I will not play chess if I was playing a game of chess and somebody else sat across the game and waited 25 minutes to move, I'll never play chess again, because that is just way too long. There should be a limit on how long you have to calculate. 5 minutes should be enough time. 25 to a half an hour? No, thank you. I would never play chess again.
Rook takes e6.
So he went
check.
with that.
F takes e6.
And now
Queen takes e6.
Check.
King d8.
Now his king is stuck in the middle.
Bishop g5. Check. King c8. Rook e1.
He went for that, huh?
Calculating the course of the game up to here was easy, but now black has a very wide choice of defenses. Of course, I did not see all of them, but the rook sack was based in large part on intuition. White's attack is very cohesive, and it's not easy for black to organize himself. Black's basic goal of connecting rooks is a long ways off, for instance. The fact that black's minor pieces are unprotected and vulnerable told me that I had to have good chances.
I'll try to vote for white.
Here's what I think is black's best defense. Queen d5, offering to trade
Again.
queens. Queen e7, attacking the bishop on g7. Queen g8, I missed that move. d5, a move found later in analysis. Queen f8,
Analysis?
again trying to trade queens. D captures c6. B captures c6, forced. Then white plays queen e6, attacking that pawn on c6, which is met by king c7. Bishop e7, attacking black's queen.
The
Queen
analysis.
f5, best. Bishop d6 check, starting to harass the black king. King back to c8, queen c4. Queen b5,
Analysis.
forced. Queen f7, keeping up the initiative. Black must then play bishop f6, and now rook e6 gives black a basket full of problems. This is all pretty much forced since move 17.
He does.
White is
He
still
did.
a rook down, but he has 2 pawns and a continuing strong attack to compensate.
He analyzes an 1800 game about a really powerful chess player back in the 1800s. But still, I find that interesting. That it's just like, based upon analysis, you could have moved your pawn here, and that would have been really powerful. It's just like, wait, what? Why are you moving a pawn? Out of all of those things you could be doing, I need like an analysis over my shoulder and watching me play at all times.
Rook f8.
So he did that instead.
It so often happens when accurate defense is required, and oversight results that settles the game quickly.
Queen e7. King c7.
Feigl probably overlooked that rook takes f3 gets mated by queen d8. Black should have tried rook g8, but then white has the paralyzing rook e6, which threatens simply rook d6 overloading black's tenuous defenses.
Is he going to stop talking?
Black
Nope,
can prolong the game with queen f5, but then rook d6, king c7, only move, bishop f4, great move, king c8 again forced, g4, trying to overload black's queen, bishop
He's not going to
f6
stop talking, isn't he?
counterattacking, queen f7, and now queen b1 check, king g2, rook g7, queen e8 check,
Honor bear.
bishop to d8.
This is all complicated anyway.
Queen e6,
Thanks
threatening rook
so
takes
much for
c6
stopping by.
check, forces bishop c7, and now knight g5 leads to a winning game for white.
But that never happened. Thanks for stopping by. Take care. Hopefully see you again as well. So, Jack, I don't know when you left last night, because I think I looked up at one point, and I think I may have asked you a question, but I think you were gone at that point. And I don't know when you left, because you didn't say goodbye, I don't think. But that was last night. I'm not too sure. I said it was fascinating. The bishop in game triangulation thing. We were there, yes. And then I just finished off the last little thing. Sorry for not saying goodbye. Yeah, so I don't know when you left. That's all I'm trying to say. And then I just moved on from whatever. And I think I had one thing left over for the pawn and rook game. And then I did 1 or 2 Larry things, and then that was it for this. After Josh's stuff. So yeah, I'm not too sure where you left off. Even still, I don't know where you left off.
Queen takes g7. Rook takes
He's
f3.
really analyzing.
Rook e5.
Then this is his game, but he's really telling you everything.
This surprising in-between move prevents queen takes g5 and restores the basic material balance, leaving white with a totally dominating position.
And that's what you did. That's what he did. Totally dominating.
Queen takes b2. G takes f3.
So now,
The best black can do here is play the pitiful rook d8, when the simplest conclusion would be d5. There's no hurry to capture black's rook, leading to queen b1 check, king g2, queen d3, best chance, d takes c6, b takes c6. Okay, now I'll take that rook. Bishop takes d8 check, king takes d8, rook e4, and black has no hope in the position. Feugl decided to resign rather than plod on in such a hopeless situation.
White one. There you go. Instead of plod on. Well, there you go. Good job, Larry. I was hoping that you had your own game, and you did show me one. Because his other one was kind of interesting, where he talked, and then it was Henry Bird versus Paul Morphy in the 1800 and somethings, and that was a bit shocking. But I've also did Josh's, so we were in endgame courses. I don't know how many bishops. You know Paul Morphy? Okay. And then I did the rook and pawns. I did all three of them, but this one will never get checked off for some reason. But I did all of these. And then I went up to psychology and I did cat and mouse, and then I watched the cat and mouse. And then I realized that I had no idea what Josh is talking about, because he is playing his games and they are competition levels. And he's like, what do you think my best move is? And then I say something, and he goes, well, it's this move. And I was wrong every time. So I moved on. Because there's no way for me to know what a high-level person is thinking, and what the other person is thinking on how to defend. I had no idea. So I moved on to Larry, but Larry's already done as well, unless man versus machine. Larry takes on the Chessmaster? Oh, this actually might be interesting. Before moving to those advanced lessons, I think you should play a few games. I did. Episode 3, I played a few games, actually, right at the end. You may be shocked. Or not shocked. Trivia question. Uh-oh. Go for it. But yeah, I actually did play a few. I played a few on each. Hopefully on each episode, I'll play like a little bit before I move on. I think I might want to see what happens, because I heard the Chessmaster is just absolutely too amazing. And if he can play against round 1, 2, 3, and 4, did he take him 4 rounds to actually beat the Chessmaster? What is the year in which a computer beat the world champion for the first time? When was the first Chessmaster game ever out? 1986 is going to be my guess. That's my guess. Because I don't know how long Chessmaster has been around. But this game is in the 2000 and Chessmaster's here. And I'm hoping like a really, really old computer was in 1997. Okay, I was hoping like a really, really old computer. Kasparov lost to Deep Blue, which is just an AI computer Chessmaster thing. Interesting. And has it already upgraded? The computer nowadays are just too strong. Oh, okay. Just too strong. I wonder if Larry lost here. I'm kind of curious, because I almost want to keep learning, but now I'm curious about the Chessmaster piece. And Larry's white here. And that means...
Not long after winning the 2002 U.S. Championship,
2002.
I was approached by the good people at Ubisoft to try my luck against their famous chess program, Chessmaster 9000. I have a healthy respect playing against computers, and I knew that Chessmaster 9000 would be a very worthy
Chessmaster
opponent.
9000.
After some discussion with the Chessmaster 9000 team, it was decided to play the match online at the internetchessclub.com. The time control would be brisk but manageable. I was not likely to face severe panic-inducing time scrambles that inevitably lead to gross errors. A large crowd of online kibitzers and spectators were drawn to the bout. I was probably a slight favorite going into the match, but with humans there is the, human
Yeah,
factor.
the human factor.
Just one stupid little move could cost me the game and match. Fatigue, eye strain, psychology, etc. I'll play a prominent
your
role in
human
chess,
weakness.
and I had to steel myself to try and play like a machine. I went into the match with guarded optimism. Playing against a program like Chessmaster 9000 is not a walk in the park. 9K is absolutely merciless punishing errors, is annoyingly patient, and has a perfect memory for openings and endgames. Computers almost never blunder tactically, although they can make major strategic errors. It was this strategic deficiency that I wanted to exploit versus 9K. I hope to steer our battles to quiet maneuvering trench warfare that requires judgment and foresight rather than brute calculating ability.
Are you kidding me?
E4.
The computer
C6.
moves that piece?
This defense, prepared beforehand, is known as the Caro-Kann defense, a very solid system that has a reputation for being effective against attacking maniacs and computers.
What? Why would you move that piece? My brain is already like, why would that? I am so not used to seeing that move. Okay, go for it. Are you kidding
D4,
me? You got,
D5.
preparing
E takes
preparing
D5.
D5. So this,
A very wise choice by Chessmaster 9000. This move tends to open the game up and creates more tactical possibilities than lines like 3 knight c3.
okay. Okay. Chessmaster's overly calculating. So you can recapture with a pawn, then take D5. Okay. Already.
C takes D5.
This is...
C4.
Wait, why that?
Knight
He
F6.
didn't take it.
Knight C3.
Now he's going back, but he's already defending. He's defending
E6.
twice now. Are you...
Knight F3. Bishop E7.
A slightly more adventurous move is 6, bishop to b4.
Yeah, that's adventurous.
But I decided to stay within myself and keep things
Oh,
calm and conservative.
Larry's black. Oh, I thought Chessmaster... Okay, I was looking at the wrong pieces. I'm glad I looked up to see where Larry was. Larry. Okay.
C takes D5. Knight takes D5.
You're gonna...
Bishop B5.
Oh.
Check.
I was happy to see this move, even though I had never encountered it before in a serious game. The alternative developing moves, 8 bishop to d3 and 8 bishop to c4, pose more problems for
Okay,
black.
for you mean.
The problem with 8 bishop to b5 check is that it leads to early simplification. White, with his superior control of territory, should avoid exchanges. That's chess 101. Black, with the slightly more cramped position, benefits from them.
So bishop down to d7?
Knight C6.
No, you went with knight. Oh.
I thought about playing 8 bishop
Yeah, me too.
d7 here, but I was a little nervous about white playing 9 bishop takes d7 check, queen takes d7, 10 knight e5. But really that line's nothing for white. Black simply answers knight takes c3, 11 b takes c3, queen d5 with a good game.
If that would have happened. But it didn't, okay? We've got to remember he keeps doing this to us. So you went with the knight instead. Okay.
Knight E5.
Oh. Oh, that's...
There's a basic principle in the opening that a player should not move the same piece twice
Right.
unless he has a very good
Right.
reason. Chessmaster's move does come with a simple threat, 10 knight takes c6, but that can be easily parried. There is no long-term positive benefit that results from this violation of principle. So, 9 knight e5 must be classified as a mistake.
The Chessmaster made a mistake, everybody, against Larry.
Bishop D7. Bishop takes C6.
Okay, now you can just
Bishop takes C6.
take.
Knight takes C6.
There's a lot of pieces just being taken.
B takes C6.
Are you kidding me?
Knight takes
Which
D5.
way are you going to take from?
C takes
That
D5.
way, leave your whole side open.
This is a very agreeable move from Black's point
Yeah,
of
okay,
view.
you just
Black's
castle.
pawn structure has been strengthened markedly. Where once he had 2 weak queenside pawns, now he has only 1. Further, Black's control of the center has been increased.
You get castle
Squares like
safety.
e4 and c4 have come under Black's possession. I was feeling confident now that I could squeeze a win out of this position, no matter how strong or resourceful my
Feeling
opponent might
confident. I wouldn't feel confident taking on any Chessmaster, but anyway, he feels confident.
Castle kingside.
Yeah, castle with.
Castle
Good
kingside.
moves.
Bishop F4.
Okay, now you're trying to slice in,
Queen B6.
defend it, and attacking.
Black is clearly better now for the following reasons. First, his pawn structure is ironclad. White cannot dent that compact chain of pawns. Second, Black can attack 2 weaknesses on White's side of the board. The d4 pawn is isolated and weak, and White's queenside survivors are also vulnerable. Black's plan is to use his a-pawn as a battering ram to soften up the white queenside and create a new weakness. Generally speaking, one can usually defend with only 1 weakness.
But not with 2.
However, 2 weaknesses in a position are usually
Right.
fatal.
But Chessmaster, Chessmaster doesn't have weaknesses. He was also a Grandmaster. Yes, he was. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Queen D2.
Okay.
Bishop F6. Bishop E3.
Defend it.
A5.
Black plays according to plan. The A-pawn will advance to inflict yet another weak isolated pawn on white's queen side.
What? Chessmaster, you can't lose.
Rook A
You moved out of the
C1.
way. Open up.
Queen B4.
18 queen takes b4, a takes b4 suddenly opens up the A file to black's benefit. White is unable to shake off the pressure now because his pawns are just
It's a
too
computer.
weak.
There's no pressure on a computer. He's just calculating, going, what's gonna happen? No, there's no pressure on a computer.
Rook F
Oh,
D1.
he defended it. His
Rook F B8. Rook C3.
huh?
Chessmaster has set a trap that might have worked against a less experienced
Okay, like
opponent.
me.
If black mindlessly grabs a pawn with 19 queen captures b2, white wins with 20 rook to c8 check, rook captures c8, 20 queen takes b2. A strong program like Chessmaster never blunders a pawn for nothing.
Never blunders a pawn for nothing. Okay, well, I would have never used my queen to take. I just would have moved my pawn down and then taken. But okay,
Queen A4.
you changed your battering ram.
Here I decided to give a little tickle to the a-pawn with the intent of provoking the answer 20 b3.
A little tickle? Yeah, computers are not ticklish. All right, dude, your words are just as good as Josh's. Great.
Rook D
He
C1.
didn't defend.
H6.
It's very important for black to remove the threat of back rank mate. This eliminates the constant worry about sudden, cheap tricks. Speaking of cheap tricks, black must resist queen takes a2, rook a3 attacking the queen, queen takes b2, only move, rook c8 check, rook takes c8, queen takes b2, and white wins.
Oh, wow. I don't see how white wins, but great. Just don't do that. All right. Free up your king at this point by moving a piece out of the way and also defending that bishop from sneaking up there.
B3.
White should have avoided this move until absolutely forced. A better continuation was to improve his king position, starting with g3, followed by king to g2.
Right, but the computer is only 9,000, so it's not as good as the 10,000 and up.
Queen B4.
Black is finally in position to play the long-desired a4 to create a lasting weakness on white's queen side.
Okay, you did all of that just to move that pawn to a4.
Rook 1 C2. Rook E8.
A terrible blunder would be a4, rook c8 check, king h7, queen captures b4, rook captures b4, rook captures a8, and white wins.
Okay, I'll trust you on that, dude. Do not attack with your pawn. Move your rook over there for some reason. Okay. White is up for a queen for a rook, so winning advantage. This is a common tactical pattern.
H3.
So,
A4. Rook C8.
are you going to take it?
I can safely say that after this move, white is lost, as the coming endgame is hopeless. White should have tried the active defense, bishop takes h6, queen takes d4, rook d3, queen e4. Black has an edge, but white may gain some counterplay later on because of the noticeable weakening of black's king position.
But the computer made a huge mistake here. What? Okay.
Queen takes D2. Rook takes E8. Check. Rook takes E8. Rook takes D2. A takes B3. A takes B3. Rook B8. Rook B2.
Now you locked his...
Rook
Now you're
B4.
waiting for him to move.
White's defenses are overstretched. He cannot defend both the b-pawn and the d-pawn.
Endgame is hopeless. What a player. He did say endgame is hopeless. All right. This interesting that he's taking out a computer and winning.
King
He moved
F1.
the computer moved the king?
King F8.
Activate your king now.
King
Activating
E2.
king is right.
Bishop takes
You're gonna go
D4.
for-
Bishop takes D4. Rook takes D4.
You're gonna take a.
B4.
Don't do it.
White's last hope rests with his passed b-pawn, but Black's king easily intercepts it.
So apparently, I think Larry already won this.
King E7.
I feel like Larry
B5.
already won this.
Rook C4. B6. Rook C8.
Now White's proud b-pawn has become a target. Black will soon devour the pawn, and then turn his attention to mobilizing his large kingside majority.
5-3. Yeah, I see that.
H4.
Oh.
King D6. Rook B3. Rook B8. Rook G3.
He moved over,
G6.
and he defended.
H5.
Chessmaster makes a final bid for counterplay. He hopes to either splinter my kingside pawns or create a target for attack. I decided to give back the relatively unimportant h-pawn and begin the decisive advance of my chain gang of pawns.
Chain gang of pawns. Wow, I didn't think to ever call him that, but okay, thanks, Larry.
G5. Rook
He
A3.
didn't take it.
Rook takes B6.
He's
Rook A7.
slowly losing. What is he?
Rook B2. Check. King F1.
He just constantly keep
F5.
checking him.
Rook H7.
What is he after now?
White reduces the material deficit to just one pawn, but the time required to take the h-pawn allows Black to roll his pawns forward.
Okay.
D4. Rook takes H6. D3. King E1. King E5. Rook H8.
It's
Rook B1.
Chessmaster's
check.
going.
King
Oh,
D2.
good move.
Rook F1. F3. Rook F2. Check. King takes D3. Rook takes G2.
He's taking those pieces.
H6. Rook H2.
The passed h-pawn has been rendered harmless, and Black can advance his surviving pawns up the board.
Just like that.
King E3. F4. Check.
Has to move out of the way.
King D3. Rook F2. Rook G8. Rook takes F3. Check. King C4. Rook H3. Rook takes G5.
Okay,
Check.
he checked still.
King E4.
He's still gonna go for the check.
Rook G1.
Now he brought his piece down.
Rook takes H6.
He's gonna check him again, I assume. Computer.
Wow, a good way to start the match. I won the first game, but I had some help from my opponent. Chessmaster 9000 started with an anemic opening, and it went downhill from there. The game was strategically won after about 20 moves, and I only had to avoid some obvious traps to win the game. My opening choice proved very fortuitous, as I soon reached the type of position that computer programs detest. My thoughts now turned to Game 2. Could I win the next game and effectively settle
My
the match?
vote.
I had a nice conservative anti-computer opening
Anti-
in mind and was optimistic going into battle.
Anti-computer opening? I'm gonna say he's gonna lose the next round. What about you? What's your votes? Please say yes. Yes, he's gonna win or lose. For Larry, I'm gonna say Larry's gonna lose, so I vote lose. Anti-computer opening though. No, I don't want to quit. Can I go last or next?
King,
No.
king.
Okay, good. Now I can quit this. Oh, let's do it. I gotta watch this now. Draw.
Knight
Forgot about that.
F3.
That's a loss.
C5.
Even Josh called the draw a
E3.
loss. But I think it's
A conservative choice and a move sequence very
maybe
seldom
because
seen. I was
He
hoping
was
to take
winning.
9K out of his book while playing solid moves.
Solid moves. But yeah, I think he called it a draw loss because I think he was up, and then when the draw happened, it had to be done. I think so.
Knight
He called it a loss.
C6. C4.
We now head toward a sort of offshoot of an opening known as Queen's Gambit Declined.
Queen's Gambit declined. So this guy remembers a whole bunch of openings. Yeah, a draw is bad if you're pushing for a win, which is what I think is what he said. Have to go. I'll be back later. Bye. You take care, Jack. Thanks for actually saying bye. And now I know you're gone, so I won't ask you any crazy questions. And then there'd be no response. Oh, I know all the openings as well, and I'm not even close to him. If you said that you were close to him, I'd be a little worried, Jack. And then I have to go through my game and see if you're already on this game. But yeah, take care. All right, continue on. What
Knight
openings?
F6. D4.
Oh.
D5.
So Larry's white this time.
This was a very pleasant surprise to me because it should lead to White's domination of the center. A better move was C takes D4, which leads to conventional variations.
The computer doesn't want variations. You're talking to a computer, not me. To a computer, though.
C takes D5. Knight takes D5. E4.
With this advance, White seizes control of the center with gain of time.
With gain of time.
Knight
Move out of the
F6.
way.
D5.
Oh.
This marks the first moment in the match when I could not restrain my aggressive impulses. Although this move is not necessarily bad, it demands very accurate play from White. A simpler way to play was E5, which gives White an advantage in space without any tactical headaches.
Wow, I couldn't resist my aggressive impulses. Really, Larry?
Knight takes E4.
Oh no!
Of course, I had reckoned on this possibility when playing my seventh move, but I misjudged my chances. I should pull in my horns now and play Knight C3, Knight takes C3, B takes C3, Knight B8, Knight E5, and White has very good play in return for his pawn investment.
But you didn't. You left your horns out and you kept attacking. And you lost the chess game, I'm going to call it. Or a draw, but we'll see.
D takes
You
C6.
went for another attack.
Queen takes D1. Check. King takes D1.
The king is opened.
Knight takes F2. Check. King E1. Knight takes
He lost.
H1.
Wow.
A critical moment in the game. White has some very tempting continuations here. Originally, I had planned Bishop B5, B6, C7 check, Bishop D7, Bishop A6, E6 forced, Bishop B7, Rook C8, Bishop takes C8, Bishop takes C8, King F1. The end result will be that Black will lose his knight on H1, but will have three healthy pawns and a solid position to offset his piece deficit.
But that didn't happen, of course. Now we're going to
Also worth considering were G3 or G4 to play for Bishop G2 and the quick capture of Black's cornered knight. But in that case, Black would boast of 3 pawns and a rook versus 2 pieces, a very favorable material count for the second player. Instead of playing either of these continuations, I went in for a long-winded tactical line that results in a pawn plus ending for Chessmaster 9000.
a pawn plus ending.
C takes B7. Bishop takes B7. Bishop B5. Check. King D8.
So you got his king in the middle too.
Knight E5.
You got his king in the middle too.
Rook G8.
Okay, you can still you removed the
9K starts a brilliant defense. Every move from here to move 20 is now forced. 9K uses the tactical device called the pin to reach a superior ending.
the pin. Okay, tell me, show me.
Knight takes F7. Check. King C7. King F1. G5.
A very important move. This pawn push removes the possibility of white playing bishop f4 check, and so stifles his development. After this move, I went into a bailout mode, and where I was once playing to win, I was now playing to draw. I could foresee that I would be entering an endgame a pawn down, but I felt that my superior pawn structure might save the day. Still, I was getting that queasy feeling that is associated with unexpected and unpleasant developments.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I felt bad for you. I felt bad after the first game when you won. I'll call it a draw on you, Larry. A loss. A loss on you. A loss. Complete utter loss.
White cannot waste time. I must play to capture the trapped knight.
But the knight can't get out. Okay.
Bishop g7. Knight c3.
If white grabs the knight with king takes h1, he suffers from back rank problems after rook g f8, bishop c4, rook takes f7, bishop takes f7, rook f8, with the end result being that black will recoup his lost material with interest.
With interest, okay. So you don't want that. So you didn't attack the knight yet, basically.
Rook a f8. Bishop c4. Knight f2.
Chessmaster 9000 gives a clinic demonstrating how to exploit a pin for profit.
A pin for profit. I'm looking for it. Okay. Okay. I see a bishop's aiming at his g2 pawn. And that's the only thing I see that's actually hitting something. And he just moved his knight out to be attacked, but nothing else is really attacking it. So interesting. What do you mean?
King takes f2. Rook takes f7. Check. Bishop takes f7. Rook f8. Bishop e3.
I did not like the looks of bishop takes g5 because of rook takes f7 check, king g3, bishop e5 check, king h3, rook g7, and suddenly my king is sitting on the hot seat.
Okay. He didn't want to move his bishop up there. He pushed it there.
Rook takes f7. Check. King g1. Rook f5. Rook c1.
In hindsight, I should have played rook f1 at once, although 9k is a strong continuation available in rook e5, rook f7, bishop f6, better than rook takes e3, bishop f2, king d7, rook takes h7, rook f5, because the white rook is way out of position.
But that didn't happen, so don't even worry about it. That's a good move for those who are advancing and go, yeah, that's a great continuation.
Bishop c6. Rook f1.
You moved twice to do that.
Rook e5. Rook
You're already
f7.
behind one turn.
Rook takes e3.
Bishop f6, bishop f2, king d7 is also good.
Checking doesn't work here. Okay.
Rook takes g7.
He has to take that way. Yeah.
h6. King f2.
Okay.
Rook e6.
On the defense now.
Black has an extra pawn and very well placed pieces and king. His only problem is the fractured pawn structure. 9k plays to steadily improve the position of his king and rook, while keeping an eye on stopping white's counterplay. White's knight is totally dominated by black's bishop here, which pretty much kills all thoughts of meaningful counterplay.
Even if you push your two pawns up right now, A and B,
g3.
you're going to go with G instead.
King d7. Rook g8. Rook f6. Check. King e2. G4.
Suddenly, 9K has the strong plan of swinging his rook over to H5 to attack my newly fixed weakness on H2.
But can't you just take...
Of course, I cannot touch the
Why?
G-pawn. Rook takes G4, bishop F3 check, spears my
Oh,
rook.
okay. That's why. I fall for those, apparently. I fall for them every time. Oh, good.
King E3. Rook F3
You can't...
check.
You have to move.
9K relentlessly drives my king back to a less active square.
Which... You're safe on a white square. Your bishop will never get him, so go on a white square, would you?
King
Thank
E2.
you.
Rook F5.
On a
King
on a
E3.
non-white square, I meant to say.
Rook H5.
I'm still watching the game.
Rook takes G4.
You took a piece.
Rook takes
He
H2.
took another piece.
Chessmaster 9000 has made steady progress, although a win is still far from definite. I'd love to exchange that lame knight for black's active bishop here. If I could achieve that, a draw would be a realistic
A
possibility.
draw.
I was also interested in the usual defensive goal of exchanging off pawns. I felt that I would well be able to achieve the classic rook versus rook plus bishop endgame, which is usually a draw, although never easy.
So Larry's pushing for a draw, everybody.
B3. Rook H5. Rook C4. Rook E5 check.
Again.
King
Can you have to
D2.
continually check your king over and over?
I just gotta sit tight and keep black's pawns under surveillance. Sometimes you really have nothing better to do than sit and wait for your opponent to come up with a plan.
Okay. Oh, he's
H5.
moving.
Rook H4. Rook
Oh
G5.
boy.
Knight E2.
Defend.
King D6. King E3. A6. King F2. Rook F5 check.
9K maneuvers to limit the activity of my king. King position assumes great importance
Yes,
in
it
the endgame,
does.
and the side with the more active king position usually has the advantage.
So going up to that square that he can't get to E3 is not good?
King
Good,
E3.
okay, good.
Rook F3
You can't
check.
because of that dang bishop.
King
The bishop
D2.
is right there.
Bishop
Oh,
E8.
now he's going for
G4.
that.
This is actually a good move, although my follow-up was horrible.
Follow-up was horrible.
H takes G4. Knight
You didn't take
C3.
it?
This blunder effectively ends the game. There is still plenty of fight after rook takes G4, rook F2, rook F4, rook H2, king E3, rook H3 check, king D2, bishop H5, knight C3 forced, bishop G6, rook A4 fighting back, rook D3 check, king E1. Now the point here is that rook takes C3 is met by rook takes A6 check, which wins back
Didn't he
the
check
piece
you again?
and forces a likely draw.
He could have checked you again and then moved another piece around. Like, he could keep on checking you if the computer was smart. Like this computer in my brain.
Rook F4.
Chessmaster 9000 now has a decisive two-pawn advantage and is just coasting to victory. I played it out to the bitter end just to see how effective Chessmaster's technique would be.
Okay, but you should have taken instead of moving your knight way over there.
King E3. King E5. Rook H7. Rook F3 check. King D2.
His pawns defended his rook.
Rook D3
You can't
check.
do nothing again.
King takes
You took it.
D3. Bishop G6 check.
Oh,
King E3.
he took your rook after that.
Bishop takes
Oh.
H7.
With the exchange of rooks, there is no possibility of creating any counterplay, and black's pawns will just roll forward and stretch white's defenses to the breaking point.
You could jump up now, and then jump up one, and you can get past. You can totally go A4 right now, And then if either of you moves down, you can move your B pawn up. And if he drops down, you move your pawn up. He attacks, you attack. Now you got a pass pawn. I don't know. Seems pretty good to me.
Knight
He went
A4.
there. I wouldn't have done that.
Bishop B1. Knight takes C5. Bishop takes A2.
He's going after yours.
Knight takes A6. Bishop takes B3.
Wow, okay, he went straight for the...
Knight B4.
And now what?
King F5.
Stay on the...
King
Stay
F2.
there, he'll never attack you.
E5.
White cannot set up a blockade, and the knight is progressively stretched like a rubber band, trying to hold back the two advancing foot soldiers.
Just move your king right there, right now. G3.
Knight
Or you can move that
D3.
one.
Bishop C4. Knight E1. King E4.
Go up and take it.
King
Now you do it.
G3.
Okay, he did it after 3 moves.
Bishop E6.
Defend it, but now you can
King
move your
F2.
knight. No.
Bishop
you move your
D7.
king?
Knight G2. King D3. King G3. King D2.
Wow, this was a real wake-up call. I failed to keep the position under control and paid dearly for it. 9K displayed its usual tactical brilliance, but I contributed to my loss by allowing the position to explode tactically. I had to put this game behind me and get a decent night's sleep to be ready for tomorrow's
Decent
decisive
night's
final
sleep.
games.
So he lost, right? There was no draw, he lost. I haven't quite seen it yet, because he can move his knight to there, I guess. And the pawn's coming down. You can't attack the G4 pawn, but can you get your knight to attack the E pawn? Since he moved his king out of the way?
Knight
No,
D3.
apparently not. Apparently he lost that one. Okay. I wanted to see it to the bitter end, or if he resigned, then great. Huh.
After a good night's sleep, I was ready again for mental combat with 9K. I vowed to myself, Larry, stay under control. Don't get tactical. I checked and rechecked my openings, logged on to chessclub.com, and got ready for play.
Rechecked and recheck your
C4.
openings, huh? The opening game, huh?
This move, known as the English opening, came as a pleasant surprise
So
to me.
Chessmaster's white.
I play this opening myself and understand its subtleties and strategies.
I don't think I've ever moved that piece first in my entire life of chess.
E5.
It's like 4 days plus
Knight
a little before.
C3. Knight F6. Knight F3.
Chessmaster's white.
Knight C6.
Can I rotate the game? I
D4.
cannot. Okay.
E takes D4.
Larry.
Knight takes
Now you lost
D4.
that, and then
Bishop B4.
you went with that.
Bishop G5.
He countered.
H6. Bishop
No
H4.
attack.
Bishop takes C3. Check.
We are still in theory at this stage of
Still
the game.
in theory.
My plan is to saddle 9K with weak, isolated, doubled c-pawns. 9K's plan should be to utilize his bishop pair and space advantage to put pressure on my position. With correct play by both sides, I think the game should be about equal.
But the computer does something, right?
B takes C3. Knight E5. E3.
White should play f4 here with the following ideas in mind. First, if black plays knight takes c4, white answers by e4, attacking that knight and building up a huge center. That gives white a big advantage, a big initiative. Black should, on the other hand, play knight g6 best, which is answered by bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, g3. And now, if black wants to stay out of trouble, he should send his knight on maneuvers with knight f8, intending knight d7 to c5. The game continuation, on the other hand, leads almost to a strategically lost position for white. 9K is burdened with doubled, isolated c-pawns with nothing to show for it.
You set him up with a double isolated pawns, and that made him lose?
D6. Bishop E2. Knight G6.
After the painful experience with pins in the game before, I was happy to break that annoying pin of my knight standing on f6.
Bishop takes f6.
The retreat bishop g3 also leads to an easy game for black.
Okay.
Queen takes f6. Castle kingside. Castle kingside. Queen c2. Rook e8. Rook f d1. Knight f8.
I logically maneuver the knight to its ideal square, where it influences a good chunk of territory and cannot easily be dislodged.
Okay.
White has very little counterplay here and must somehow manage with those weak, doubled, and isolated c-pawns. An added plus in my favor is the point that trades benefit me. If I could reduce it down to a king and pawn endgame, I would win easily.
You're already thinking endgame to a king and pawn and you'll win? Wow.
Bishop d3.
This is after.
Knight
This
e6.
is hindsight.
Knight b3.
The knight stopped you.
9k is now on the defensive, and this move correctly anticipates my intended maneuver of bringing the knight to c5.
So then...
Rook b8. a4.
This does not accomplish much, and indicates that 9k lacked a constructive plan at this point.
The computer didn't plan. Didn't process or plan a move to help solidify things. Like moving the h-pawn up to get his away from back rank checks and stuff. Really?
Queen e7. a5. Bishop d7. a6.
Wow.
9k should have avoided this move because it closes the files on the queen side and shifts all attention to the king side, where black enjoys a clear advantage.
b6. Knight d4. Knight c5.
There you got your
Knight b5.
After the exchange of the knight for bishop, White's position goes from bad to worse. White's bishop does not have much defensive value because its own pawns keep it away from contact with the king side.
So you take the trade.
Bishop takes b5. C takes b5. Queen f6.
I'm steadily improving my position by dominating the center. 9k has no way to create play on the queen side thanks to the block pawn structure on that side of the
Right,
board.
but he cleaned up.
I will calmly build up my position by first doubling rooks on the e-file.
You got a sound plan here. And he managed to break up his double stacked pawn though, but now he just got it blocked off there. With a bishop that's a white bishop that's got himself blocked off.
Bishop
But
c4.
that's the most
Rook e5.
okay.
Bishop d5. Rook b e8. Rook d4. Knight e6.
Attacking the rook.
Rook d2. g6.
I need to set my kingside pawns in motion to apply maximum pressure against 9k's passive position. As a prelude to that plan, it makes sense to first improve the position of my king. Kings can often play a useful supporting role in the middle game.
A supporting role in the mid game, active at late game.
Rook a4. King g7. Rook d1. Rook e7. Rook b4. g5.
The pawns are starting to rumble, and there's little that 9k can do to ease the pressure.
Bishop c6.
Where's he going with that bishop?
The alternative, bishop takes e6, rook 7 captures e6, does not help white at all.
Okay, so that was better?
Queen g6. Queen b2.
He didn't take the trade.
Trading queens with queen takes g6 check, king captures g6 hardly eases the pressure. I can improve my position at will, while white has almost no prospects of creating counterplay. By keeping queens on the board, I must be alert to a surprise check or unexpected penetration of the white
Okay.
queen.
Okay, so he did the Chessmaster's like, no, I'm not losing my queen, like at all. I'm planning on destroying some blockade. Okay.
F5. Queen B1. Queen
You moved the queen
F6.
out of the way from the attack.
Bishop D5. F4. E4.
Ooh.
After bishop takes e6, queen takes e6, I will force a breakthrough on white's e3 point.
So he moved his.
Now, beside the game continuation knight f8, I had a strong alternative in f3, which cuts off support of the white e-pawn from his comrades and imposes a powerful, decisive cramp on white's king position.
He could attack and then defend up that piece, couldn't he? Another double stack, though.
Knight F8. F3. H5. Queen C2.
Queen to c2.
Knight G6. Queen A2.
Where's he going with that queen?
King H6. Queen D2. Rook G7.
I'm looking to see where the
Queen
queen could
D4.
attack, but
G4. F takes G4. Knight H4.
I was sorely tempted to play H
Yeah,
captures
I was wondering
G4,
why.
but could not find a clear way to make progress after the reply G3, which freezes my knight. So, I went in for another plan to slowly build up pressure against 9K's weak G2 pawn.
okay, makes sense now that I see it.
Rook B2. Rook takes G4. King H1. Knight G6. Rook F2. Queen E7. Queen D2.
Queen.
Rook E
All the rooks and
G5.
stuff is down by the king.
Rook A1.
He's just moving back and forth.
H4. C4.
Okay.
I have tightened the vise on the position, but 9K has hung in there, staving off a decisive breakthrough by putting his pieces on their best defensive squares. My main problem was finding a secure square for my king, a problem which I addressed with my next few moves.
But his bishop is totally hemmed in and can only go up. If you can only like get rid of, oh, I mean, it's still pretty dangerous to hop down there, but he's still got two rooks and a queen down there waiting and defending too. Interesting, but he's got two weaknesses, the E and C pawn. And then his bishop is going to fall apart too after that, if you can just go there and with a check, just remove something. Yeah, that either way, interesting. I guess his bishop's kind of defending those pawns too, though, isn't it? Interesting. The computer still managed to make a crazy defensive wall over there.
Queen E5. Rook C1. King G7. Bishop C6. Queen E7. Rook C F1. Rook E5. Queen C3. King H6. Bishop D5. Rook E G5. Queen B3. Queen E5. Rook D1.
I built up my position to the maximum extent. I had foreseen the following sacrifice and judged that it had to be winning. I was later severely criticized for playing the sack, but it was a later error that cost me the game.
You lost?
Although a rook is a very heavy investment, I felt that the sudden exposure of white's king and the prospect of obtaining two connected and far advanced passed pawns hurtling down the board just had to be worth a high price.
You were wrong.
Rook G3.
White must accept the sacrifice. If queen b1, I could plant a rook into the heart of white's position with a devastating rook e3.
So he took it.
H takes G3. H takes G3. Rook A2.
The only alternative was rook f3 when I had in mind rook h5 check, king g1, rook h2, king f1 forced, queen h5, rook d2 again forced, rook h1 check, king e2, rook g1, and white is in serious difficulties.
But that didn't happen. That did not happen what you were thinking, what you were hoping for.
Rook G4.
Sometimes the most obvious continuation is also the strongest. I think black wins here after rook h5 check, king g1, rook h2, excellent move, queen f3, king g5, that's a key move. Now, king f1, knight h4, queen b3, f3, putting more pressure on white's position till it cracks. G takes f3, g2 check, rook takes g2, knight takes g2, and white cannot hold out much longer.
But that also didn't happen.
King G1. Queen H5. King F1. F3.
This appears to be very strong, but 9K managed to find the only defense. At a strong alternative in the pawn-grabbing sequence, queen h1 check, king e2, queen captures g2 check, king e1, queen h1 check, king to d2, g2, then white has the shot e5, queen captures d1 check, forced, queen takes d1, g1 equals queen, and black has the upper hand.
I see. Brother Alan. Alan, how have you been? Thanks for the host, and welcome back if you hear me now. How you been?
King E1.
Okay, he moves again.
F2. Check.
Oh boy, this is not just a blunder, it is a crime. Black is very much in the game after rook f4, king
A blunder.
d2, f captures g2, queen e3, and then king g7, getting the king out of harm's way.
But you blundered by moving your pawn down? Okay, explain.
King D2. Rook H4. Queen E3. Check.
9K starts to take control over important squares on the king's side while also forcing my king to retreat. I was starting to feel that I'd royally botched this game.
Oh, I didn't vote to see if this is going to be a win or a lose here. I mean, this game's already gone on too long. It's not fair now.
King
I
G7.
mean, it could be anything, but I'm assuming he loses.
Rook F1.
Again.
Queen E5. King C2. Rook H2. Queen F3. Queen F4.
I was hoping to win the g2 pawn, but this proves to be just a pipe dream.
E5.
This pawn sack brings the bishop on d5 into the battle for control over g2. I could have resigned now, but decided to punish myself.
You could have resigned.
Sometimes it's very difficult to accept the inevitable.
So he already lost?
Queen takes F3. Bishop takes F3. Knight takes E5. Bishop D5. Rook
Bishop's
H5.
back.
Rook A3. Rook G5. King D2. Knight G6. Rook E3. Knight E5. King
Did you move your
E2. King
Knight
F6.
back and forth?
Rook H1. Knight G6. Rook H7.
And here I resigned, a very bitter defeat for me after I had skillfully built up my position to a crushing advantage. After the game, numerous spectators and kibitzers remarked that I had gone nuts with my sacrifice. It was my follow-up to the sack that cost me the battle. I had some solace, at least the battle was entertaining.
So a win, loss, loss.
Queen.
Win, loss, loss. So now I'm thinking you're gonna get your revenge now, and you're gonna be two wins, two losses. I'm gonna say a revenge win.
Frankly, I was a little discouraged to be in this situation. The devastating loss in Game 3 has ended all hopes of actually winning the match. Still, a win in the last game would perhaps give me a moral victory. As usual, I planned for a slow maneuvering game, if 9K would be so kind as to cooperate.
Knight
A slow
F3,
maneuvering game. What? Move your
D5,
knight out first, Larry.
G3, C6, Bishop G2,
What?
Bishop G4, C4.
Not long after I played this sloppy move, I regretted it. White should play for a King's Indian reverse type formation with moves like castles, D3, knight BD2, and eventually E2 to E4.
Okay, I see how the knight defends it now. But you didn't. You moved the piece right on up. And the computer does.
D takes C4.
9K snatches a pawn that will be very difficult, if not impossible, for White to recover. I was aware of this possibility when I played C4, but I had foolishly discounted it.
Don't tell me you were 1 win and 3 losses, Larry.
Knight A3,
Try to get it back.
Queen D5,
And said no to that.
Knight C2, Queen C5.
An excellent move by Chessmaster 9000 that anticipates the coming knight to E3 and bolts down the extra pawn. I searched in vain now for a way to exploit the position of Black's queen, but I could not find an effective plan.
A3 isn't a good one, and then B4?
Knight E3,
No, B4 is bad. You can't do that.
Bishop
It'll
E6,
get taken out. Never mind, you can't.
B3,
This move acknowledges that I am unable to recover the lost pawn. I was hoping now to complete the development of my queenside and open up some files to bring pressure to bear on Black's queenside.
You're hoping for this?
C takes B3, A takes B3, Knight F6, Bishop A3, Queen B6, Knight C4,
The queen's moving again.
Bishop takes C4.
This move gives me some hope. 9K should retreat with Queen C7, planning on finishing development with
Oh,
Bishop to D5,
but you went down a whole knight.
followed by E6.
I was assuming there. But, okay, then you attack again, or what? Because I was like, wow, you just completely moved a knight there, and then...
B takes
So you took it.
C4. Knight B D7. Castle
It's an open
kingside.
game.
E5. Queen B1.
A bonehead move. I could have made life much more difficult for 9K by first denying Black his right to castle with Bishop takes F8, King takes F8, and then playing Queen to B1.
Okay.
Then Queen C7, Queen B4 check, King G8, Rook FB1 gives me very strong pressure on the queen side.
What do you do with that pressure once you got it there? I could almost see me putting pressure there, but then what do I do? Do I attack or do I not attack?
Bishop takes A3. Rook takes A3.
Okay.
Queen C7.
Chessmaster still calculating.
Normally, the side with the extra pawn would prefer to trade queens, but here that would give White too much pressure on the queen side.
Right, so
Black needs his queen to help guard the queen side for the moment.
I'm glad the computer knows this.
Queen A1. A5. D3. Castle kingside. Knight D2. Knight C5.
After this excellent move by 9K, I knew there was almost no way I could win the game.
So a draw.
Rook B1. B6. Knight B3. Knight F D7.
He defended his knight with his knight again.
Chessmaster 9000 is happy to trade a pair of knights. My only logical plan now was to drive off the well-placed knight on C5 and that can only be achieved by forcing through the advance d3, d4.
D3, D4? But then the pawn will just take it. And then what? Don't see how that makes you get that piece out of the way.
Knight takes
You took it.
c5. Knight takes c5.
He still has his
e3.
knight there. Oh, now you're gonna...
Rook a d8. d4. E takes d4. E takes d4. Knight a6. c5.
At least I'm playing well in bailout mode. This move helps to break up black's pawn structure.
Bailout mode.
The position is starting to turn drawish, but there are some pitfalls for both sides to avoid.
Knight b4.
What are you after now?
C takes b6. Queen takes b6. d5. Rook f e8. Bishop f3.
Oh, the bishop's right there.
I could have played d captures c6, rook e2, rook f1, knight captures c6, bishop captures c6, queen captures c6, rook captures a5, which leads to an equal position. I'm still hoping for a miracle which explains the game continuation.
Okay.
C takes
That didn't happen. He
d5.
went this route.
Rook takes a5.
Larry takes...
Rook c8.
The tactical justification of this move is seen in the variation queen a3, rook c2, excellent move, rook f1, rook a2, and black wins material.
But Chessmaster didn't do that? Chessmaster's all full of mistakes as well?
Queen a4. Queen f6.
Chessmaster 9000 breaks the pin by counterattacking my bishop on f3. I had to accept further simplification, which brings us yet closer to a draw.
Queen takes b4. Queen takes f3. Queen d4.
My old friend centralization saves the day. Black cannot make further progress thanks to the well-placed position of the queen, where she blockades and attacks the d-pawn.
Okay. Well played.
Rook c d8. Rook a b5. h6.
Now's probably the time.
Rook 5 b3.
And attack the queen.
Queen f5.
Still defending.
King g2. Rook e4. Queen b6. Rook d e8. Rook f3.
I would not move my pieces like
This
that.
rook will guard the f2 pawn, while also taking aim at black's vulnerable f7 pawn. This efficient combination of attack and defense assures me a draw.
It sure is a draw. So a win, a draw, and 2 losses.
Queen d7. Queen b7. Rook 4 e7. Queen takes d7. Rook takes d7.
Okay.
Rook d3.
Down to 2 rooks now.
d4. h4.
More patting myself on the back. This move helps to restrain a possible advance of 9k's kingside pawns. I did not want 9k to beat me to the punch by advancing his pawns and cramping mine.
Good job.
Rook e5. Rook b4. Rook e d5.
So they're all defending this.
King f3. g6. g4. f5. g5.
Game drawn. Although 9k is a pawn ahead, he has no realistic winning chances.
No.
The d-pawn is firmly blockaded, and black is unable to activate his king to assist in advancing that extra pawn up the board. My respect for the Chessmaster 9000 program grew as the match progressed. Chessmaster 9000 particularly impressed me with his tenacious defensive skill. In the crucial Game 3, I blew my chances to win, but credit is due to 9K for making the win a tough assignment. In the last game, Game 4, 9K outplayed me in the opening for the first time in the match, and then skillfully neutralized my attempts to mount a comeback. My hat is off to a great program.
All right, it's over, isn't it?
Rook E5.
Yeah, it's over. All right, so a win, a draw, and 2 losses. Interesting. Interesting. Man versus machine, huh? Cool, I'm glad I witnessed that. Oh, look at the time. I can't believe how quickly time is going. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Or beginning, intermediate. Tutorials and then drills? Your first chess lesson? Basic chess concepts. Beginning strategy by Yasser. Alright, and then... Take the unprotected piece. Oh, these are just drills on what to do. Follow the game 3 to 5 moves. do I want to be doing this again? I almost wanted to see what the beginner thing in tutorial is. Your first chess lesson. Let's do it. The board. Don't tell me like the...
Welcome to your first chess lesson. If you complete all of the lessons presented here, you'll learn everything you need to play a game of chess. Of course, there's a lot more to know about tactics and strategy. Those topics are covered in more advanced lessons.
I think I already know how to play chess, but we'll go through this.
We'll start your lessons by taking a look at the chessboard. The chessboard is made up of 64 squares in a pattern of 8
We
by
already
8,
know this.
alternating black and white or dark and light in color. When playing a game, the vertical columns on the chessboard are called
Files, and then
files.
the other ones.
You might remember this by thinking about a vertical file cabinet.
What?
Note that each file is called by a letter.
Vertical...
We say, for
What about
example,
horizontal file
that this
file
is the A file, and this is the F file.
Hey, Chris Bear, welcome back. I'm saucing a game. Good timing for me to make a terrible joke, and I of course will laugh at it. But how are you?
The rows on the chessboard are
row's
called
a row.
ranks. You can remember this by noting that both row and rank start with the letter R.
Oh.
Note that each rank is called by a number. We say this is the 2nd rank, and this is the 5th rank.
You mean row? Oh, he meant that. Okay. I was thinking the other thing. Not good at all right now. Hut, how are you? But how are you? But I'm doing all right. I'm learning how to play chess.
Each square on the board has a name arrived at by putting
The
together
letters, we
its
got that.
file. A series of squares going from corner to corner
Diagonals.
is called... Chess is a game of war between the black army at the top of the board and the white army at the bottom of the board. Although we always call the two sides black and white, chess sets can vary quite a lot
Indeed.
in color. Standing solidly
So
at the
we
next
know we know
in
this
the
stuff.
left, next, and finally, the board is now ready for a chess game to begin.
And the board always
The
has to be
player with the
bottom
white
white
pieces
on the right.
always moves first in a game of chess. Each player moves one piece
At a
per
time.
turn. In the next lessons, you'll learn more about each of the 5 different chess pieces and points. Is this board set up correctly
No,
to
it's
start
not.
a
The
game?
white corner has to be at the bottom right.
Correct. The board must be turned so that there's a white square in the lower
Yeah, I
right
already know
corner.
that.
Select square F7.
Okay, I don't need to do this because F7 is like right here. It's not hard to do.
Correct.
I don't need to go through this. We've already gone through this with Josh.
Select square. Select all. Is this board set up correctly to start a game?
Yes. There's no trick. I was like, is there a trick? You didn't trick me. Yes.
Correct. Select square
Don't
G.
need to.
Select all of the... Is this board set up correctly to start a game?
No, it's totally wrong. The king and queen up there is switched around, and same thing with ours. It's a no.
Correct. Select all of the squares. Select the name.
Okay. we understand that. Quiz the board.
Is this board set
Oh,
up...
we did quiz the board on our way through. That's hilarious. The rook. Quiz the rook. The knight. Quiz. Alright, they're teaching us how. Chess piece summary? What do you mean?
Once again, let's take a look at all of the chess pieces in position.
Uh-huh.
Starting in the corners are the strong pillars of the castle, the rooks. Rooks move horizontally.
Okay.
Next to the rooks, riding into the castle, are the
Riding
knights.
into the castle.
The knight's movement is always L-shaped.
Always.
Next to the knights are the bishops, positioned to be the trusted advisors to the king and queen.
Okay.
Bishops always move diagonal. Next to the bishop stands the queen. The white queen always starts on a light square. The last piece on the outer ranks is the king. On the rank in front of the... This is the setup of the... It is white's turn. Capture one of black's pieces.
It's white's turn. Capture one of white's pieces. Only piece I can capture is this one. I don't know why I would do this, but...
Correct. It is black's turn. Capture one of white's pieces.
This is a little bit better.
That's right.
Okay, I know how to do this.
It is white. It is white's... It is black. Is this board set
I
up
am not
correctly to
answering.
move these pieces to their correct starting positions in the fewest moves possible, moving only the piece that is highlighted. Plan ahead. You must make the moves in a specific sequence. Good. Move the highlighted piece. Correct.
Okay, come on. This is a lot of moves. Okay, this is going to take up a lot of turns.
Move these pieces.
No!
Is this board set up correctly to start a game?
Yes, unless the other side's no, it's wrong. The queen and king is switched. It's wrong. It's no. The queen. I was gonna figure the white was right. I looked at that right away, and then the other side was like, no.
Correct.
Thank you. I am so good at this. Okay, so we got all of these check and checkmate. This might help me.
If your king is in a position where it could be captured on your opponent's next
Let's go
move,
with check.
it is said that your king is in check. Check. Here the white queen threatens to capture the black king, so black is in check.
I'm still watching. Good. Hopefully you get unhurt.
If your king is in check, you must
Or
remove the threat on the very
not good,
next
so hopefully
move.
get good.
There are 3 ways to remove a threat from your
Keep reading
king.
hut.
The first
As
way
hurt.
is to move your king to a square that is not under
I
attack
would
by your
not do
opponent.
that. I would use my bishop to take the queen.
The second way is to capture the piece that is threatening your king. The third way is to block the threatening piece by moving one of your other pieces into its path so it can no longer take the
Okay,
king.
this is what you're teaching me?
If there is no way to bring your king to safety, that is, you can't move it away, capture the threatening piece, or block the threatening piece, then your king has been checkmated, and you have lost the game. The king is never actually captured in chess. When one of the kings is checkmated, the game is over. The object of chess is to checkmate your opponent while avoiding checkmate yourself.
Okay. This is really the beginner stuff, isn't it?
By the way, you may not ever move your king into check. In other words, you cannot move your king into a position
F,
where your
E,
opponent
or
could capture
D2.
it. For example, this white king cannot move to E2, D2, or
We got it.
F2. Here's a very simple example of a checkmate known as the
fool's mate.
Pay attention to the
Okay.
moves. You don't want to have your opponent perform a fool's mate on you.
No, I just clicked on this to see what happens, but alright, you move up.
Checkmate.
Why would you move those 2 pawn pieces? That is a horrible idea, but okay. You can actually lose a game on your second turn if you're white. If you're white, you move that piece and then that piece. And if just as make sure you move your e-pawn piece down. You can get checkmated on the black second turn. It happened to me in a game once. That's mean. Why would you move those 2 pieces? Is there a reason? Is there a reason to doing something like that? Because I know there's other moves with bringing down the bishop at the knight, and then attacking a few pieces in the middle, and then your knight is pinned. Your knight is pinned to the king, but or to the queen. One of the two, however it works out that way. I've seen that happen on a few games just very recently. Welcome back, by the way, Jack. Glad to have you back. But beginners sometimes try F3. It's terrible. It is a terrible move. You always move a D or E is what I was told. But now I know Larry was moving C something. I think he was moving C up to do like the king something or whatever it was called, and I don't know, that moving two pawns like that seems very strange. You usually move a pawn and then a knight and then a bishop and then you could castle right away. That's as quick as you can castle. But really, like, you want to try to get into the center at the beginning and try to figure out what kind of game it's going to be with open or close. But yeah, I've never seen a move like that before. That's just terrible.
Black to
Scholars
move.
made us more
Play
realistic.
the move which stops check.
Play a move that stops check. Wait, it's me. Okay, well, this stops check.
Correct.
Hooray! I might get out of the beginners because I kind of feel like I got this.
White to move. White to white. Black
This
to
is
move.
a lot of
White
this
to
is
move.
a lot of
Black to
testing
move.
you how to check.
Black to move. White to move.
Your opponent didn't check
White
or
to move.
checkmate.
Black to
Okay,
move.
yeah, let's not go through all of that. There's like 87 more of those. There's all of those quests. All of those were for that. Okay, we don't need to, basic chess concepts. Castling, en passant, promotion with your pawn piece, piece value we know about. Defense might help me if it's gonna
If one of your pieces is under attack, there are 4 ways to defend against the
move,
attack. The first
attack,
way is to simply move
defend
away.
it, or put the king in check. I don't need to know how to do this. Okay.
The second way to defend against an attack is by capturing the attacking piece. Here,
Yeah.
the third way to defend an attacked piece is by interposing another piece in the path of the attacker. The last way to defend the attacked piece is by protecting it. On this setup, now let's look at defense from the point of view of the attacker. If you're attacking one of your opponent's pieces, and he protects it with another piece, you'll want to know how to get rid of the defender.
Or pile up onto it, and make it happen, right?
On this setup, the white rook is attacking black's bishop. Black defends the bishop with his knight. To get rid of the defender, white attacks it with his bishop. If black doesn't move any of his pieces away, white will win the exchange with bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and rook takes bishop.
If they don't move it away, but they will move out of the way. So no, don't worry, that'll never happen to you unless you're playing against a really inexperienced player.
Here's another situation where an attacked piece is defended. White would like to take black's knight, but it's protected by the rook on a7. White can move his bishop to d4, thus attacking black's rook. Black will now have to decide whether he wants to save his knight or his rook. Knowing how to defend your pieces and attack your opponent's defenders will make you a stronger
That would
player.
help me, yes, a lot. But you have to teach me how and not make me move 2-3 pieces when there's more. There's still a king in the play. I need the rest of the board.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Are you eliminate the defender by taking? I could either take that or take out. I could take this out. You're not really defending anything. And the knight's not really defending anything either. Or... And if the knight jumps there or there... No, my knight's got that covered. I'm gonna take this one out. The knight is defending the bishop. Oh, yes, he is defending something.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now play the continuation.
No, then I just want to check now.
That's right.
That's right.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Oh, this actually might help me, maybe? I don't know. It's just the game is in the late game, and I don't even know how I got here and what pieces he moved last, but okay. We'll just look at the board and then see what's going on. I'm white. The defender is that. And I would never just sacrifice take my rook from my rook and then take out the bishop? That's kind of wild. But I can.
Correct. Now play the
And
continuation.
then I check him.
You got it right.
And then I go on my way to go into the right and keep taking those out. Okay, that's a bit crazy. Some super basic things just that maybe look silly, but help a lot. I'm thinking so. I'm actually thinking so too now.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking. You're gonna make me lose my queen again. See, I am not a fan of this already. You take out the queen because it's defending the knight, and then you just take out the knight and move on.
That's right. Now play the continuation. Correct.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm glad I can see these, but oh, I don't want to be in that position.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking. That's right. Now play the continuation.
Not quite a check, but
You got
I'll
it
take
right.
it. King is stopped for now. What a crazy end game stuff I'm seeing here.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Okay, his knight is really, really defended though, and I don't have any continuation. All I have is knight to takes out the knight, and then he can, and then I gain a bishop. I guess really that is what it is, but it's
Correct.
that's a
Now play the continuation.
bit rough.
That's right.
I don't feel like you're like winning there. Just when you just sacrifice such powerful things, you know what I mean? Weird.
Black to
just
move.
to me.
Eliminate
it's
the
just weird.
defender by taking.
You are winning up a piece. I know I am. I know I'm going up. Just like, but just to do that, just to, like to throw your queen up there, for it to die, and then you take it. Like, it just like it just feels weird. I know I'm going up pieces, but just that feeling. So I can go and check him, and then I gain a thing,
That's correct.
and then I
Now play the
go up
continuation.
more
You got
more
it right.
pieces. You will get used to it. I mean, if you watch the end of last episode, you'll see that I did get used to it, and I did very well. But it's just like it still feels like, oh, what am I doing? Throw my queen away like this? To me, I don't think I'll ever feel comfortable doing it.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
First thing I see is that knight stopping the queen, and once I get rid of this piece,
Correct. Now play the continuation.
there's
That's
nothing
right.
stopping me from taking the queen. I would love it if I can do that. But I don't know if I'm gonna try to play a game to see if I could just throw away a piece and then be like, okay, now I'm up a whole queen. I only lost a rook, but I'm up a queen now, and that piece that defended and took my piece is a bishop, and it can't do anything. I would love to be able to do that.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Eliminate the defender by taking. All right, all I see defending right now is that pawn, okay? But we gotta go a little bit further than that. There's something wrong. It's this pawn that I'm seeing is defending this rook. But using a rook to take out a pawn, and then using my rook to take out that rook. Yes, I'm up a pawn, but really, I'm gonna take a nap? Alright, well, you take care. No rage to you, I would have to say. And yes, I'm up a pawn, but really? That is what you want to do? Isn't there probably is better choices, better things, right? But the game just wants you to get used to just throwing pieces away because you may have to at some point. But this is the only thing I see. Is there something else that's happening around that I'm not seeing? Because I cannot attack that bishop. It's just not going to happen. That's not the correct answer. Try again. Okay, well, that is not it. Oh, okay, well, great. What? I can only attack this. Oh, wow, okay, yeah, I did not have to do that. I did not have to use my rook for that. I could use this piece. What? That's not right.
Now play the continuation.
Did he say that's not correct, or that was correct?
You got it right.
Oh, that was correct. Oh, I thought you said that's not correct, and I'm like, oh boy, what? Because, yeah, I did not need to use my rook to go up a pawn. I used my pawn to take that out. A little bit better.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Uh-huh, okay. I can only move my rook up. I can move this rook up. So the only defender really is this one.
Correct. Now play the continuation.
There's only 2 moves to do.
That's
If they had
right.
5 or 10 moves to do, I'd be totally lost.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Okay. So first you could just look at all the moves you can do. And your knight is not really attacking anything. Your knight can attack that, though. That's great. But is that really defending something? No. So you can just quickly move on to something else. And it's like, okay, my rook can attack nothing, really. Oh, so now I'm back to this again. This can't do anything. My queen can't do anything. This isn't. So now I can attack this knight and sacrifice that. I'm making an even trade, aren't I? That feels like an even trade. I don't want to do that. These 2 pieces can attack each other, so great. Wouldn't I want to... No, that doesn't work. I can't move my knight to check. Neither can I move that. Okay. All I see is that my bishop can take the knight, or my knight can take the bishop. Is there anything else, or is this just really simple and that's really all that there is to it? And I'm gonna end up I think it's better to go here, because then that comes down, then my knight takes this. I separate that, and I could go up here and attack the rook. I think this way is better than going the other way, moving your knight down. Well, then your knight goes down. Yeah, and then you also lose your bishop that way. Wait a minute, is that even better though? Because now I'm gonna go up more pieces. This is just an even trade if I go like that. Oh, okay, hold up, there's another move. There's another move I can do. What I was going to say was moving my bishop here. Let's say I took out, it's me taking out 3, then he takes out 3, and then I take out a third one, and then I'm up 3. 3, -3, 3. Okay, so I'm up 3. But if I attack here, and the knight takes, we're even, and then I could go up here, and I take out a big piece of 5, and then he comes back and takes that, and I'm still up 2 pieces. I'm up even more. Do you see that or no? Wait, I'm gonna miss. Never mind, my bishop misses. Don't do that. I thought my bishop was gonna hit him. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Don't do it. don't
Now play the
don't do what I was just
continuation.
about to say. This is correct.
You got it
I
right.
thought my bishop was gonna hit him, but it doesn't work. Don't even worry about it.
White to
Wow.
move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
Okay. Well, first I can eliminate the defender. I can move my queen here, and then it stops him from going down here and causing me a checkmate. Is that wrong? I'm supposed to eliminate a defender, which means I'm supposed to attack something. Moving his knight there is what? Blocking that off, and then when he attacks, I could still take it out. And then when the knight goes down, I could still take it. I don't feel like this is a threat. All I feel like the threat is that I'm going to get checked, to which then I could block with my bishop. And he loses a queen. So what is my immediate danger right now? I can anytime check, move him out of the way, take out the defender, take out the knight.
Now play the continuation. That's
Okay,
right.
that was right. Okay, cool. That seemed way more logical than just moving the piece and stopping the queen from moving in there, even though I had it totally defended.
White
Hooray!
to move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
What happens if he's an offender and he's offending me right now by stopping me from winning a chess game? Alright, I can take something out right now. Check. He moves. I take. Check. He moves his queen over. I take and he takes. I'm still gonna do it. Check.
That's
I'm
correct.
still gonna do it.
Now play the continuation.
He went for it, but if he would have used his queen to block, I could still do something about that.
You got it right.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
Our queens are lined up. The knight is gonna come down for a check. To which then I move out of the way. And then the queen drops down for a decisive attack, I'm guessing, and I have to move my bishop there. To then which I feel like I'm going to be in trouble with what that queen and knight thing is going to happen. And I can, at this point, bring my queen down. It's going to get lost instantly, though. Doing this doesn't give me the angle that I'm looking for. But at least it'll stop the thing? Only my queen... If my queen was here, I could go for an immediate check and make it move, but that doesn't work. I can go for a check, but that piece is still defended. And losing a rook for a knight doesn't seem fair, but I can go for a check. Is my best move this? But what does that get me other than... It gets me out of a check is all that this does. This isn't really... Or basically a checkmate eventually. Is this the right thing by stopping a checkmate? No, that's not. Okay, we're not worrying about the checkmate then. Okay, let's not worry about a checkmate. If I can go and remove that. I can trade off queens instantly. Lose the thing. Then nothing else happens after that, right? Even if I move here and check, nothing really happens. I could check him again, maybe if he goes up. Alright, let's give it a shot. Here goes. That's wrong as well. Do not want to trade off your queens. Okay. I'm not quickly seeing this one like all the other ones. My queen is just there. The knight is not really defending anything except for a checkmate. There's no reason why I would lose my queen here. Are they telling me like to lose my queen just to stop a checkmate and bring my rook over? I was Googling. And here goes. That's what I thought. Thank goodness. Okay, so it doesn't want me to do something crazy. I don't see any more attacks, everybody. Trying to find PC version of this thing. Is there a PC version of this thing, or is it only for Xbox, I wonder? Okay, because yeah, I could only attack here, silly. I could attack here, also silly. Attack the queen, that's also wrong. Now my rook can attack the knight, also wrong. So now I have no more attacks. There's nothing... This cannot be right. Okay, and it's not, because it's absolutely not. I know it's not. But I don't have any more attacks. How do I eliminate Defender in the best possible way? Unless I'm not supposed to keep on attacking, I can just check. Or something odd like that. If I did that and then take him out, and then I move my... Will this work? Check?
Now play the
Oh
continuation.
wow, okay, so you're not supposed to attack sometimes.
That's right.
Sometimes you're not supposed to attack. My brain is not going to remember all of this. That's just already too advanced past my skill. Because I would have never thought to do that. Do you see how many times I had to try to move my pieces until I finally saw that? Way too many times, which means I would have blundered that many times before I would have figured it out. In a chess game. That's many games of trialing and erroring until I eventually saw it.
White to move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
So that means I don't have to attack sometimes. I have to move a piece out of the way so that I can then gain a piece. Or even better. Okay. What is my bishop aiming for? So basically, drive my rook up. Go for a check. He has to counter with that, and then I could go and check again while taking out a knight.
That's correct. Now play the continuation. You got it right.
Hooray! Then I wish I could go on and take out that pawn over there and totally undermine his pawn structure up there on the top left.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
Alright, fine. Alright, cool. My queens are lined up again. My knight is not really... That knight's not really doing anything. Not my knight. I'm so used to being playing as the white side here that I keep calling that knight mine because, you know, just because. I can check... And then the bishop will come out and defend. And then I could attack. Or the knight or the queen can go up. I don't know why the queen would do that though. And then my queen can go there and do nothing. Because it's not really a check or anything. Okay, so I could go here and remove that by moving my queen. This comes down. Then I go up and check. And then it moves out of position. And it's open for me to do not a whole lot. I only got a rook and a queen, and I'm down a lot of material. And you're thinking you want me to trade in my rook, trade my queen, go for a rook, and go for a rook versus a bishop and knight endgame? I still feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The white is still up a lot. Rook is 5. Bishop and knights are 6. So yeah, they're still up, right? Because it's 5 pawns and 5 pawns. So it's basically the white is still winning, is what I did calculate that right. I thought I was doing it wrong. You have to win material here. I have to win material here. So a knight check, take out queen is only an even trade. I'll see what happens, because I don't know what's going to happen here. The queen can move, or the bishop can move. Knight check, win the queen? Sorry. No, yeah, I'm playing as black, so nice move. That is correct. Because what's...
Now play the continuation.
Because now he's going to play this, and now I win up a queen.
That's right.
Okay, so he moved the bishop instead of the queen. He could have moved the queen back, though. Right? No, he couldn't have, because that would have been very, very stupid, because then he couldn't defend it. Okay, it was a force that the bishop had to move. Okay.
White to
I was
move.
thinking maybe the queen moved back.
Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
White to move, chase the defender away. Okay, well we're not chasing that defender away. All right then. I could also move here, and it's pretty undermined.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now play the continuation.
Oh, that's not good enough, huh? I'm sorry.
You got
Take
it
that
right.
then. I was going to try to drive the knight away, but why not just kill the piece that you've already undermined in the first place?
White to
My
move.
bad.
Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
Okay. I got a rook that can go all the ways up or a queen that can go over. But the queen cannot do that, so... trading my queen. And then the rook comes down. And then I check. And then that's it. There's nothing else going to be gained there. I'm just going to trade off a queen and get a check. Is that even worth it? If I go up here and I lose my knight... Oh, okay, let's just do it, because that's why that makes... Not a knight, my rook.
Correct. Now play the continuation. That's right.
Now his queen's in trouble. By 2 ways. My pawn and my rook. Okay. Cool, I wasn't thinking to do it that way. I was thinking he was going to take it and then I could attack the queen, but he didn't do that either. What I see is going to happen doesn't happen sometimes.
Black to move.
Oh.
Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
Okay. I can move my bishop to either here or here. And the safest spot is here, because... No, because then the bishop can block. But if I go here, a pawn can block me. And either of these places is not ideal, but okay. What else can I do? Heavens, I need your attention. Uh-oh. What happened? Tell me now. And welcome back, by the way. I can also just fly right on up here. That's about it. I'm going to just move it here.
That's
okay,
correct.
I was right.
Now play the continuation.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna I'm undermining you. Now.
You got it
You
right.
got it. check your loots message. Check my loots message. When did I get looted? Oh, when the thing just kicked in. You just clicked on it without... Did you? Oh, you typed loots a while ago, by the way. My chat only shows to support me, then another loots, then a pre-alpha. Heavens, I need your attention. Then check your loots, and then another loots message on my chat. So I missed you. Okay, give me a hot minute. Check your pay, pal. There's something on the sale. Merry Christmas. Check your PayPal. There's something on in sale. Check your PayPal. Fine. You are making me go through 80 tabs here, but for you, I'll go ahead and do this. I'm on Firefox now, so things have changed. But if you're not life guides, you're in miscellaneous. Okay. Fine. I'm doing well though.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
It doesn't remember my PayPal? Ugh, I gotta try to type in my extremely long email. Like, it's very long. I only got one hand to type. That's hashtag. There's no hashtag for an email thing. Alright, this is gonna take even longer. Can anybody find what it is that I'm supposed to do? Because I am not at all looking at the game. Why do you not remember my thing on... Oh, but now you remembered my password? You just didn't remember my... show. I think my Firefox needs to get updated on my passwords. Okay, that's hilarious. I'm almost there. I almost got it. Like I said, my email is so long that, log in? I spelled my I spelled my email wrong. Are you kidding me? I can't hit all the buttons. That's really funny. That's even more funny because it's so long. And I missed a letter. Malice, this is what you're doing to me? You made my game go to a complete stop. Yeah, go for that password and go for it. And now update, please. You didn't update at all. See, that's what worries me, Firefox. Is that you didn't update my new information. Oh! So thank you for that. Way to go. Where did you get that 2007 USD, which means you said you're Canadian, right? That means you gave me more than 20. So I got 20 from you. What do you want me to get then? My bad for it taking so long. You have no idea. My email is, I'm hoping, going to be unhackable. Because you think it's obvious, but it's not, because it's not at all obvious. And it's so long, it takes me that long to type it with one hand. But what do you want me to get for 20 USD? Because now you can pick out any game. Well, not any game. You can't get an $80 game with a 20. But what do you want me to get? Thank you for that, by the way, for the awesome donation. Where did that come from? You said you were never going to donate to me because you're just insane. And you got lots of things to deal with. So unless you got a sweet Christmas bonus, and it's too early for one of those, where did you get that from? My bad for taking forever to get my email and password punched in. But yeah, and way to loot it up like that first, and then tell me. So thanks for the loots as well. Now I need to know where you're going with all this craziness. I'm gonna type that in to move on. So, on chess, black to move. I'm only now playing chess now. That was wild. There's a knight and a knight. Whoop-de-doo. I could take out the knight. Then I can't do anything. Okay. I could take out that knight. And it moves up. And then I can't do anything. The best move to do is to scare it. No, I can't do that. Wow. I can't even scare it. I can't even scare that one. A holiday sale came up on the PlayStation. Oh, I didn't even check the PlayStation. I'm not even playing on the PlayStation, so I didn't even turn it on to see if there's any sales going on. Okay, I just turned on the Xbox when I got home and played. So I'm donating you to get Dark Souls 3 Deluxe Edition, which I'm assuming comes with the DLC. That sounds okay. I'll have to go and take a look. Dark Souls 3 Deluxe Edition? Or Malice? Okay. Malice. Dark Souls 3. I'm going to type it funny. Deluxe. For the Christmas sale or Xmas. I'll make it even faster. And you want me to get that game. So that very well may be, if Delita doesn't soon show up, he's going to have to wait till after Dark Souls. This is going to be pretty late for him. It's going to be like next year. But okay, I mean, that's going to change everything, Melis. Did you not agree to my retro gaming? Or you just really want me to play Dark Souls 3? To then which I can then start begging for Sekiro. But okay, I'll take a look at the Dark Souls 3 Deluxe, and hopefully it does come with all the DLC, and that sounds awesome to me. Absolutely, yeah. So thanks, Melis. I actually finally got my hands. You're gonna... If you're around the same time somebody else who showed up tonight, if he shows back up again, you two are gonna have a lot in common, because he's one of his favorite RPG games is Dark Souls 1, so you missed him because he had to go, but hopefully he's around and you two somehow meet up, because then I could let him know that you got the Dark Souls 3, because I already mentioned about Dark Souls 3 is my next game. This episode. So that's amazing how that pulled out to be. Because he'd be really happy to see that game too. And thanking you for that. Lol, my stream crashed. I didn't crash. Okay. I didn't crash, so I'm glad it wasn't me. It's me. Okay. I wonder how much you missed. I'm gonna just take this piece because I don't get it. All I can see is I could take this rook out and then take out the No, I can't. I can't do that. I was gonna say I was gonna take out that and then take out this pawn, but no. The moment the knight goes back up here, it's everything's still defended. Well, that works. That did not work. Okay, see, I was gonna. Oh no, because he could Zook Swan or Zeusen thing. I was trying to type that I don't care when you start Dark Souls 3. It's no rush, but to me, you did well on the other games, so it's a shame to never get the chance to play the third. So play at your own leisure. Oh, well, I even got a better one for you, Melis. You let me know when is good, because I'm assuming after this chess game, I can move right on to Dark Souls 3. It can very well be the next game for you. Or you can say, no, don't play it next. I'm not ready, and then let me know, because you can tell you usually show up every day. So I could also let you know I'm almost done chess, and it'll be tomorrow or the next day, give or take. And then you can be like, yeah or no, because that's what Delita did. Delita said don't play it until I come back, so I haven't played Breath of Fire 3 in months, so it's okay to put it on hold. The game is still there for you to play, so you let me know what's best for you, since you want to watch it, and hopefully you have a good time with me getting destroyed on that game. And that'll make me want to play it a little more too, because even if I were to play it and then you say you can't show up and watch any of it, that wouldn't be as very fun for me, knowing that I know you would enjoy my Dark Souls 3. So thank you, and just let me know if after this chess game, however many days this may take, if it's not good for you, then let me know. I'm okay with that. Absolutely. So moving on. Okay, I have to take this knight, to which he comes down, and to then which I can go like here. Like, it makes no sense. I'm not doing anything other than removing this knight from stopping me from... This knight, really, from stopping me going here or anything. So I'm going to just take out this dude. That's wrong. So I'm gonna go and take this dude for some reason. That's also wrong. Oh boy, now this is getting complicated. Play it when you're not sure what you want to stream next. Oh, well then I will never play it until 2035 because I have so many games I had planned. All my little retro series that I'm gonna do is gonna take many episodes since there's a lot of Sega games on that. Um, and I was almost. I hope you find this funny, Malice. I was almost planning on playing Parasite Eve on Christmas Day as well, just to see what you would say when Christmas showed up and I started playing it as well, just to see what you would do. Because I was like, go for it. Oh, you say just go for it, not even a sass or anything, or like just go for it. That's funny because I was gonna do it and it would be like, what do you think of that? But I don't know because I think I had a plan and I can still do it, but we'll see. I'll let you. You'll be around again, and I can let you know. Because if like the next 10+ days, since Dark Souls usually take a little while, if those 10 days are not good for you, then that's fine. I could wait a little longer, but it's not super long. I've only well, basically, spoiler alert. I've only played till like the piano part where you fight the boss and you drop down into the sewers, and then I stopped because I'm like, what did I miss? I can't play games unless I master them at that point. This was before live streaming, and then I stopped playing it forever. So because I always was stuck into that limbo of thinking that I had to master every game I played. It was a bad time, and I'm glad I got out of it. Okay, so we're here. We're laughing. You're laughing. I'm laughing. They're all laughing. Uh, everybody's laughing. I can do this.
Now play the continuation.
That's correct. Oh, because I wanted the knights to stop attacking the knights, and he can't attack me at all.
You got it right.
Oh, no, it took a while. That took a while for me to even figure it out, let alone having to go through my loots and then through PayPal and then thanking Malice 1,000 times over. Because thanks, Malice, you technically made my Christmas. Now I gotta tell my parents to not get me Dark Souls 3. Or if they do, save the receipt. Because I gotta trade it back and then buy another game, which could turn out awesome. Sekiro cough cough. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Really. But we'll see, because who knows? I might not even get a game still, like last year. I'll never forget that. I'll never forgive my parents. They're no longer my top favorite parents. But anyway, hopefully they do. That's the game I'm doing after the holidays. You're done. You're gonna play Sacred. What about all the other games? You can play any other one other than that one. I'm the one getting jealous because you're playing the games I want to play. But either way, cool. I want to play Sekiro too, but either Dark Souls 3 is soon then, hopefully, maybe. Because that's the game style I'm really into. Oh, well, I hope you have a hard time with it and you don't like it, and then you buy the game hard copy, and then give it to me so that I can play it. Merry Christmas. Let's play more chess!
White to move. Eliminate the defender in the best way possible.
Okay, well, here goes the bestest way possibles ever. That does nothing for me. I was going to move my pawn, my F pawn up right away, because I clearly don't like that queen. But anyway. Because I can't capture. Once I move my piece up, the queen just takes it and then laughs at me. Dude, I'm totally going to rage quit if my woman bought it. Hard copy for your Christmas gift with Dragon Quest Builders 2. You're going to rage quiet. Not rage quit. My bad for reading, for auto-filtering your words. Rage quiet and my woman bought the hard copy for your Christmas gift with Dragon Quest Builders 2. You missed the period. But yeah, Dragon Quest Builders 2 is another game I want to play. There's so many games I want to play. And I who knows? Hopefully the crew happens. Hopefully that crew still happens and I can still get back onto those games. Because I was playing Dragon Quest Builders 1 back in the demo era. So that means I want to play that game before the game even came out. And it still never happened. It has an online mode? I know that's not your thing, but I'm totally excited for it. Well, it'd be exciting if I were to play it and then a whole bunch of my viewers showed up and then we could all play and have a good time playing. And it's not like what Minecraft multiplayer is. No, it's not really. Minecraft you can just play casual too, but there's usually like tournaments and stuff. I'm not a fan of that. I wish I could send you my hard copy of Dragon Quest Builders 1. Well, then I'd have to buy a post thingy, which costs quite a bit of money apparently. I already looked into that 2 years ago. And then have people to send things to my post. Now, a whole bunch of other YouTubers said that they can't do it because eventually people just send too many things, and then the post people go postal actually get angry, and just say that they can't handle all this stuff. But also, when I then give you my postal code, it has to be somewhere nearby for me to pick it up. And then that just narrows me right down to possibly Boston or Florida or somewheres around there. So I really got to be careful with that. So yeah, I don't want to do that. So it's gonna be pretty tricky. So yeah. Either way, I gotta move a piece, don't I? Whoops! I'm playing a chess game and I'm too busy dreaming about other games I don't even have. Okay. The rook is defending the bishop. The bishop's also defended by the queen. Is that really my stratagem? Is that knight take out bishop? Rook does that. That doesn't do anything. I'm not doing that. But it would get rid of the. No, it wouldn't. No, it would not allow me to get my queen up there for a check. That's a bad move. Don't even. I don't even want to pretend that I said that. Okay. My double. That doesn't work either. If I had two rooks stacked up, I would know where to attack. But I'm up 3, I'm down 3, I'm up that, and then I trade that in. And then there's nothing. I'm not trading in anything else after that. Unless I'm sacrificing my queen. The queen moves... No, see, the thing just drops down. No, that does not work. I don't see this one yet. Attacking doesn't do anything. I don't see these pieces doing anything. And going for an all-out assault leaves me with the queen out of my way. But then I still cannot do anything. And not only did I lose my knight, and then I lose my rook. We trade off evenly. The queen is here. The queen ends up here. And that doesn't still do anything for me. But I'll still do it. That's wrong. Okay, that's what I thought. It seems absolutely wrong not to do this because you're not gaining anything. So cool. We can scratch that idea from our brains. That doesn't work. My knight can't go there. My knight can't go there. Tactical retreat is not necessary. My queen can, like... go nowheres. I can go here. And then my queen's going to die. No matter what. The pawn comes down, my knight goes there, the queen takes it over. And that's it. I lose. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Why is this so complicated? Isn't this basic beginning tutorials? Why is this so difficult? Is it because I'm like not good at seeing the whole board, or is it because I'm like thinking of other games and stuff at this point? I know I can like attack the queen here. It does really nothing though, because I can't defend it. K-Blux. Hi and welcome to the live stream. Please help me. I seem to be stumped. on a beginner mode. And I'm already in trouble. And I'm already at 10 minutes over my live stream. Are you kidding me? I lost track of time again. Chess is the only game that every single episode, I think, has been way past the 4 hour and 10 mark. And I'm not even done this tutorial. And I am already like 20 minutes over time. You have 2 attackers on the bishop. They have 2 defenders. Right. But I need like another attacker. But moving here does nothing, right? So remove a defender. Totally can't do that. I can't attack this. I can't attack this. And nor can I attack this. I have no pieces to attack. I can threaten them, but I can't attack them. Unless you know how. Heavens needs help more than can be done. True, true. I mean, no, chess is all thinking and seeing the board and seeing moves that other people can't. And some of it is actually like you just have to make that move because there's nothing you can do and you have to move. So some things are actually noticeable. But nothing I do, none of these pieces that I move is a threat to the queen. Unless I just do this or this and it just makes the queen move. Oh, okay, so
Now play the continuation.
the queen took it? That seems like a bad idea.
That's right.
Okay, but then the bishop comes down, the queen comes down. Oh, okay, it does work out. I did not count all of that. I did not visualize all of this. Now that I see it, I can see it. Because the rook's going to take my knight, I'm going to take its rook. And then the queen's going to come down and take my rook. Or not, because if it doesn't, then I'll take the queen. But again, I didn't calculate all of that. I already looked at the pawns moving. That was my first thing I looked at. Was the 3 pawn moves, and I said that it didn't work because I wasn't attacking anything. And lo and behold, I was wrong right from the get-go. No wonder I couldn't figure this out.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Take care, Heavens. I'm awful. Thanks again, Malice. Again, so Dark Souls 3 is in the near future, everybody. Since I got the game. Which is awesome. And then hopefully another game too. 2 brand new games-ish. To me, those are brand new games. Well, one of them hopefully will be pretty close too, but yeah, that'd be awesome. What a crazy way to start off like the end of the year or the new year. Right, so the knight is really not going to do anything. I can instantly get rid of that queen. That did a whole lot of nothing. I can't move my queen. I'm actually pinned. The queen pinned my queen to the knight. That's funny. So I can remove it right now. And then the rook comes down and checks me. And then I take that out. That's incorrect. Okay, because I thought it was up. That comes down and I take it. I'm surprised that didn't work. Okay. If that didn't work, then something else needs to happen. Go up and scare him with a rook check. Move the thingy. I'm down quite a bit of material. Then I take. How does that sound? It sounds like a bad idea, but I'm losing a rook to gain a queen.
Now play the continuation.
You're forcing that to happen and that works? Why? No! That sounds like such a bad idea, but I know the numbers are right. You just like threw away your rook. Just to move the bishop, thank goodness you can do that, and then just take out the queen, and somehow you're actually up 4 pieces? I think the queen's worth 9? But like again, you just technically lost your rook and you gained a queen. It feels like that was a good trade-off, yes, but still to throw your rook away at the beginning is something I don't think to do as a beginner.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
As a beginner, I don't feel like I'll ever think to do moves like that. It just that throws me off a lot to think and see that. I can only see it when I'm here and the game has already progressed to this point and I gotta like find a move. And then after I move my first one, I always look at forcing moves first. I always look to try to like do a check or a forcing check. Is that what you mean? Because that's the given, is it? Oh, still though, just to do that hurts my brain. So a knight to check to remove the pawn, that seems to do a whole lot of nothing. To move the bishop out of the way, that really does a nothing either. But to move the knight? Okay, hold up. So if I take a rook, the knight takes my rook, I go for a check with my knight, the knight comes back down and takes it, then my bishop goes and takes the knight, and then I lose a bishop. That sounds wrong. And then I go up. No, like that doesn't work. That cannot work, right? Because my math is already telling me it's even. I check, I lose, then I gain it back, and then I lose. It feels like I'm losing here. Checking, taking, and threatening mate. Yeah, threatening mate is always good too, but at least I'm not doing that. I don't think I am. I think this one says eliminate the defender by actually taking out a piece. And the other times it says do something by making the best move possible. So at least I've finally figured that out. Okay, Blocks, are you like a strong chess player? Because if you haven't noticed, I'm totally new. And if you watch the first 3 episodes, you'll then know exactly everything. But don't watch the end of the second episode. Just when you see me stop doing the tutorial, just move on to the third one. For no reason, just do that for me, please. And then you can see what's going on. But okay, what am I doing here? I'm supposed to remove something by attacking, and doing this will remove that. So take out the knight right away, bring that down so now we're even. Bring another thing up. I don't feel like I'm gaining anything. I'm not gaining any material. My pawns cannot push anything out of the way. And my rook is still being attacked. I have two... what piece can you remove the defender of? The only piece that I can move is this, because that I really don't think I can attack the bishop right now. Unless the game wants me to. No, I can't, because the knight totally blocks me. I was gonna move my bishop here, but then I just lose a bishop, then I attack, and then I lose my chance to do anything else. So yeah. Interesting. Oh, I can fork. I can fork. Oh, I didn't even see the fork until right now. That took me way too long to see the fork, everybody. So I'm supposed to do this. No! Because that makes that go. This comes down. Oh, this piece is still here. Why is this here? I could add a fork. There's no fork. It doesn't exist. Don't even worry about the fork. Okay. I thought I had a fork. Until that pawn piece is there and just throws off the whole game. I'm running out of ideas. I think I told you everything that I can do. One of them is either right or wrong, and then I could just keep throwing pieces until it happens, because I don't want to stay on this piece much longer, this screen much longer. I know I probably won't grow, but I need to not sit here for hours. And I already calculated that all of this is a loss. So if I go and take the rook, and the thing moves, then they still got this piece defended twice. And I can only move a piece once. It makes no sense. So I don't think I'm going here. I think I'm avoiding this, but I gotta go like this? No, okay. Because this doesn't work with the knight defending. Removing... Nothing works. So what do you see? I'll give you like a few seconds to be like, yeah, move this piece here. And then I'll try it, but if you don't see it, I'm just gonna hit R to find out where I'm supposed to move a piece. And then I could visually, knight to F3.
Correct.
And then I lose.
Now play the continuation.
Am I not supposed to attack here? The rook is no longer defended. So I was looking for the rook to take out. Oh, okay, see, I was looking at this all wrong. I was going for the king.
That's
I did
right.
not see that I was taking out the rook, that was defended. I saw that F3 was defended. And I had no idea how to get rid of the F3. Thank you, K-Blocks, because I didn't see that at all. All I saw was F3 was overly defended, and none of my pieces can make it unhappen. Weird. Okay, again, this is where this chess game is going to throw me off, because I don't think these ways yet. And if this is beginning, it's already too hard for me. And I've only just begun. Well, technically, no, I've already begun before with 3 other episodes, but this Chessmaster series is way harder than the last beginner, which was Josh Waitzkin's thing, which is way easier.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
I guess if I get stuck on an idea, I'm just stuck on the idea the whole time, and I can't erase it from my brain and try another idea. That's not good for chess either. I wonder how long I'll be able to keep playing chess. I wonder how long, if like this is already the last episode, or is there like another 20 more chess episodes? I have no idea what's going to happen on chess. I just feel like I wanted to play it, meet some chess people who knew how to play this game. Watch me lose a few. and then go cool, because all I want to do is learn how to play chess for the future. Because I know other games will still have chess into it. So, hooray, I'll be able to play even a little better. But, okay. Eliminate the defender by chasing it away. Chess is always a good skill. Thank you. I agree. And also, congrats on your first level 1, K-Blocks. Well played. I usually play a lot of RPGs, so I have an RPG bot in my chat. If you're curious, I say the best thing is !YouTube and then just take a quick look, because then you'll see what I mean by I play a lot of RPGs. But I do a lot more than just RPGs too. I play a lot. Well, you'll just see it when you see it. There's a lot there. I'll give you the you'll see it when you see it. Okay. Queen's defending knight. The knight's also defending the knight. And the rook's also defending that knight. Wow. Okay. Everything's piled up on this knight here. Okay. There we go. That will drive the queen away. And then and then what? Then what do I have? I mean, I can move that and hopefully drive the queen away. That's my first thing when I look at the board. And then it frees up my queen a little bit as well. And my queen can now aim at the thing while removing that queen, and just things work out. But is that the right best move? Is the first move that I see? Can I wouldn't want to move that pawn. That's a bad idea. That pawn is a bad move because then I block up my bishop. I can also move my pawn here. forcing that knight to definitely do a crazy withdraw. And that doesn't force anything, and I don't lose anything by doing this. Okay, so if it's not that, then it's this. This is my first idea. Which is wrong! Okay! Well, I tried. Now I gotta try to move something else. Okay, if none of those two pieces work, then whoops. I can take with my bishop. I like the idea you called bad. You like the idea of separating my nice pawn chain. My beautiful wall will be now 2 islands, blocking off my bishop. And then if the knight moves, which we will, because usually I was told to like don't be making too many pawn islands, and at this point I'll have 3 pawn islands. So usually that's not good to do, especially at this point in the game. But all right, let's give it a shot.
Now play the continuation.
Okay. Sure. What am I doing?
You got it right.
So I somehow went up a free knight there by doing that. But now my bishop's blocked. I have almost a bad bishop now. And everything. So maybe I've been trained with Josh's thing to not do this to yourself. But the basic is just trying to teach me to find things to gain a piece. Don't worry about how you're going to destroy your endgame by making yourself a bad bishop and whatnot. Maybe that's not a bad bishop. Who knows? Maybe it's really not that bad. But to me, it just looked bad to do that. Just by a look, and then seeing what I'm going to get. Because I've already been trained from beginning, intermediate, and end game course. And now I'm back at the beginning course, and I'm having a hard time with it.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
K-Blocks, you're right. But you haven't seen me play chess yet. So, yeah. I could be up all pieces and still get a stalemate. I could have 2 rooks, a queen, and a knight, and a bishop, and still get a stalemate, because. Or I could still possibly lose if they also have a queen and a thing, and just do a weird move that I just didn't see. So yeah, I could lose. But yeah, we'll see. Me to move, eliminate the defender by actually taking a piece. Okay. Check. A force check. The queen will... The queen can't take. Oh, that doesn't work. No, yes it does. Okay, hold up. I already see like a check. And the queen can't because it puts its king in check. So it has to move. And then I go up a queen? Was that the right thing? Right away?
Now play the continuation.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I saw that one right away. See, you looked right at the forcing move. You're learning. I can learn. Lo and behold, Heaven's Army can learn. After 4 years, when he thought his gaming skills couldn't get any worse, he learned.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Okay, now I'm knowing that I'm taking a piece again. Okay. Let's do this. In case you were wondering, K-Blocks, I'm pretty easygoing. And if you haven't heard any swear words, it's because I don't use them. So I'm a pretty easygoing, family-friendly live streamer who doesn't mind my heavenlies, that's you, the viewers, giving me remarks, or even sassing me, or giving me a hard time when I totally pull off a blunder. I'm okay with all that stuff because it makes me smile. But alright, I'm eliminating something. I will totally eliminate whatever needs to be eliminated because I'm a sniper when it comes to chess. And all I need to do is lose my queen by moving it up there and then going 3 and 3, 4 and 9. That's a terrible idea. Okay, so that doesn't work, and that also doesn't work. I'm trying to move my knight around so that you can see what I'm looking at, considering I can't just spin all my pieces around. Going... I see his knights are all over the place like that. Okay, feel free to request hints. I'll almost say, like, if you see me taking a while, you can be like, so, Heaven, what do you think of whatever I'm supposed to look at? That knight. And I'm going to be like, okay, that's a good hint. You could hint at me all the time. And I'd rather you never give me the answer. I'd rather you, like, hint to make me look at where I'm supposed to look. Or, like, if there's, like, let's change the game. If I was playing an adventuring game and there's like a super secret wall that has like an awesome treasure chest, it'd be really cool if you said, "Hey, there's a secret wall back there between the two torches." That'd be really cool. Because then I'd be like, "Really?" Because I would have missed it. I would have just walked on by and things would have been there. So okay, what piece is only defended once? Okay, the queen's already defended twice. The bishop's already defended twice. The knight isn't. The knight is only defended once by the bishop. But I can't send my queen up there. Can I? Should I? No. Because me going here... This is my first initial thing, was to send my queen up and have it get destroyed. And now I'm down... I'm down what? I'm down 6? Then the rook goes in, and then I take with that, and I'm still down 3. Oh, it's a check, though. Right, I forgot about the check. That means they're forced to attack, right, but that doesn't do anything. Then after the check, then I go nowheres. I can't take out another piece. That would have been really cool if I could take out another piece, right? So from what I can see, is that the knight is the only one that's taken out once. So maybe I'm going after this piece. Maybe my end game goal right now is to take out this piece. By going after... Like going after that? Am I under attack? Am I gonna like lose my queen like right away if I try to move something else? Yeah, because I need to take a piece right now. I need to attack right now. And that does nothing. And sure, I could take out... I mean, what's stopping me from taking this? I think you forgot a piece. Me taking this out then drops the queen down, and then I'm really in trouble, actually. Because then the queen is there, and then I'm really in trouble for a check thingy. Maybe. I forgot a piece. There's a piece over here, and I totally can't get that. So, am I actually aiming for something over here, way off the side of the board? To take that out and move the queen? How many times did you say how many times is said piece is defended? Which one? The rook? Because only once. From what I can see. So there's 2 pieces that's only defended once. Do it. No, it's wrong. Okay, darn. It's really open. Alright, just fire your queen up there. Of course that's wrong. Okay, so that's the only 2 pieces that I know that's defended once. That's not good. What move am I gonna move? Is it a queen move? Is it a bishop move? Is it a rook move? Is it a pawn move? Because that'll just change everything if it's like this. You know what I mean? Take the defender, not the piece. So, knight's defending this, queen's defending this and this, bishop's defending this. I don't see any way for me to attack the bishop at all. So if I can't attack the bishop, then I can attack the knight with my queen. Bad move. Already tried that. I already attacked. I already drove my queen up. That's also a bad move. I'm supposed to eliminate the defender by actually taking a piece. I am not seeing any pieces that can take anything else. Unless I'm missing some crazy... My knight can attack this. That's not a defending piece. My knight can't attack anything else. So, I don't see what I'm supposed to attack. What is the actual answer? Because I'm now here too long. Look at which piece defends the two attacking pieces. I have, numerous times, the queen. But nothing can attack the queen but my queen. I need to move by eliminating something. Which means I need to attack. If my bishop was here, then I can totally attack, because then I could just do that. Unless the game is telling me not to attack this time, and then I'm going to be wrong by false advertising. So if you took the queen, it said it's the wrong move. Didn't I not do this?
Now play the continuation.
Didn't I not do that 2 moves ago? Please tell me I did that move 2 moves ago. I thought I already moved it. No, you took the rook and the knight. Oh. What a dummy. Okay, I thought I already did this. So I already ruled that possibility out. Oh, great. So now I took a queen and a queen, so now I do this.
You got it right.
I thought I already did that. Congrats on level 2. You're leveling up so fast because I'm such a noob.
Black to move. Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
Okay, no attack this time, chase it away. Okay, that's all great that I could go and make the queen move out of the way. But the queen is not stopping me from doing anything. The bishop is stopping me from not a whole lot. As well. Okay, well, the first thing I saw was move my knight here and remove the bishop. Or move my knight here and get rid of the queen. And I forked the queen and a pawn. Wow. But still, then I can move here and then move there and go for another check. And there's lots of possibilities, but that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to look for possibilities to get to a check. I'm here to just eliminate a defender by moving it. And that's all I'm here to do. So my brain's already gone past the point of doing something simple like this. I already got to reset. So, chase the queen or chase the bishop? Chase the queen then. Okay, that's all wrong. Wow. Great. I could sacrifice my pieces? No, because that's a bad idea. Because the queen will come down, then I will take, and then that'll take, and then I'm in check. So that's a bad move. We don't want to do that either. I can't move 2. Okay. I missed it. I'm missing all of them now. Uh-oh. Possibly because it's over a 5-hour live stream too. I gotta soon just stop this being at the number that I'm at and then come back into this next episode. Because yeah, I'm not supposed to be live streaming this long at this time of day. Sadly, my live streams are not supposed to go on this long. Whoops. I don't know how I keep pulling this off though with this chess thing. I don't know how it's managing to do that. That I keep losing track of time. And I don't even, my phone's, no wonder I didn't hear my phone go off. It's nowhere's near me. I could go like this and then move the queen down and then do that. That doesn't do anything. Chess does that to people. Well, it's definitely been doing that to me. Like, every episode's gone on way too long. And this one's gone on even longer because I just thought it'd be just a couple more puzzles to solve, but every puzzle now has completely stopped me from making any progress. So, I can write down 57 out of 67 and just hop back into that next episode. I don't like stopping in the middle of something, but I really soon got to stop. And because I'm not already solving this piece of puzzle, it's already making me go, yeah, I really soon got to stop because I'm not going to get this done now. Not until another half an hour plus. Is the bishop and queen the only pieces defending something? I don't feel like the knight is defending anything other than a square for me to get into. But really, like... I don't feel like another piece is being held down. I could check. There's a better move. Try again. So I got a check, but it's not good enough. Because there's an even better move than that check.
Now play the continuation.
Because my
That's
pawn was
right.
there. Okay, I finally saw that pawn way over there. The king was defending the bishop, kind of. Until my queen undermined that.
White to move. Eliminate the defender by chasing it away.
Got 3 more things to finish before. How about a different check? Thank you. Okay, Blocks, that's exactly it. Try a different check, and that would have been the right answer. I did figure it out just before I got that, though. Interesting. My brain is going to forget everything that I learned the last 3 episodes. Oh, well. It comes and goes, your memory. That's what I shouldn't be saying that at my age. White to move, eliminate a defender. Great, okay. I feel like that is not the right thing to do. What? Oh, I thought I clicked on my knight. That's what I wanted to do.
Now play the
I thought I moved my
continuation.
knight. I didn't click on it. Okay, great, smooth.
You got it
I
right.
meant to move my knight the whole time. I can't believe I clicked on my queen.
White to move.
Don't
Eliminate the defender by taking.
click on anything this time. All right, eliminate a defender by taking. Does this one just gotten easy all of a sudden?
Correct.
Why are they go?
Now play the continuation.
Why is it getting
That's
easy?
Right.
Is it because it's so late?
White to move. Eliminate the
more.
defender by chasing it away.
There's 2 more of these. Defender, chase, now, make it happen, go, faster. That did nothing, okay. I'm trying to move my bishop, but that doesn't really do anything. It just pinned the knight to the queen. Moving my knight just opens it up to get attacked. And moving my pawn up just opens up that. And trying to trade queen for queen to then do what? Because that's not working either, because that knight is totally defended with that bishop. But if I take that... I'm recommended with these. Always look at what pieces are defending others. All I really see is that this knight is totally defended with this, and this knight is defending this, and this queen is defending this. So the queen's got that, that's got this, and this got this. And I'm trying to chase something away. There's many things I can try to chase. But I don't think I'm attacking this time, and any attack seems to make me lose. At this point, it seems like it makes me lose. There's like nothing that I could see that could go up. Usually one piece with one defender, a defender that can be pushed away. I even did I did an extra long live stream tonight. I just realized what time it is now. Oh, everything's fine. I forgot that I did an extra. I started this live stream early tonight. Whoops. Alright, I got a little bit more time. Forget it. It's going to be a long episode. Because now I know what time it is. This is what happens when I get my phone. Cool. Chase something away. What am I pushing away? I'm not able to move. That's the only
Now
move
play
that
the
I saw that
continuation.
didn't attack me right away. That was the only one, but I had to look at the whole board over and over to find that. I don't like wasting time in chess this long. Another thing, I'm not going to take 10 minutes to try to find a move. I'm just going to move. Oh, that took way too long. Wait, what am I doing now? I was not paying attention, but you were defending that, so this.
You got it
Okay.
right.
That just took way too long to find these things.
Black
last
to
one.
move. Eliminate the defender by taking.
Check. Okay, but even if I did check, the king moves. No, that my queen gets taken out. So why don't I go? I feel like you can get this one. This one? I can take out the bishop, lose my rook, and then get a rook with a check. And
Correct.
then
Now play the
and
continuation.
then get my rook back.
That's
that
right.
one was very easy. why was 3 or 4 of them ridiculously hard? Well, hooray. I managed to figure out some defense. Now there's pins. You know what? I really feel like I shouldn't skip these. Because this is the stuff I never do when I play a chess game. Just look back at the last episode at the end. I never pin, I never fork, and I never other forks. I never use discovery. I don't want to use stalemate. And then I never use, I don't think, pins, forks, is it skewer? No, it's not skewer. Pins, forks, and discovery. Is it skewer or split or whatever it's called? You may want to use some of those. Yeah, and I don't. And I don't use it at all, and I still win. I play a straight up game against the computer, and I win because I'm playing against a computer with my skill, of course. But like, yeah, I don't use them, and that's not good. Okay, so I'm in. I gotta find out where I'm starting. This is gonna get a little complicated. It's the Chessmaster series. Beginner. And then basic chess concepts. And then down to pins. So I feel like I shouldn't end chess here, and I hope you feel that way too. I'm gonna continue to learn some of these things because Josh Waitzkin showed me them, and he showed me a few of them. And I do know about them. I know that they're there. Well, I'm ahead out. Well, K-Blocks, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you doing that and helping me out because I would have been there a little longer, or I just would have to stop in the middle of my thing. I'm just surprised that I lost track of time again, and now I'm behind my hour that I tried to gain tonight. Hilarious. Anyway, it's fine. I was trying to gain an hour tonight to do something for this chess game, but it's all right. I appreciate that. Hopefully, I'll see you again. But yeah, I'm gonna continue on with all this training, even if it is the beginner stuff. I clearly don't have a handle on it because that took me way too long to figure out some defense. And there's still so many more moves. So many more things I still need to get at least just to figure out because I do know about them. I know they exist. I just don't use them. I'm all right. Either way, I just made myself laugh because I just thought about the Brock thingy. Anyway, don't even worry about it. Pokemon Brock. Either way, just yeah. Who knows how long I'll be doing chess? I feel like I'll go until I finally get a handle of it, and then when I challenge Manny and he doesn't give me any sass like whatsoever, and I don't keep blundering like I do, then maybe I'll feel like I got to where I want to get. That's what I want to say, but who knows? I may not ever get to that point. Hard to say, because yeah, I don't think of the moves. I don't think of what's the best move. I just move and go, cool. That opens up this, and then I don't even realize that there was like a check, and there was a check to be actually made, and I could just take a piece. Like I don't see those, which is not good, especially for a beginner to be missing everything. But yeah, I'm totally never ever gonna get to a point where I'm sitting down looking at a board for minutes. And like Larry said, he sat down and looked at the board for 25 minutes to half an hour. Like no, I would have left the chess game at that point at the 5 minute mark. So I will never also sit down that long and look at something. It's not who I am. I'm the action reaction streamer, like I said. It's a sweet ring to it now. But yeah, uh, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. I just want to learn a little bit more, remember some more things, and maybe not just rush ahead, but stop and see if I can find something, and then move on ahead instead of just moving on ahead. That would be a nice thing to learn. But either way, uh, I hope you all had fun. I didn't have a chance to play a chess game, sadly, because I just totally lost track of time again. Uh, but like yeah, hopefully I'll just maybe just after all of this, maybe I can play a chess game and not just do so badly. Um, with blunders because my blunders are atrocious. Game losing blunders, really. Whatever's worse than a blunder. Uh, if there's such a thing. But yeah, I had fun. I've learned a few more things. I've seen the Chessmaster 9000 in action and a few other Grandmasters at play and seen some of the games. That was kind of cool. And now it's soon time for me to start playing because seeing things is cool and seeing how why they moved that there instead of me just moving a piece up was totally wrong when you could have moved something else and was like, oh, okay, cool, because I would never thought to do that. But yeah, either way, so much to learn. I don't think you'll ever just sit down and learn chess. I figure like you'll always be figuring something out. And also playing a game and sharpening your game. That can always happen. I don't think you're going to get to a point where you're just so sharp that you'll always win every single chess game. I don't even think that's possible. So yeah, like it's always going to be something like a learning experience and also something good to have. Another skill that it's not gonna. I don't know what it is. It's just an interesting skill to have, and I wouldn't mind having it in my repertoire. Yeah, we'll go with that. So yeah, thanks Heavenlies for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what they do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care.